Chapter 1917. Since the Fortress of Origin was broken, he couldn't dismantle it right now. Even if he dismantled it, he would only get a pile of trash. Moreover, this time, it would really become trash. Therefore, it wasn't realistic to do anything to the Fortress of Origin right now. He could only wait until it was put back together and its core structure was complete before dismantling it to get a complete core structure. Only then would he be able to see some clues from it. Yes, this was the moment he had been waiting for. When it was broken into pieces, he would call it a pile of scrap metal. When it was put back together and restored to its original form, he would destroy it. Just the thought of it was delightful. Just the thought of it was a little. All right, he would not add more scenes for himself. The movement of the Fortress of Origin in its recovery state was a little similar to the movement caused by the Staff of Creation. It stirred up a storm, lifting countless fragments off the ground and gathering little by little at a place thousands of miles above the ground, as if there was a huge eye of the storm. The storm that stirred up the space was attracting the fragments of the Fortress of Origin, gradually forming rings there. There were 200 to 300 rings of fragments of various sizes inside and outside, and as the colorful luster of the Origin energy flickered, it looked like a gorgeous star ring. Perhaps because the concept realm was guiding the entire process, the flow of the Origin energy became smoother and no longer caused a riot like before. The only thing he had to worry about was the problem of the realm's energy consumption. The world orbs he had just thrown in were now about to be drained. He did not know how many he had thrown in, probably 7 or 8, or maybe 11 or 12. Either way, it was definitely not a small number. But it had only been half an hour since it started, and it was already drained. As expected, all creations related to the Origin were huge energy consumers. None of them were easy to deal with, but this was the only time he wished they could be more efficient. Damn it, that rate of energy consumption, that rapidly disappearing energy, was enough for him to pour. The energy of 11 or 12 world orbs was probably not enough for him to pour for 3 to 5 hours if he did not consider fighting and replenishing at the same time. He was also a huge energy consumer himself, so he would not compete with the Origin creations. But then again, the advantage of having multiple world orbs was that it could restore energy at the same time, which would make it faster. He could at least fight and recover energy at the same time, but the concept realm only cared about exiting but not entering, and it would be difficult to maintain the balance between the two. Well, at this point, he knew what to do. If he could not maintain the balance between entering and exiting, then he would use a huge amount of energy to fill the gap. That being said, it was self-evident what a huge amount of energy meant. His sea of energy. He had just thrown in a bunch of energy sources, and now it was going to be sucked dry while he was still replenishing his body. What a tragedy! This sea of energy is really full of twists and turns, one after another. We saw Maple sigh, as if he had accepted his fate. With a wave of his hand, he mobilized the energy of the sea of energy and threw it into this concept-level space. We couldn't help but sigh bitterly. How long will it take for your trump card to recover? Yin Nuashing glanced at him and sighed faintly. I think the sea of energy may be the last to be fully prepared. Just look at the situation now. All we have to deal with are Origin relics, and all of them require a huge amount of energy to deal with. The sea of energy that I have painstakingly prepared for 5 eras has been sucked dry 2 or 3 times. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. This was the trump card that was prepared the earliest, and it may also be the trump card that was expended the earliest, and it would be expended continuously. In other words, it should also be the trump card that was prepared the last. Before all the other trump cards that were upgraded and adjusted based on it were done, the sea of energy would not have a moment of peace. Yun Nuashing knocked on her head with a headache. I still have to find a way to use the energy sources to adjust the structural roots of the sea of energy and forcibly raise its level. That should relieve some of the pressure. We said, aren't you afraid that you'll pull it too high in one go? When you're done, you'll have a hard time adjusting it and it will be disjointed or something. Although it's not right to say that you're really counting on the sea of energy to prolong your life, that won't happen. I'm dealing with those energy sources now. Although I can't say that I'm completely at ease, I can grasp about 50 to 60% of them when I use them. Furthermore, I don't intend to directly replace the energy sources with the structural roots of the sea of energy, just a small part of it. It's not a big problem, Yun Nuashing said with a frown, but it's now back to a very large scale. If I don't use a part of it and directly adjust and replace the roots, it'll take a lot of effort. I'll just let the concept level space consume a part of it. That's not right. I've just thrown in 7 or 8 energy sources. How can it be used up? Forget it. I'll just move 2 or 3 energy sources and let them immediately begin to adjust the structural roots of the sea of energy. It'll just slow down the recovery speed of the sea of energy and speed up its consumption. Then it'll be easier to change it. Let's do it. Huey's mouth twitched as he listened to Yun Nuashing's mutterings. Listening to this series of thoughts, this constantly changing train of thought, the changes in the sea of energy were all forced out. Yun Nuashing had just adjusted the structural roots of the sea of energy not long ago and did not have the intention to change it again for the time being. But suddenly, the concept level space rushed out and forced him to upgrade it again. He thought that the sea of energy would be changed and adjusted many times in the future. After all, it was a trump card used to create trump cards. It was the most important path of the entire trump card series. If something went wrong, it would not be good. This was the lifeline of the Void's frontline combat force. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She subconsciously turned her head and was covered in feathers before she turned to Hui. I have a feeling that you had some strange thoughts just now. No. You're getting better at muttering in other people's minds. I just heard a third of it. Don't think that I didn't hear anything. Although I didn't hear the last part, that seemed to be very important. Hui was sweating profusely. I was just complaining a little about the sea of energy. Look at how the child is being forced. Yun Nuashing rubbed her forehead, her pretty face looking troubled. There's no other way. After all, this is the foundation of our future combat power. Now, we need the energy of the sea of energy to deal with the origin relics. Without it, if the sea of energy structure is severely damaged, we can only stay where we are for at least 80 to 80,000 years. We will stop developing and explode on the spot. Once we're done, the new exploding soldiers will most likely become useless. Although 80 to 80,000 years doesn't sound like a lot, and there is indeed a limit to our development at this level, it seems like 80 to 80,000 years is not a lot, but sometimes we are racing against time, right? What if something happens during this period of time? Yun Nuashing, I have a very curious question. Hui pointed at the turbulent sea of energy below. What is the level of the energy level of this sea of energy? I feel that it is stronger than your own energy. Of course, with the 147 origin energies that I now control as a foundation, there is no way it would be weaker than itself after countless changes, adjustments, and enhancements. Just look at how much I've poured into it, and you'll know. Everyone did a mental calculation. Destructive energy, offensive chaotic rules, world lights that were destroyed by the precursors of void turbulence, void concept fragments, not mixed with the concept class power, countless world lights and world fragments that carried all kinds of things, and so on. In short, a lot of things were thrown in. It was a big mess, and probably only the concept class power was not mixed in. Concept level power. Yun Nuoshing was muttered by them, and his mind was suddenly enlightened. His thoughts were unimpeded, as if he had eaten croton. You said that I should take down the entire concept level space and throw it in, or take a part of the concept level barrier and throw it in. Everyone was speechless. She really did not want to do anything related to humans. Suifeng came up and said, "No, Yun Nuoshing, let's not talk about whether this method will work. The concept class power is not something that can be touched so easily. Even if it is touched, we can't use the concept class power. When the time comes, the concept class power will occupy a part of the trump card, and there is no way to convert it into power. It will become a smelly and hard rock blocking the latrine." Yun Nuoshing slapped her forehead and said, "Oh, I have mentioned this myself. It seems that my thinking is slipping, and there are signs of a mudslide. The power of concept wasn't something that would cause a qualitative change just by touching it. That wasn't what I meant. Any creation touched by the power of concept would definitely be forcefully raised by who knows how many levels. However, it wasn't as easy to use as the power of order and rule. Even a life form that didn't control the power of order and rule would be able to use the power of order and rule. However, the power of concept was different. This thing, to put it in simpler terms, it was an extra existence to the creation and life. For example, the 4 shelves of the staff of creation were added, but they were not useless. They were just as important. Back then, Suifeng did not bring the 4 shelves with him when he blasted the void, and his whole body sank into the void. It was more or less an extra existence. In the face of concept class power, the power of order and rule was like a weapon of mass destruction that could be casually handed to a child. A wave of the hand could cause tons of casualties. But concept class power, which also had great or even greater destructive power, came with a natural safety lock. Those who did not know the right way would not be able to use it to set off fireworks, even if they held it in their hands. Suifeng snapped his fingers and said, "That's the gist of it. It was still too early for us to come into contact with concept level power back then. What the teacher said was just like a theoretical lesson. It went in one ear and came out the other. How much we could understand would be the best." Yun Nuoshing was speechless. If you had been more serious in class back then, you would not be here today treating others as guides. You are the only ones designated by them, the guides of the order and void of this era. Brother Lei slapped himself in the face. "I'm sorry I'm a weakling." Suifeng made the same gesture. "Sorry," Yun Nuoshing said. "Sorry my ass. Stand in front and lead the way. I'm sorry to disturb you. I don't deserve." Suifeng's head was almost hidden in his collar. "I'm just a child. I can't bear the responsibility of this era." Yun Nuoshing was speechless. So this bunch of idiots were suppressed in the soul-subduing ring. Even their IQ and age were suppressed for a few eras. The girl in white side, which was rare. The soul-subduing ring, to us, is a heavy injury. We can't fulfill our responsibilities. Air, the soul-suppressing ring, is indeed a very important reason. Originally, I should have been able to continue growing in the sealed space. However, after being delayed for a few eras, I was slightly injured. Suifeng scratched his head and said, "But that's not necessarily the case. Even if we take into account the epics and assume that we're all high-level primeval brotherfeng, you should still be the one leading the void frontline. After all, you're the one who started it all. It's not good for us to take over the nest of a magpie. Even in the current situation, if we don't find the void frontline when we come out, and the realm of order is fighting against chaos in a rather chaotic situation, or the void frontline we set up is a useless product, we will still do our part, as the gods wish. Even if we are not very competent, We will still try our best to lead the void of order forward. But under the premise that there are already qualified guides in the void of order, we shouldn't blindly get involved, right? Isn't it nice to just play a supporting role? No, it's reasonable. Do we look like guides to you? Do you think your guides will think about setting the void of order on fire every day? Yun Nuashing pointed at herself with a look of astonishment. Don't tell me you guys are thinking of me as that miserable god of creation? What? The one who was forced to take charge because no one wanted to. Cough, 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 cough. Suifeng coughed violently. It's really not. It's really not. The reason is what I just said. It's the answer we came up with after the first discussion after we came out. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. All right, I'll believe you. After all, I'm not the one in charge. Hui Gang was still watching the show from the side. When he heard that, he widened his eyes and pointed at himself. So, you guys are torturing me in the end, but I also want to slack off. Yun Nuashing gave him a knock on the head and put her hands on her hips. This is the void frontline that you set up. I'm here to play a supporting role. In the end, I'll be busier. Hui Gang grimaced. You're the #1 combat force. What's wrong with being in charge? The combat force is all second in command. I don't care. She said so. Everyone was speechless. That's what the god of destruction thinks, right? Well, there's no way to refute that. The group of people kicked the ball around for quite a while. When something else happened in the Fortress of Origin, Yun Nuashing suddenly destroyed the ball and the pot. She waved her hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. You guys go and see how the Fortress of Origin is put together. I'll go and adjust the sea of energy and the heart of the world." Watching as Maple disappeared into the sea of energy in an instant, Hui Yen did not have the time to say anything. He scratched his head at Suifeng and the others and gave a few instructions to the people who had been busy for years to disperse or return to the front line or rest. Then he said to them, "What do we do now?" "Nothing much. I'm just watching." Suifeng turned to look at the storm of metal rings. As the repair process progressed, the storm of metal rings became even more shocking. Now, all they could see was a dense cloud of colorful mist, all of which were fragments that had been swept thousands of miles into the air. The parts in the sky were already packed densely, but the huge pile of fragments floating in the space above the sea of energy did not seem to have decreased. We want to help and speed things up, but if we help with our own natures, we'll probably be more of a hindrance. The heart of the world of Origin's repairability is much smarter than ours. We might not be able to find a matching fragment even if we worked for half a year there, but here it can connect them in just a second or two, and a bunch at that. We lost because we don't have knowledge. He slapped his head and sighed. Then he paused. That's not right. We don't have knowledge in the first place. It's basically impossible for us to have knowledge. That's a product of the previous era. It's your family's plaything. It has something to do with me, and it's something that happened a few eras ago. I'm the kind that was forced to accept it. After all, I've been beaten up by Maple too many times, so I have no choice but to accept it. I understand now. After all, before they were packed up and thrown into the soul-suppressing ring, they were just a bunch of immature brats. Most of the time, Her Eminence was teaching them about things that they would only encounter in the future. Since they were only mentioned, then they were basically just listening to it. Occasionally, they would even have to skip class. But they never thought that they would have to face such a situation the next time they returned to the orderly void. It was like listening to a bunch of theory lessons, and they were not necessarily able to connect all the pieces together. They did not even have the time to try it out before they had to do real work. This was probably skipping 7 or 8 steps, but they never thought that they would have to face such a situation The next time they returned to the orderly void, it was like listening to a bunch of theory lessons, and they did not even have the time to try it out before they had to do real work. This was probably skipping 7 or 8 steps. That was to say, reality, no, the void, would never wait for you to be ready before rushing to your face. Everything that happened was not going according to plan, and from what Brother Maple had heard from the gods, their attitude was probably, hey, you guys are mature second-generation heirs now. You have to find a way to do something proper. What? Something happened to the ring of soul suppression? It's not a big problem. You guys still have to do something serious. It's a little boring. Forget it. It was better not to think about such things and just get back to work. Although they were watching the Fortress of Origin recover on its own in the conceptual space, there were things they could do as well. Such as tidying up the pile of shards that was still stuffed all over the place. Just like flipping over the ground, they would flip the stuff up and try their best to increase the number of movable shards so that the conceptual space could be tidied up faster. Flipping the ground. I get it. It's like plowing the ground. I think we have another role now. Hui suddenly said that as he squatted on the ground and tidied up the debris, causing Sui Feng and the others to shudder. That bastard's mouth was really idle and sarcastic. They could not let Siyu hear that, or there would be another weird nickname for them. Huey's hand that reached into the pile of debris suddenly grabbed something. It looked like a long rope. He tested it with a little force, and it seemed to be stuck. When he was about to pull it out with his hands, he only needed to use a little more force to pull it out of the ground. There was also a pop sound. It was a string of long strips about the thickness of an arm. He didn't know what it was, but it looked like a rope. Its overall color was different from the surrounding colors, like the faint purple luster of the nebula in the night sky, a bit like the light purple of the shallow void. One end of it was hanging on his hand, and the other end was still rooted under the earth. As he pulled it, a series of faint echoes sounded. Hui was very curious. He alternately pulled it out of the ground section by section. The rope that was pulled out of the ground at the back fell to the ground and collided with the debris pile, making a series of crisp sounds like the swaying of wind chimes. It didn't sound like a heavy object, but he could feel that this rope was obviously heavy in his hand. Hey, come over and see what I dug out from the ground. Whether it was the color or the feeling, this thing was different from the debris of Fortress of Origin. Hui quickly shouted at Sui Feng and the others. He could not recognize this thing. Hearing the commotion, Sui Feng and the rest hurriedly threw down the things in their hands and ran over. Then they saw Hui Jun's hands dancing wildly as if she was performing a magic trick, desperately pulling out sections of rope from the ground one after another. It was as if that thing was endless. The wind chimes that rang when the rope fell to the ground had a continuous crackling sound, causing them to be stunned. What did you pull out? Brother Lei walked forward and stretched out his hand to pull the big pile of rope. The things that Hui Jun pulled out from the ground were piled up to a height of 3 to 4 meters, covering an area of several feet. I don't know. How would I know what this is? It's your family's thing. I'm only in charge of finding things. I don't have the ability to recognize it. After all, I'm at a disadvantage because I'm uncultured, Hui said jokingly as he continued to pull the things on the ground. Don't bring that up. We really have no other choice. We simply can't make it in time, and we can't make it in time. We're at a disadvantage because of time. Brother Lei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Every time this matter was brought up, they would become more haggard. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's look at the pile of things that looked like chains on an abandoned ship's anchor. Feng, can you recognize it this time? How come I don't remember seeing this thing before? No, I can't do anything this time. Sui Feng shook his head vigorously, and pulled the thing that looked like a rope or a chain. He pulled and shook it twice. There's origin energy. It's definitely something left behind by the gods. Sigh, the things left behind in this place can only belong to the gods. It's probably mixed with the fragments of the fortress of origin and poured out together. But what is this? Weird. I don't have any impression of it. Sis Shisheng, do you recognize this thing? No, both of them answered. The two of them answered very straightforwardly. This time, they did not seem to have any impression of it at all, which made them feel a little troubled. If it was something that none of them recognized, it was very likely that it was not something that was used in the war between order and chaos in the previous era. Sui Feng scratched his head. Should we ask the others to identify it? Sai, no need. Have you forgotten this place? I still remember what Feng said just now. We saw that they really could not do anything about it. He shrugged and threw the thing on the ground. Gathering his breath in his dantian, he found Feng through the soul message and shouted at the top of his lungs. Feng, come up quickly. We've dug out a strange vine. These unreliable guys can't even figure it out. Come up quickly and have a look. After shouting at the top of his lungs, Hui quickly entered a defensive state. He was fully armed and prepared to be beaten up. The last time he shouted at Maple's soul while he was working, he was kicked into the void. This time, he was also prepared. Phew, stop for a moment. I've just barely finished with the matter of the origin structure. Before I could even take a breath, Fine, what did you find this time? Feng's voice was heard before he arrived. It sounded helpless and a little haggard. A moment later, a portal opened in front of him, and a flood rushed out like a dam. When the water was all gone, Feng walked out with a pale face and a half-dead look. He was still covered in a down quilt. That girl was still hanging there. Why are you so haggard again? Hui was shocked to see that Feng had turned from a living person into a person who had crawled into the path of reincarnation in just half an hour. He was fine when he went out, but now, you guys made me anxious. Yin Nuoshing rolled her eyes and waved her hand. It's a little hard to forcefully match the origin structure and the origin structure of the Sea of Energy. Let's not talk about me first. This thing you guys found, it looks like a bunch of vines. Yes, it's this thing. What is it? Hurry up and have a look. Yin Nuoshing frowned and touched the heart of the world in her hand. I remember glancing at it just now. It looks a little unique, but I didn't look at it carefully. I found it. How is it? Is it a rope for binding or something special? Hui leaned over with a curious and mysterious face and whispered in Feng's ear. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He stared blankly, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. The turbulence in his heart was so great that it made them all startled. Hui immediately had a bad feeling. Say it, I'm ready. This is indeed an origin relic. Yun Nuoshing's expression was strange. She looked away from the heart of the world and looked at everyone with an indescribable expression. But this is something that the origin heavenly God and the others gave to others. Also, this thing is not mass-produced. There are probably only 4 or 5 of them, because they were specially made to give it to others. Theoretically, this thing should not be in their hands anymore. At least, that's what the records say. Plus, you guys have never seen it before, so it's almost certain that this is the case. Given to others. Everyone's expression changed. Something given to others, and it was also an origin relic. If these two situations were mixed together, didn't that mean Yun Nuoshing saw their expressions and said faintly, this is something that they threw down? Maybe they used this thing when they broke into the soul-suppressing ring. Maybe it was a road sign or a one-time consumable. They used it once and did not recycle it. This is evidence that they left behind. Chapter 1918. what happened back then, and what happened with the soul-suppressing ring were all based on their theories, even though they were the only ones in the void who could reach the theoretical conditions. Even though their theories were basically the truth, since no one knew the bigger picture of the order void better than them. Guesses were still guesses. Even if what they guessed really happened and the established facts were confirmed before there was more direct evidence to prove that they really did something, guesses were still guesses. He didn't see it with his own eyes, so how could he know everything by deducing? It was just probability, and talking about probability with the void would be suicidal. Having a 1% suspicion wasn't a bad thing. Even though he said it with certainty, he still felt a little uncertain and unsettled in his heart. Now, the evidence that could prove that those elusive dog-like creatures were really up to no good was delivered to them. This matter could be said to have been settled, and there was no need for further debate. It was just that the way it appeared was a little out of their expectations. They didn't expect it to be mixed in with the fragments of the Fortress of Origin, nor did they expect Hui to pull it out so casually. They had clearly failed to find it twice in the previous 2 incidents. Indeed, sometimes it depended on luck. If Hui hadn't pulled it out, they might have been delayed for a while before they could touch it. They couldn't be sure that when the Fortress of Origin was quickly pieced together in the conceptual space, it might have been stuffed into its stomach. By then, it would have been placed in a corner of the Fortress of Origin or directly embedded into the wall. If it was the latter, there was basically no need to think about finding this criminal evidence. As for this thing, the evidence that they left behind to cause trouble, what was it? There's no explanation at all. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. Her words stunned everyone, and they asked in unison, "What do you mean by no explanation?" "It's literally what it means." Yun Nuoxing waved the pale golden orb in her hand. The recorded information only mentioned that they had given this to them a long time ago, but it did not specify what it was, nor was there a name or description of its effects. Either they had verbally told them what this thing was for, or they had let them figure it out themselves. After that, this thing never returned to the continent of origin. It was only recorded by the World Core when the heavenly god of origin and the others created it, so there was no detailed record. Then, Hui stopped pulling the item out and frowned as he looked at the item in his hand. "Doesn't that mean we have to figure out what this thing is for ourselves? Although I don't think it's worth the research. A rough test should be enough." Yun Nuoxing spread her hands. "At that time, think about the heavenly god of origin and the other's purpose of cultivating them. If I'm not mistaken, this thing was used to deal with the concept body of chaos." "Oh, that's true." Hui nodded. That was the only big goal that had lasted for countless years. Not long after the new era began, the primordial heavenly god and the others were obviously only used to the way they treated the beings of order during the era of chaos. Therefore, they probably did not change much. Speaking of which, thinking about the things that happened back then gave Hui a headache. His old father had painstakingly raised that kid up. Who would have thought that the kid would backstab his old father when there was no conflict between the 2 parties due to their different life experiences and viewpoints? That was really a filial thing that made people want to piss their pants. Still, it's rare to find a primordial creation that still maintains order from them. Suifeng stroked the string of items and sighed. These are the creations of the gods in the underworld. All of them have been covered with the power of chaos and have become quasi-chaos-type creations. Their power and order have undergone tremendous changes. The only thing that hasn't changed is the target. I thought that the original creations that fell into the hands of both sides had been twisted into the power of chaos. I thought that I would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them when I have the chance to snatch them back. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment before replying. Perhaps it was deliberately left behind. Like what I said when I talked to the heavenly god of origin and the others, They hold the power of the chaos concept body and can indeed destroy the gate of the soul, subduing ring. But to find the soul's subduing ring requires their own energy and breath. Therefore, when they were preparing to cause trouble, they and the underworld should still have some primordial relics with primordial energy. It would not be too late to change things after they find the soul's subduing ring and the other escape routes left behind by the heavenly god of origin. After all, in the battle between order and chaos at the end of the previous era, there was no incident of order being beaten up by the primordial relics. They and the underworld must have hidden them well. As for their purpose, according to what your goddess said, it is to leave a way out for this era, to steal and occupy other people's places as their own, to take over other people's places, and leave them with no other way out. As for their purpose, according to what the gods of the underworld have said, they should have left a way out for themselves in this era. Everyone was speechless. They had never seen something so shameless before. In my opinion, apart from this purpose, the second purpose is to hide this from the heavenly god of origin. Yin Nuoshing tugged at the rope-like thing with both hands as if he was trying to break it. After a few tries and seeing that it did not respond, he withdrew his strength. His eyes glowed as he tried to decipher the use of this thing. If the primordial heavenly god and the others had seen their own creation appear in the hands of the enemy during that war, they would instantly know what had happened in the void and could immediately take remedial measures or leave behind more arrangements or directly change part of their escape route. To prevent this from happening, they have been holding back the part of their power that they could use, holding it in until they were suffocated to death. The relic of origin can also cause considerable damage to order. Just look at the staff of origin and the staff of creation. These two things could have turned a row of high-level primeval, be it order or chaos primeval, into ashes with a single shot. It would have been a great help back then, and if they had used it, the situation would have been different. Then, since such a situation didn't happen, Brother Thunder stroked his chin as he pondered. It's for the sake of safety, leaving a stable path of retreat. No matter how the war in our era ended up, they would have another stable path to take, just like this era, holding back until this era to stir up trouble. There's almost no one in the Order Void who can stop them. What a good idea. In fact, the defeat of the previous era, or rather, the draw, was basically something that could be confirmed long ago. Just like the ending of the Chaos era, neither side lost, neither could win, forcing a draw. They were the main targets that the heavenly god of origin had groomed at the beginning of the new era, and they had also jumped ship to the void of chaos. The situation of both sides, the battle situation, and so on should have been clear. Yin Nuoshing said slowly as she pondered. After choosing a new faction, the blind spot of the other side's knowledge was filled. Although I think they could have known everything from the heavenly god of origin from the very beginning, well, knowing a little more would make it easier for them to make a choice. Hui shrugged. He knew what Maple was going to say, and so he spoke first, after understanding enough. And this time, with they themselves being the troublemakers, they could have triggered the war of the previous era and forced a draw, or rather, an all-out war between order and chaos could only end in a draw. They only need to let the unprepared sides fight and just make things happen. They don't have to worry about the rest. And they don't have to worry about it even if they wanted to. Forcing it to happen is just annoying themselves. Suifeng was puzzled. Isn't that still a draw? What's the difference? Triggering the war and ending it in advance. Yes, of course there's a difference, and it's the biggest one. Yin Nuoshing nodded. After 326 eras of the Chaos era, both sides had their share of victories and losses, but overall it was a draw. Of the 441 Chaos conceptual bodies, more than 100 of them were sealed and did not emerge until the war of the previous era. So, It looked like order had won by a small margin, but the final battle at the end of the Chaos era ended when the heavenly god of origin and the others hastily solidified the concept of the void of order. None of the order life forms of the Chaos era were left alive, and so the victory was a draw. In conclusion, the void of order returned to its pre-liberation state, and more than 100 Chaos conceptual bodies went on strike. Now let's look at the war at the end of the previous era. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and narrowed her eyes, her tone becoming a little somber. The void of order was once again returned to its original state, and not much was left. The heavenly god of origin had all fallen and stepped into the cycle of reincarnation, while the Chaos conceptual bodies all went into seclusion. It was a draw where both sides perished. It's not wrong if you say that both sides lost. Sui Feng reacted after hearing that. Although the end of the Chaos era was also a draw, the core forces of both the void of order and the void of chaos were basically preserved. On the other hand, the outcome of the war between order and chaos in their era was the end of both eras, and it was needless to say which of the two draws was more tragic. They were aiming for such an ending, and the heavenly god of origin and the Chaos conceptual bodies probably did not expect that. No, they did. They knew that as life forms standing at the apex of both voids, how could they not know that such a thing would happen? Yun Nuoshing hugged herself with both hands and squeezed, almost being buried alive by the feathers. She could not help but roll her eyes. Why is this girl still clinging to me? Is she clinging to me? But even if they knew, they did not change it. Or rather, both sides were cooperating. In the 326 eras of the Chaos era, there must have been a lot of decisive battles. And this time is no different. It's just another decisive battle. Cooperating? Sui Feng was confused and could not figure it out. Why? Hui whispered beside him. Fighting for 300 eras is just repeating the same result over and over again. Why don't they try to change the form of the result? Of course, it would be best if they could directly change the nature of the result. But if they could not change it, they could only change the form, although the result of this change would be very tragic. Sui Feng and the others were speechless. Can they change this? Just a change, and everyone would be finished. Isn't this change a little too violent? Everyone can think of an accurate result. Either order wins, or the great origin realm returns to the primal chaos era. When the primal chaos void takes over the entire realm, have you forgotten what Shuang said the other day? Yun Nuoshing plucked a feather from his face and twirled it between his fingers. He stared at the feather and seemed to be deep in thought as he said, "Destroy chaos and guard order." Think about it carefully. When the chaos epoch ended and the void of order announced that it had turned into a concept and completely became a part of the great Yuan realm, the goal of guarding order had already been achieved. Even the concept body of chaos couldn't easily return the great Yuan realm to the state of the chaos epoch. As such, there's only one goal left. Huey's cheeks twitched, and his voice trembled a little. Destroy chaos. Now that the chaos conceptual bodies are almost completely wiped out, the goal is basically achieved, although achieved but not completely achieved. There are still fish that escape the net. Putting the feather on her ear, Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. This is the result that can only be achieved for now. This is the extent of what they can do now. Them and the underworld are really unexpected. Their appearance has pushed the war that may last for countless years into another situation, a situation where the origin of order and the origin of chaos do not exist. Things are indeed different from the chaos era. This is a change, a small change in the overall situation. Yun Nuoshing paused for a moment and rolled her eyes. Although the origin of chaos is rising from the coffin, this is just another change brought by them. The former is what I said, something that both sides know. It is all within their expectations. As for the latter, it may be within the expectations of the chaos conceptual bodies. Those brainless fellows do not know what they are thinking. Let's just say that it is within their expectations for now. In theory, it is also within the expectations of the gods of origin. They knew that they were going to retreat, so they wanted to be prepared. However, the war was forced in the first place, and there was basically not enough time. They were in a hurry and did not have more time to prepare, so there was no way to do more. But just take a look at the 771 backups they left behind. Those are the foundations they left behind for the arrival of a new situation. They are backups they left behind for the future life of order to continue dealing with the forces of chaos when they aren't around. We stuck out his tongue. But those escape routes have basically collapsed. After all, it was something unexpected. By the time they realized that the situation had changed and began to cooperate with chaos to make changes, a lot of time had already passed. The main thing was that because there was not enough time, many things could not be done perfectly, so the escape routes they left behind were flawed and easy to go wrong. In the end, things really went wrong. Yun Nuoshing sighed. As I said just now, their appearance changed the situation of the war, so neither side had more time to prepare. We did not know the situation of the chaos conceptual bodies, so we just assumed that it was so. However, even without more time to prepare, the situation was still within their control. Both sides knew each other's purpose, so without prior agreement, they cooperated tacitly and fought what was probably the most tragic battle since the creation of the Grand Yuan realm. Both sides returned to silence. Order left the order void, left a retreat route, and left part of their forces. Chaos left 2 traitors, who are still in the dark. Ah, no, now they are brazenly stirring up trouble. Order's purpose is similar to that of the gods of origin, to destroy chaos and guard order. On the other hand, chaos is about the same. While wreaking havoc in the order void, they are also thinking of ways to make the chaos conceptual bodies collectively open their coffins. After going around in circles, the purpose of both sides has not changed. It is just that the roles involved in the script have changed. Naturally, the situation is no longer completely within their expectations. Naturally, there will be a different direction of things, a change that they expect. Hui clapped his hands excitedly. Commentator, even the situation of both sides has not changed. Order is still being suppressed by chaos. Well, that. Yun Nuoshing's pretty face twitched a few times. She let out a faint, bitter laugh. That's also. Hui snapped his fingers to sort out his thoughts. So, to sum it up, both the gods of origin and the chaos conceptual bodies know that if they continue fighting like this, there will be no end to the script. However, just like how life still has to be lived, this battle still has to go on. After all, both sides are born to be incompatible with each other, and it is impossible to stop until the other side's head explodes. Therefore, when the variable jumped out deliberately to stir up trouble, deliberately stirring up trouble, when neither side was prepared, both sides started to fight at the same time. At first, it was just a small fight, and the situation could not escalate to the most intense level. However, as they fought, they suddenly frowned and realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. In a flash of inspiration, as if they had caught a glimpse of the overall direction of the Grand Yuan realm, they both predicted that there might be a new situation. Then they took advantage of this variable and began to get busy, thinking hard about the void for millions of years. After determining the direction, they began to act in their own way, until finally both sides had a tacit understanding of each other after the battle, and both sides fell and walked the path of reincarnation together. Yun Nuoshing coughed softly. The chaos conceptual bodies do not walk the path of reincarnation. Then, both of them will leave the mortal realm and hand over the unfinished business to the people behind them. They will retire behind the scenes and become hands-off managers. Now, the void of order and chaos are still fighting each other, but they have changed their roles. This is the path that they have found through their cooperation. Although it is a little hasty, they still continue on this path. After all, both sides of people know that they can't achieve anything by fighting each other like this. At most, they will turn the Grand Yuan realm upside down. Something like that. Although they did not say it out loud, when I talked to them, I did mention some things that were close to the edge. And the feeling I got was that they were not surprised by the current situation at all. It is just as if they knew it would turn out like this from the beginning. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and said softly, apart from those unexpected things, such as the soul-suppressing whoop, no, since they said that all 771 paths lead to death, they obviously expected a small part of it. Oh, yes, they did say that they expected it, but they did not know what kind of form or what kind of accident would happen. Sigh. These two sides of people know that there will be no change no matter how they fight, so they changed their way of tormenting the Grand Yuan realm. We knocked on his head and spread his hands. In the end, things did not change at all. Order and chaos are still fighting each other to the death. It is just that there is a new person and the situation has become smaller. Then, the two sides turn against order and void. Hui was stunned as he spoke. His gaze became strange as he pinched his chin and muttered to himself. I'm thinking something's not right. Both sides have collectively gone on strike and left the matter to the people behind to continue fighting. Order is still order, but on the side of chaos, although it is indeed chaos, but from the root, the essence, they are two traitors who ran over from order. Everyone was stunned. That's what happened. That's right. Hui suddenly jumped up and stomped on the pile of debris. The ground shook and the mountains shook. He cursed, "Oh, I am such a good guy. Times are changing, the situation is changing, and the situation is changing. Only the traditional skills of order have not changed. They are busy fighting each other and fighting each other every day. Isn't this still the civil war of order? Suifeng and the others. That seems to be right, although that is indeed the case." Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and said, order should not treat those who join chaos as humans. Just treat them as chaos and beat them to death. Who cares if it's a civil war or not? No, this cannot be considered a civil war. They have already been removed from order. If they are not treated as humans, they can't be treated as innocent people or be beaten to death. This cannot be considered a civil war of order. If this is a civil war, then the civil war in the real world can be considered flirting. That's a matter of degree. Aren't I talking about the essence? Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry. He scratched his face and could not help but complain. This bloody berserk transformation is really tormenting. The transformation does not necessarily come from one's own subjective consciousness. Just as I said, it became like this under the guidance of them. With the tacit understanding and fate of the two groups of origins that have been fighting for over 300 eras, they would never stop once they started fighting. Instead, it would only get worse. Under such circumstances, they suddenly found a new path and walked on it without calculating the situation. Even they could only carefully test it step by step. The situation changed too suddenly, and they did not have the time to make sufficient preparations. It is not too surprising that it ended up like this. Yun Nuoxing shrugged his shoulders helplessly. However, the current situation is still it's also quite bad. The changes are too drastic, and there isn't any relief at all. Instead, they are still as violent as before. Furthermore, this time, order might have been suppressed even more thoroughly. Things are unpredictable. Hui waved his hand and sighed. feeling exhausted. After a while, he looked up again. So, they knew that things would turn out like this, so they did this. Then, do they know that the origin God and the concept body of chaos know their thoughts? I don't know. There is no way to know. We have never come into contact with them. So how would we know if they know about this? Yun Nuoxing shook her head. She felt a little strange when she saw Hui rubbing his chin in deep thought. Why? Are you concerned about this? I am a little concerned. Hui smiled indecently. Think about it. The feeling of self-righteousness leading the war between the two deadliest groups in the void. That feeling of being in control of everything. That feeling is, well, that feeling. And then, in fact, it has nothing much to do with them. Isn't it delightful just thinking about it? I really want to see their expressions when they know about this. What if they know about it and they are expressionless? Then it won't be fun. Then it won't be delightful. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him and brought the conversation back to the original topic. No matter what, the current situation may be complying with them and achieving their goal. The origin of order and the origin of chaos have both left the battlefield at the same time. Next, it's time for them and the underworld to take control of the situation. At this time, they can use the backup plan that they left behind and take down the order void. I still feel that the underworld is a little strangely cowardly. Hui said, scratching his head. Every time I know that they have another type of origin power in their hands, I feel that they are even more cowardly. Look, the staff of origins and the origin of energy. Those two things could easily pierce through the void of order, and yet they are still cooped up at home, unhurried. God knows what they are doing. This matter. Now, there is a new explanation. Yun Nuoxing raised her hand to interrupt his thoughts. The last time I talked to them, we talked about this. The answer they gave was that the underworld is busy completing the unfinished business of the chaos, which is to destroy order. However, this is just a matter of convenience. Their main purpose is to prepare to deal with the realm of the gods. Everyone was stunned and shook their heads. I don't understand. The last sentence. We said directly, we have already drawn out all our forces. What else is there for them to prepare to deal with in the realm of the gods? By the way, what does this have to do with the realm of the gods? Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment and directly told them about the chaos conceptual entity, the underworld, and the divine shadows. In the end, she concluded, in short, we can't let the disobedient children who have been expelled from the family step into the family again. Otherwise, something big will happen. Now, to them, we are just an obstacle on their way back, and it is not a very strong obstacle. The reason why they have been preparing for so long, if it is not to deal with us, then it can only be to deal with. The girl in white looked up and replied, the defense of the realm of the gods, the defense of the venerables. Although they found something randomly to carry the seal, even if it was in a hurry, they must have left behind enough defense. Yun Nuoxing nodded and snapped her fingers. So, this explains why the underworld is taking so long. They can deal with us easily, but they may not be able to deal with the defense left behind by the primordial heavenly God. If they can't break through the defense, it will be useless even if they attack the realm of the gods directly. So, they can only prepare from the beginning. And when they are ready, it will not be too late to push them over. After all, we are just a small stone blocking their way. If they can push the realm of the gods away, they can naturally kick this small stone aside. Now, they just need to follow the steps to destroy order and continue to prepare for their own matters. Hui lowered his head for a long time. When they finished, he suddenly looked up with a sad face. My poor realm of the gods is going to be blown up again. Yun Nuoxing? Right? You think so too, don't you? Ever since they were chosen by the primordial heavenly God, the realm of the gods had not had a day of peace. Chapter 1919. The unfortunate realm of the gods was not sure if it was born from the hands of the primordial God, but the realm of the gods had fully inherited their characteristics, the characteristics of being targeted by chaos and all kinds of troubles. Putting aside the fact that chaos was a nuisance to the order, those with a better memory would remember that the primordial God had mentioned several times about the recovery period at the beginning of this era. Based on their current understanding, that period referred to the period from the end of the mythological era until the end of the 42nd era. During that period, the void was in a state of recovery from its severe injuries. At that time, the void was in a state of deficiency. Energy, rules, order, and the like were deficient. Even the upper planes were no exception, but the only exception was the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods was personally created by the primordial God. Even if the realm of the gods had experienced the void turbulence, it was just a layer of skin that was burnt. The burnt part would naturally recover bit by bit along with the revival of all things. As for the skin peeling, it was not a big problem. At most, it was just a layer of skin on the surface, and everything that grew on the skin would be completely wiped out. The divine realm was the fastest to recover during the recovery period. At least, it had already recovered to a certain extent by the time Joshua was born. However, the outer worlds, be it the current stars or the void, were far inferior. Even the upper planes were in tatters. It was as if the vast ocean had turned into a wasteland in the blink of an eye. Miraculously, there was a small pool left in the wasteland. Beside the pool was a flourishing oasis. It was a real oasis in the void at that time. So under those circumstances, coupled with the traditional skills of order, there's no need to elaborate on what happened. I've already mentioned it before. If you don't remember, I'll just say it again. To put it simply, the billions of hungry beings wandering in the wasteland saw an oasis suddenly appear in front of them. The next second, they charged towards the oasis without a care in the world. That was the case for the divine realm at that time. It was the only oasis in the vast wasteland coveted by countless beings. Those who came with no ill intentions were naturally not a problem for the divine realm. But generally speaking, with the external visitors, the terrible environmental rules, and the situation of strength in numbers, it would be a disgrace to the divine realm and order if nothing out of the ordinary happened. In fact, the number of beings who came with no ill intentions was probably less than 10%. The rest came with the intention of causing trouble. There were records of them causing a lot of trouble, big or small, and even more were beaten up by the people of the divine realm after causing trouble. At that time, the divine realm was also in a period of rapid recovery and development. It was a mess, with 5 major regions fighting each other every day. Groups of foreign visitors came one after another. Countless major sects and factions climbed up from the ground, collapsing and popping up again. The rise and fall of the divine realm was never-ending. At that time, Joshua was just a nameless junior. Although the world knew about him and Maple, there were no guardians or observers. There was also no one who could speak for the divine realm. There were internal and external troubles, and everyone did their own thing. There were those who only cared about internal strife and did not care about external strife. There were also those who were busy with external strife and did not care about external strife. There were also those who were busy with external strife and did not care about external strife. Back then, they only cared about external strife and did not care about internal strife. Fortunately, this was the divine realm. It recovered quickly, and the most important thing was that the simplicity of the people was strong enough. If it was any other world, they would have to deal with internal and external troubles at the same time. Even their ashes would be blown away in a matter of minutes. Speaking of that period, they had yet to see Maple, Monarch Green, Jing Yuanji, and Little Qingzi. He was the only one who led a group of people to go on expeditions. I've brought up a sad story. Those guys back then, God knows where they went after going around in circles in the path of reincarnation. More than a dozen eras had passed, and they still hadn't seen them. Sigh, but there were too many troublesome things in this world. It was already difficult to be a human being in this life, let alone in this even more dangerous time, the war between order and chaos. Now that they had come to the human realm for a stroll, they shouldn't come back in the next life. Even if they wanted to come back, they should wait for a while until the troublesome things here were over. They had plenty of time to wait. Although it was said that there was only one group of people, it was still a rather large group of people in the divine realm. However, at that time, they were not the best, and their speed of development was not fast. If they really wanted to talk about when they started to develop rapidly, it should be after they met Maple. They picked up the #1 killer weapon in the void, and from then on, they had a smooth journey. Not long after that, they met Monarch Green of the ancient imperial world. At that time, Monarch Green was still not the ruler of the ancient imperial world. He was just a reckless guy who chose to fight all over the world. He was also picked up by Yi Shiwen, and then he met Jing Yuanji. Little Qingzi was even later. They only met in the 49th and 50th eras. Jing Yuanji, this girl, where did they meet at that time? He did not remember much. There were too many messy things. He only remembered that she joined by herself. She knew him and Maple very early, just a little later than Monarch Green. It had been more than 10 eras since then. But very, very inexplicably, she had been paying attention to Maple. He did not know when it started. In short, this girl had been paying attention to him. But Maple, this guy, seemed to only know that there was another person who was not bad on their side after several eras. Clearly, he knew not long after Monarch Green came in. When these two people really began to talk to each other and started to know each other, Maple began to know Jing Yuanji. It was 5 eras ago, which was the 51st era. Before that, it was only Jing Yuanji who knew and understood Maple, but Maple did not know that such a quiet girl was paying attention to him, nor did he pay attention to her. Every day, he still walked in a hurry. No one liked him when he covered his ears. This was the main reason why everyone knew that there was such a person as the observer, but did not know much about it. On the other hand, Maple did not know many people in the past 10 eras. Yes, he did it deliberately. He did it deliberately. He did not have feelings. His heart was cold. Well, just kidding. Hiss, now that he thought about it. He always felt that he had missed a lot of great opportunities. If he had brought these two together from then on, could he have been Maple's best man? Alas, he missed the best opportunity. There were so many opportunities before the 51st era, but he did not react at that time. In fact, when he found out that Jing Yuanji had some special feelings for Maple, it was quite a long time ago. It seemed that it was also in the 51st era. Then it's fine. No way. That girl hid her thoughts too deeply. Even now, she still hid them. Although she hid them, they did not completely hide them. At least 2/3 of the higher-ups knew about this. Did Maple himself know? Did not know. He felt that he should know. Not only Jing Yuanji, but he also knew the thoughts of the group of girls around him. The latter did not intend to hide it from the beginning. As for the reason why they did not respond, it was also mentioned that day. It was a very troublesome reason. Order would not stop, and the war would not stop. Perhaps they would not be able to wait until the end. At this time, his wish was just a pipe dream and empty talk. Back then, what happened back then? Phew, he did not know what happened to the first group of guys. Did their reincarnation go smoothly? Did they come back long ago? But even their souls had changed, and it was not easy for him to recognize them. Most of their cognition had been erased, or they had not come back here yet, and were still busy in the reincarnation journey. Only a few of the big guys he knew, before he met Maple, were still alive. They had been following them, guarding the realm of the gods, conquering the void, and establishing the void frontline. Now, they were guarding the void frontline. They were the commander-in-chief of each node, and were all the higher-ups at the senior level. Hui suddenly showed a faint melancholy and sentimental expression, which was noticed by Yun Nuoshing. He fiddled with the thing in his hand, glanced at Hui beside him, and whispered, thinking about the past. "Oh, I suddenly thought of something." Hui scratched his head and sighed softly. "Speaking of the realm of the gods, I would occasionally think of the past. Back then, a dozen eras passed just like that. Time. Everyone sighed inwardly. It was an eternal topic, and every time it was brought up, it would make people feel helpless or sad." Ahem. Feeling that the atmosphere had suddenly become a little gloomy, Hui coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. "Let's not talk about that. I was just thinking about the realm of the gods. I don't think I found any seal in the realm of the gods." "That's normal." Yun Nuoshing nodded. "It's normal that we can't see the seal left by the heavenly god of origin. In fact, it's best not to let anyone see it. Otherwise, even if it's a seal they left behind, there might still be anomalies even if the probability of something happening is small. It's easy for something to go wrong if something important is placed in front of a naughty child. You could even break a locked door, let alone if it's placed in front of you so casually. The process of the void and reality will not move according to anyone's plan. You'll never know if something bad will suddenly appear in the realm of the gods and cause chaos in the world. That's true." We turned to look at Yun Nuoshing and watched as he continued to fumble around with the big string of things. After thinking for a while, we continued to pull the things out of the ground and asked, "Do you know what these things are used for?" Yun Nuoshing's fumbling paused for a moment and looked up at the sky. It was as if he was looking at the starry sky, but also as if he was staring at the void. Hui was familiar with this action of his. It was just subconscious action of looking at the void, and he was thinking while staring. Although he felt that Feng was subconsciously looking for a target every time, he did not know where the target was. It was just a subconscious action. A dozen seconds later, Yun Nuoshing lowered his head and said softly, "Seal. For now, I know that it's used for sealing, but I don't know what kind of seal it is. The higher the level and the higher the life form, the more forms it could take. But no matter what kind of seal it was, its purpose was mostly to stop enemies, whether they were dead or not. The seal itself was unreliable, and the meaning of its existence was to release a monster on the day the seal was broken. With what they knew now to deal with the higher levels, to put it bluntly, it was the seal that the gods of origins cast. It seemed to be by destroying rules, concepts, and cutting off the connection with the Deyuan realm to achieve the purpose of blocking movement and preventing return. The former corresponded to them and was strict of everything. Then them could only stay at home for a dozen or so eras, including the next dozen eras. The latter corresponded to the concept bodies of chaos and was to prolong their resurrection. If nothing unexpected happened, these two methods had been in harmony until the 139th era. Whether them had come out in the middle of it was unknown, but it definitely did not happen in the ancient era. And judging from the records left by the beings in the realm of the gods, and its own records since the end of the Dark Age, the war between order and chaos seemed to have disappeared completely, as if it had never existed. From this aspect, the peaceful void of order that they had created for the sake of fulfilling the only wish of the order beings of the chaos era had fulfilled their wish. Even if it was a false peace, and even if order was busy with domestic violence when they were free, At least they did not have to be threatened by chaos all the time, right? That should be considered a good thing, right? Sigh, he was being serious. This kind of fake peace was really meaningless. It was like a cool breeze on a hot summer day. After cooling down for a while, one would still be as hot as a dog. Wasn't the best solution to this situation to use an umbrella to cool oneself down or shoot down the sun with an arrow? Cough, cough. This was just his crazy idea. Just treat it as a joke. His idea had always been very simple. He would kill all the guys who wanted to cause trouble in the samsara and decisively destroy them in the state of the Great Yuan realm. Then there would be no more problems. But he had digressed. Let's talk about seals. Other than these two types of seals, the only seals that could be left behind were the seals used to suppress power. He had heard from them that they had a way to seal the power of chaotic concept bodies, but they did not have the time to do it in the battle at the end of the mythological era. Moreover, even if they did seal it, it would not last forever. Just as he had said, the seals existed to wait for the moment of breaking the seal. The restrictions in this aspect were about the same for both sides, and it was far more satisfying to seal after death. However, it was basically the chaotic concept bodies that were sealed. Whether it was weakened in different ways or using different methods to close the coffin lid after death, it was always the chaotic concept bodies that suffered the most. The heavenly god of origin and the others had not suffered much from these methods. In the beginning, they were also affected by similar situations, but as time went on, the so-called seals became more and more ineffective against them. He felt that it was purely because he had suffered too many losses and had developed a conditioned reflex to avoid the seal. He did not know how many similar incidents they had encountered at the beginning of the Chaos era that allowed them to fully develop their resistance to the seal. Speaking of which, choosing to enter the path of reincarnation in a state of complete collapse seemed to be one of the methods they mentioned to avoid the seal. However, as a being who had reincarnated for hundreds of billions of lifetimes, he had used his own experience to prove that this method was a little unstable. When he died in a hurry and was completely unprepared, he had no idea where he would reincarnate to, nor how much his soul would be worn down by the reincarnation. This was something he had personally experienced. At the end of the Dark Age, he had entered the cycle of reincarnation with a cry and had been tossing and turning, well, from the beginning. Although he was lucky enough to return to the realm of the gods in the next reincarnation, he was severely damaged by then. His appearance had changed, and his soul had split. Not only had he lost his memories, he had also lost some important knowledge about the realm of the gods and the Grand Yuan realm. Although he was still the observer engraved in the conceptual layer of the realm of the gods, and he was still himself, there had been some changes, and he was no longer complete. Even though he had returned to the realm of the gods several times in the subsequent reincarnations, and even though he had done everything he could to prepare himself, due to various reasons and reincarnations, his soul and knowledge continued to be damaged bit by bit. He had forgotten the entire Dark Age and the war between order and chaos. The entire process of forgetting lasted for almost 70 eras, until he once again felt the abyssal death shroud in the void, and his broken soul was suddenly stimulated deeply, prompting him to awaken, a long awakening, and a short awakening. But in order, it should be the 139th era, where he had pieced his soul together. Although he did not know why his soul had recovered on its own, it had indeed recovered. After the recovery of his soul, the structure and rules should have been restored as well. All that was left was to restore his memories, concepts, and knowledge. These were supposed to be a slow process of recovery, but halfway through, he unexpectedly encountered excessive stimulation. At first, he did not feel anything, and midway, he even went back to fight the abyssal death shroud in the past. But at that time, the degree of his awakening was not that bad. based on the memories he had recovered and the memories he was experiencing now, the next time he returned to the 139th era, his soul might explode, and something big would happen. Those could only be discussed when the time came. There was no time to talk about the future. Now, seeing that Maple had suddenly spaced out, we could not help but walk up to him, waved his hand, and poked Maple's head with his finger. He waited until Maple's colorful eyes trembled slightly before he said, "What's wrong, Maple? Why are you spacing out all of a sudden? Did you think of something bad?" "Oh, I'm trying to figure out the problem of the seal." Yun Nuashing waved the rope in her hand and said to them, "The seals they told me about are either used to suppress the power of the conceptions of chaos, which can't be maintained for long. As they are of the same level, they can't be sealed forever. The other is used to suppress the process of their return, which is to prolong the time for them to open the coffin and rise. Although I've heard about these two kinds of seals, I haven't actually seen them, so it's hard to say." He pulled the rope in his hand, turned around, and said to Sui Feng and the others, "Do you have any recollection of this? Has Her Eminence ever mentioned something like this?" "Well, she did mention something similar in her spare time. It seems to be a seal based on the rules, concepts, and order of the environment of the Deyuan realm. Generally speaking, it's not easy to break free, but it needs more details." Sui Feng scratched his chin and said, giving Maple a you-know-what-I-mean look. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes in response. Although she knew that it had nothing to do with whether they were reliable or not, it was purely because they were not at the right level at that time. It was probably useless to know about this in advance. She reckoned that they would have to wait until they reached the level of AI Hongyun to know about the dozens of seals that were used against the conceptions of chaos. At that time, they were still in the middle level of the premiere, which was still too early. Then they were packaged up, and there was no such opportunity anymore. Those who could teach them had all left and gone into the samsara. How could they have the time to do this? Oh, right, there was actually another type of seal, which was a temporary seal used in battle. It could be used to imprison and control the enemy for a short period of time. Just like his curse of sin, if he did not seize the right opportunity in battle, it would not be as effective as the other two types of seals. After all, it was used in a passionate and violent fight on the battlefield. Just look at the scene where he fought with the chaotic concept body sealed by AI Hongyun. He did not have the time to release seals, and he could not even release Curse of Sin. The Curse of Sin series of skills required at least 4 to 5 seconds of preparation, but he did not even have the time to spare. Let alone 4 to 5 seconds. If he did not focus on increasing his combat strength to the limit and fight with the enemy, he would die instantly. There was no room for discussion. What a headache! We finally pulled out all the ropes buried deep in the ground. He turned around and threw them on the ground. He clapped his hands and turned to look at the pile of ropes in front of him. After a long silence, he said, "This thing is so big." The pile of ropes in front of him covered an area of about 10 feet and was about 4 to 5 meters high. It looked like a small hill. At this moment, the 6 of them were circling around the pile, trying to get some reaction from it. However, no matter whether it was him, Sui Feng, Maple, or the rest, they could not do anything. He was troubled because this was not his field at all. It was a complete blind spot in his knowledge. However, seeing that Maple and the rest were working so hard, he did not want to take advantage of it. So he could only pretend to work hard to pull the ropes out. Now that everything was out, what else could he do? The girl in white said faintly, "Unknown creation, 0 energy." 0 energy? This thing can't be a one-time consumable, right? We scratched his head. There's almost no energy reaction at all. The remaining energy that can be sensed is actually nothing more than the aura of the creation itself. Perhaps there's still a portion of the power of order and natural law that's still active. There might even be some concept-level power. Yun Nuoshing pulled the rope with both hands and tried to break it a few times. But the energy is actually not a big problem. As long as it is not damaged and is still a creation of origin, we can use it. It's just a matter of how effective it is. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed when she said this. After a while, she suddenly raised her eyebrows and walked towards Hui while holding the rope with both hands. She said very softly, "Speaking of which, I have a good idea to try. After that, we don't have to waste time here." The wind chimes sound of the taut rope entered their ears. The words that seemed to have a hidden meaning and made everyone shudder. They turned their heads stiffly and saw an observer pulling the rope with a pretended gloomy smile on her face. She looked down at Hui and said something that made everyone break out in cold sweat. "Hui, stand there, don't move, or I won't be able to hit you." Hui jumped up immediately. Cold sweat dripped down his face like water. His pupils reflected a figure that was getting closer and closer, accompanied by a deep and sinister smile. Huey's breath froze. "Don't come over here." After a shrill scream, the world became quiet. Sui Feng moved his hands away from his eyes and saw Feng twirling the long rope around his hands. The rope floating above his palms emitted a colorful glow as if it had a life of its own. Even the rope piled up behind him was emitting a glow of energy as if it wanted to move. Hui Jun was lying on the ground, lifeless. What's the result?" Sui Feng carefully walked over to Feng and asked. As he asked, he glanced at Hui Jun, who was prostrating himself on the ground, and could not help but gulp. He was definitely fine. These two bad friends knew when to stop. Although Hui Jun looked pitiful, there was no one in the void of order who could take a beating better than him. Thus, he was not worried that Hui Jun would be in trouble after being sealed. He felt that Hui Jun would still be able to jump out after being hit by the Staff of Creation with 40% of its energy, although he looked really pitiful and often acted as a target or a dummy. Yun Nuoshing looked at the rope in her hands. After about 2 minutes, she deliberately looked away and glanced at Hui Jun, who was pretending to be dead on the ground. She then turned to Sui Feng and said, "It's the last situation. It's a seal that can be used in battle." Brother Lei walked over and poked the back of his head. He was a little troubled. "It's a good thing if used well, but if not, it'll kill you." "What's the specific effect?" "Like the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origin, it can't be used normally." At the mention of this, Yun Nuoshing's face showed that she had expected it. She then sighed and said with a look of disdain, "The thing is intact, but its energy is completely drained. After all, it's used to deal with the concept of chaos, so it must be a one-time charge. But actually, it's still fine. It only needs a one-time charge, and a one-time release of energy. Although it will take a little effort to use it, it won't be too much. It's a little easier than using the Staff of Origin and the Staff of Creation. Although it can't be used normally, it should be able to use 70 to 80% of its power. As for the specific effect," Yun Nuoshing paused and turned to look at them. She even raised an eyebrow at them. "It can probably seal it completely. I don't know how long it will take." Everyone was speechless. "You're winking as if you already know when you don't know." Yun Nuoshing shrugged. "I tried it just now, and it only took me 1 second to pin Hui on the ground. Using the power of a target of the same level, it would take me at least 3 or 4 seconds to fully charge it. So we can gather a big one, bind it for 3 or 4 seconds, and then send it away." Sui Feng proposed a simple conjecture. Yun Nuoshing nodded and changed her tone. "Or we can bind it for 3 or 4 seconds and run away." Everyone was speechless. We're encountering the concept of chaos," aren't we? We don't know who's going to beat who up, and we might not even use it to attack. If we do, we might just pin it down and run away. Chapter 1920. Seals. Things like seals would always remind him of bad things, be it those left behind by his own people or those left behind by his enemies. The former made him realize that there might have been some bombs stored in the void that he did not know when they would detonate, and he would easily forget about those bombs as time passed. For example, the chaos concept bodies that were still busy channeling in the chaotic void were probably all in a sealed state, but there was no telling when they would collectively lift their coffins. Speaking of seals and lifting their coffins, he thought of a large group of world-class life forms in the divine realm, and his blood pressure instantly soared. As for the latter, he generally had a headache because the seals left behind by his enemies were too sturdy and could not be removed even if they wanted to. If there was something sealed, it would be better if they could dismantle it, and if it was something more troublesome instead of what they thought it was, all they had to do was to press the nails back into the coffins, and after that, add another 180 layers of seals to pack it up and send it away. Tugging at the rope in his hand, Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. He was more worried that the thing had been distorted and covered in a layer of chaos, turning into a weapon against them, and order. With the precedent of the Horn of Order, there was no guarantee that other things would be covered in a layer of chaos as well. When that time came, it would not be the Staff of Origin or the Horn of Order, but the Staff of Chaos or the Horn of Chaos. Every time the Chaos Concept body blasted the horn, the Chaos Concept body would praise it, and then use the Staff of Chaos to attack them. He had already said that the things left behind by the heavenly god of Origin, and the others were all used to increase the difficulty of order. Looking at these things, they were almost all used by chaos against order, and those guys were the biggest threat to order. What was that? TCH. Although he knew that they were already in a bad situation, he could not help but say a few words. He was now dealing with this mess while enduring the extra difficulty they had added, and it should not be a problem for him to say a few words. If there was a problem, they could jump out and ask him, and he would be there any time. If it really turned into the power of chaos, as you said, and it's also a sealing power. Brother Lei's expression changed 3 times when he said this. In the end, his expression settled on a more worried expression. Then, there's really a big problem. When the battle became white-hot, it used this power to tie up our general and hang him in the void. Everyone shuddered, with we also getting up from the ground and looking up at Maple. Everyone gulped. Well, it was used to torment him. But if they thought about it carefully, Hui, who was in charge of the overall situation, was suddenly strung up. That would be really bad, and it would be a devastating blow to them. Yun Nuashing pointed at himself speechlessly and rolled his eyes. So this is the only thing that is specifically targeted at me. Maybe, but maybe the other side saw that we were too weak and did not bother to prepare this thing. Suifeng scratched his head and laughed dryly. There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a pig, is there? We're all weak chickens in the eyes of the underworld and them, so there's obviously no need to use this thing against us. But it's more likely to be used against the defenses of the divine realm. It's better to be safe than sorry. Hui muttered as he got up from the ground. Even if the thing the heavenly god of Origins left for them is covered in a layer of annihilation energy and become a chaos creation, its power would be reduced. But as long as it's still effective, it's dangerous, very dangerous. Oh, Maple, do you have a second life? Yun Nuashing glared at him. What do you take me for? Do you want me to perform a show of dying on the spot and then coming back to life? Even the heavenly god of Origins couldn't do that when it was fighting against chaos concept bodies, right? Complete collapse isn't something that can be recovered just like that. Energy life forms are inherently resistant to beatings, and that's why it's troublesome if they're accidentally destroyed. Complete collapse is the rhythm of the path of reincarnation, and there's no way to resurrect. I'm not worried. I'm worried that you'll suddenly be stabbed in the back and be gone. Hui laughed dryly, shrinking his neck. Yun Nuoshing's expression stiffened as he looked troubled. It was really difficult for him to survive. It was not that it was difficult for him to survive a stab in the back or a sneak attack, but the seal was difficult for him to survive. It was as difficult as what he had said in the beginning. Judging from the strength of the seal, the heavenly god of origins had let them use it to suppress chaos concept bodies. If such a level of seal was accidentally placed on him, then he would be gone, really gone, definitely gone, and he would definitely not be able to survive. When he activated rule, order, energy form, and went on a killing spree on the battlefield while attracting 99% of the enemy's attention and hatred, a sign suddenly lit up and forced him to stop. Even if he had only paused for a second, the boundless energy bombardment from all directions would have buried him. Even if he had maintained this form at that time, coupled with the initial light, origin energy, and world core to strengthen his defense to a level equal to Huey's, or even slightly higher for a short period of time, he still could not stand the stimulation of standing still while being focused on by the enemy. He was the one who beat people up, not the one who was responsible for being beaten up. Asking him to stop and be beaten up or something like that, he might as well use origin, chaos to annihilate all the energy that was pouring on him. Hey, Feng, I told you to practice your defense a long time ago. Look at you now. You're having a headache. Hui looked at his troubled face and could not help but lean over and poke his cheek. He said with a smile, Come, there's still time. Practice your defense with me for 2 days. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes at him and tightened the down quilt on his body. He sighed and said, I'm not doing it. I'm only responsible for attacking. It's enough to replace my defense with attacking. Do you think I need to defend when I'm using rule, order, energy form? But isn't there a little accident right now? It's impossible to guard against the enemy when they don't talk about martial ethics. It'll be bad if you're really strung up. Hui spread his hands and sighed. Although I know that you're especially good at fighting and dodging in that form, scatter the enemy's attack together with the enemy's attack so that no attack will land on your body, or something like that. There's still a 1 in a million chance that you'll be strung up. This. Yun Nuoshing's pretty face immediately wrinkled up, sealing him from moving or something. Just thinking about it made his head hurt, so much so that it was about to split open. Suddenly he glanced at Hui, and his mind was filled with good fortune. His thoughts gushed out like a spring. With his hands on his hips, he lightly shouted at him, Can't you just block it for me? This. Huey's face turned pale for a moment, but then he recovered immediately. He thought of his experience for so many years. Wasn't it always Feng who was beating people up in front while he was in front of them to block their attacks? Although most of the time, it was him who carried the shield to chase after Feng, who was charging furiously. And the more irritable Feng was, the harder it was for him to catch up. In the end, those attacks were either blocked by himself or flung off by extreme speed. When he really needed to use his shield, most of the time, he would just stand there and fight with the enemy with all his strength. In short, this answer was not unexpected at all. Okay, it seems like there's no problem. As long as we're not attacked by hundreds of high-level Yuan, sure, for more than a minute, we can drag you away and escape. Yun Nuoshing also nodded. As long as the seal doesn't last for more than 10 seconds, we can get rid of them together with their attacks. Hearing the two of them echoing each other, Sui Feng and the others couldn't help but facepalm. What a pair of guys with a tacit understanding. Taking a beating and hitting people were already so detailed. Then, the shock and crisis brought about by the emergence of the relic of origin seemed to be over. It's not completely over, but there's nothing to talk about for now. Yun Nuoshing turned back and nodded at Sui Feng and the others before pulling the rope twice. It's impossible to analyze a creation of this level. Anyway, let's charge it first and test the seal's maximum power. Don't be so nervous. Even if a relic of origin has offensive capabilities, it wouldn't be ridiculously powerful. It's not worth it for them to add offensive capabilities to the seal. Instead of putting some harmless attacks into the seal, it's better to focus on strengthening the seal's effect. Once they've tied up the target, they can then focus on accumulating a powerful attack to get rid of the chaos concept entity in one go. Why would they need to squeeze their attacks into the seal and occupy some space? It's not worth it if they're just a few milliseconds away from escaping, right? That's true. Sui Feng and the others were at a loss. They had been following little brother Feng around with the origin relic for a long time, and after seeing all kinds of tragic things, they were worried that the god's creations would suddenly go crazy. Although little brother Feng was the one who would suffer the most after going crazy, it was precisely because of this that they were so nervous. They had to deal with a lot of things right now, and without him, everything would have to stop. From a friend's point of view, they also hoped that they wouldn't send him to the spiritual temple for no reason. Although little brother Feng was already used to going through life and death situations and shouting, the observer exploded to the void frontline would cause everyone to express their concern and sigh. This was Sir Feng's daily life, and whatnot. But in the end, it was still inappropriate. Yes, it was best not to have an accident as much as possible. If something really happened, they would have to think of a way to offset the cost. Otherwise, what else could they do? They could only go to the spiritual temple every few days to see how long it would take for that unlucky guy to wake up. Yun Nuoshing put away a large pile of ropes and poured a little origin energy into it to activate it. A colorful light flashed, and the pile of ropes on the ground suddenly shrunk into a 2-meter-long chain with the width of a hand. Its hue was still the same as the shallow layer of the void, and there were many things that looked like runes and marks on its surface. Is this the true form? Brother Lei stepped forward curiously and shook the chain. He frowned slightly and was lost in his memories. This seems to be a creation made with the rule power of that venerable god. That. Which venerable god is it? Who is it? Who is it? Little Shir and Sister Qing. Do you remember them? Yun Nuoshing turned to look at the two girls in white. But this time, little Shir, who seemed to be the most reliable of the second-generation inheritors, was at her wits' end. She looked at Yun Nuoshing and shook her head. It's a god who has little contact with us. We rarely see each other. I only have a faint impression of him. Sui Qing thought for a moment and helped to answer. It seems to be a god who is good at soul. Soul? Yun Nuoshing frowned and lowered his head to look at the chain. Soul, if it was a creation made from the laws of origin of the heavenly god of origin, the domain it targeted should also be the soul. In other words, was it a seal targeted at the soul? This is bad. He had a bad feeling. It was worse than when he fought with the chaos concept entity. He might have to spend some time to study this thing. With the average power of the heavenly god of origins and the others, they were all at the peak of their respective domains in the world of order. After all, they were the origins of order. Unlike the Staff of Origin and the Staff of Creation, which were pure and powerful weapons, this creation that seemed to be used for sealing, although there were other origin energies, mixed in it, the energy that belonged to the soul god was obviously the majority. This was a creation of origin that specifically targeted the soul. It was the first time they had come across such an origin creation that targeted the soul. It was the first time they had encountered such a creation. However, the fact that it was indirectly obtained from them did not make him happy. On the contrary, he now had a headache as if it was going to split open. "Ah, your face is gloomy again." We poked his face. "What are you thinking about now?" "It's still the same question." Yun Nuoshing raised the chain in his hand and said softly, "This is something created by the heavenly god of origins who specializes in souls, and its effect is most likely targeted at the soul. I'm wondering if this is the main reason why it can seal the chaos concept entity. However, I don't know what aspect it uses to seal the chaos concept entity. If it uses annihilation energy or chaos energy to seal the soul directly, I'm afraid that this thing will be extremely effective on me." Huey's face immediately stiffened. He still remembered that Maple had two types of annihilation energy on him. The existence of these two types of energy always made him feel as if Maple would be summoned by the chaos concept entity in the next second. Maple would then declare, "I'm willing to join the chaos void," and in the next second grab the nether void sword and slap him into nothingness. This thing is so troublesome. I can't be that unlucky, right? However, if them put a layer of chaos energy on it, and it works on the origin energy instead. Yun Nuoshing thought of another possibility, and her pretty face immediately twitched. "Hui," and the others laughed dryly. "Wouldn't that be even more serious?" This is probably a super multiplier. A body of 147 types of origin energy. If this ring of seal were to smash down, he would probably lose his ability to fight on the spot, and they would have to abandon their armor and flee with him. Well, regardless, it's troublesome. Order would work on order as well, but it's not as effective against chaos as it is against chaos. It would be best if it could still maintain the state of order, but I just have two types of annihilation energy. I don't have the rules of chaos order on me, and the impact would not be as great as it directly affects origin energy and origin rules. Clenching the chain in her hand, Yun Nuoshing sighed and threw it into the sea of energy below. She watched as it splashed with a splash and was dragged down by the sea of energy and sighed. Let it recharge first. Regardless, this thing has appeared before us, and it's time to consider that aspect. Yes, this is a huge flaw in my path, and it's time to talk about defense. Everyone inhaled, their faces filled with shock and astonishment. She was actually thinking about defense. Shouldn't she be arming the entire Void frontline with the power of the God of Destruction, and then lead the charge, annihilating everything along the way, and exploding endless energy fireworks in the Void, with origin, chaos? She was actually thinking about defense in the Void frontline. Hui retreated and leapt before Suifeng and the others, raising the Guardian's shield. "Who goes there? Why are you occupying Maple's body? Come out and fight me." Yun Nuoshing's blood pressure instantly rose, and she swung her hands to draw the nether void sword and the rhythm of light. Come, don't run if you have the guts to fight me." Suifeng and the others watched as a certain guardian ran away like the wind, and they did not know whether to laugh or cry. The two of them were really familiar with bickering. By the time we came back, Yun Nuoshing had already put away her two swords. She rolled her eyes at him and began to explain, "Didn't I see that the heavenly god of origin, who specializes in the soul, had created something that is very threatening to me? Now, I have to think about the matter of defense. Although it may be useless to think about defense when facing those things, but when we are charging at full force, the method that the underworld uses to restrict us, it's better to reduce it as much as possible. Besides, this isn't just a battlefield for me alone. I have to lead all the warriors of order to charge at the front line. I have to consider the attack of the other warriors. No, the problem of defense." Everyone thought, this guy really does have the heart to charge and attack. Defense, and whatnot are just topics he casually brought up. Hearing him talk about offense subconsciously, it was obvious, as expected of him. Swayphone coughed dryly and skipped over the part about Maple's slip of the tongue. When it comes to defense, well, the current defensive measures are more or less enough. The main source of defense for the Realm of Order is the Temple of Origins and the complementary Realm of Order. When the time comes and the Fortress of Origins is added, the defensive level of the Realm of Order would be raised to another level. But whether it can withstand the test of a high-tier premier, that would require personal experimentation. Apart from that, well, soul defense is also very important, but I'm not talking about that thing. That thing. By the way, Brother Maple, how big is the range of this thing? Yin Nuoshin glanced at the sea of energy. It's only effective against a single target. In theory, it's used against the chaos concept entity, and it's basically impossible to seal a group at once. Oh, that's true. Then we'll ignore that thing. Swayphone nodded and waved his hand. We don't have to be wary of the origin relic left behind by the honored gods. What we need to be wary of is, it's a large-scale defense, and we still need to be wary of the chaos conceptual entity. Brother Maple, although you've just activated the world core of the continent of origins and gained an unstable concept class barrier, it's not enough to protect the entire Void frontline. Apart from using the barrier to neutralize concept class powers, you also have to defend against souls. A large-scale defense is good, but apart from that, you might have to prepare individual soul defenses. After all, everyone's situations are different, and a group barrier alone isn't enough. We grimaced at that. Is it that troublesome to deal with the chaos concept entity? Troublesome? No, it's life-threatening. Brother Lay pinched his own face with a pained expression. Even with the net of order and origin set up by the gods to defend against the chaos concept forms back in our era, it could not withstand more than 50% of the chaos concept forms. And I'm referring to the defensive effect. We were basically luring the wolf into the house, forcing them into the real world, and depriving them of a small portion of their abilities that might be insignificant before fighting each other. But even under such circumstances, once they spread their chaos domain, Hui purposely paused, as if he was recalling something. Looking at the slightly ugly faces of the four, Hui knew that this was definitely the most fatal problem. Large area of effect, domain, and soul defense. These things could only be described as fatal when put together. After waiting for a while, Brother Lay's answer was as he expected. When the chaos domain unfolds, if Her Eminence is not present, the net of order and origin that covers the entire void of order can only resist less than half of the chaos corruption. The remaining half is enough to make everyone, from the peak of primeval to the beginner primeval, who are affected by the chaos domain, fall into a state of chaos and losing control of themselves for a long time. We said. If one is soaked in the chaos domain for too long, the collapse of the soul would be a minor issue. If a being of order could not hold on, order would be distorted and become a chaos spawn, not a chaos soldier, but a type of spawn that is entangled and controlled by chaos energy and chaos rules. The power of order and chaos would be entangled for a short period of time, and the energy would become violent. It is not particularly difficult to deal with, just a slightly strengthened and violent version of the Chaos Soldier. However, it came from our base, and it suddenly appeared when all of us were under the extremely powerful suppression effect of the Chaos Domain. Generally, when the Chaos Domain spreads, only offensive creations like your energy towers could cooperate to attack the Chaos Concept entity or guard the Realm of Order. Even so, they could not hold on for too long. If the Chaos Concept entity is not pulled out of the Chaos Domain, there is no way to end the domain, and they would continue until the entire node collapses. Yun Nuoxing's eyes twitched. What do you mean by pull out? Sui Feng looked at him and said, when the concept form of chaos performs the domain of chaos, it will expose itself as the core. When the time comes, the soldiers of chaos, the derivatives of chaos, and the constructs of chaos will charge out of every part of the domain. They will no longer be a disciplined army, as you know, but a bunch of, just like the abyssal death mist right now. They are brainless things that only know how to attack crazily. Under normal circumstances, when the chaos concept entity uses the chaos domain without Her Eminence's protection, that node would basically be considered to be gone. So far, the only place that had an accident was where Brother AI and the others were guarding, but they had to pay the price of a quarter of the power of order to break the chaos domain. Sui Feng squeezed out the last few words with difficulty. Yun Nuoxing stroked the feathers on his head and said calmly, "Come, look at me. Tell me the truth. Don't try to scare me." All right, it's suppressing the chaos domain of the chaos concept entity. It's definitely not destroying the chaos domain. It seems like it's using order energy and origin energy to give... I don't know what it's doing, but it took a long time to force the chaos concept entity to withdraw the chaos domain. Sui Feng covered his face with a bitter smile. You can think of it as sacrificing a quarter of the power of the defensive line in exchange for the closure of the chaos domain. Actively closing and breaking a domain are two different things, and only Her Eminence could guarantee that they would be able to break the chaos domain. The others would be fine as long as they do not cause trouble. The domain of chaos is the most difficult to deal with. From the moment they used the domain of chaos, the entire node entered its most dangerous state. From the time we were thrown in and wrapped up from what we knew at that time, none of the nodes could last more than 20 minutes in the domain of chaos. However, Big Brother AI and the others repelled the domain of chaos. Why do I feel that it's impossible to defend against it? Hui wiped his forehead that was drenched in cold sweat and gulped. Even with the help of the concept class barrier and all existing defenses, we still can't hold it off. We can't stop it. That kind of corruption is penetrative. Even if we hide behind the barrier, we can't completely negate the effects of chaos corruption. Let me put it this way. It's equivalent to dragging our current void into the most dangerous part of the void of chaos. Together with the environmental laws of the entire void of chaos, it will wipe out all beings of order within. Sui Feng gasped and said, "That's like dragging the entire chaos void and smashing it on our heads. We really can't hold it off." Even if the gods were present, all of us would have to give up on attacking and focus on defense to almost negate the effects of the chaos domain. It's only when the gods are present that the chaos erosion could not transform beings of order. We have to wait for the gods to break the chaos domain before we can resume our attacks. However, the damage caused by the chaos erosion may take some time to recover. It's a long time for war, and before we fully recover, we may only be able to unleash 80 or 90% of our original power. We can't unleash powerful attacks that we can only unleash when we're in peak condition. So, with our current defensive measures, if the underworld really brings out a chaos concept body, it's over, it's all over. Hui and Yun Nuoxing didn't doubt the information brought by Sui Feng and the others. Because of this, both of them were sweating profusely. Fortunately, they encountered the soul chains, which reminded them that they still had to deal with the defense. If they started charging with thousands of swords without a single shield, they would be stopped by the entire army before they could even take 2 steps forward. Then, they would be pinned down in the void and beaten up. But even if they knew, how should they deal with the damned chaos domain? Chapter 1921. The chaos domain. Though he had encountered chaos concept bodies a couple of times, he had never truly witnessed its power. According to Suifeng and the others, the chaos domain was equivalent to the chaos concept body's complete release of power and could not be used unless the chaos concept body's true form was present. Therefore, of all the chaos concept bodies he encountered, only the one sealed by AI Hangyun could use the chaos domain. However, it was still sealed and could not fully recover, which was why it could not use the chaos domain. If it really did use the chaos domain on him, then, well, he would probably be thrown into the spiritual temple. It was no wonder that the void of order would be finished if a chaos concept body were to appear when the heavenly gods of origin were not around. All it needed to do was to stand in the void and use the chaos domain, and the void of order would be finished in a matter of minutes. Given the current state of the void of order, none of them would be able to escape. It was fortunate that they had suddenly brought up the matter of defense. It seemed that it was time to start preparations for that. The origin creation that he had just touched that could be used to seal souls was a good material, and after testing it on himself, it was about time to take it down and see how it was doing. Wait, could it be put back together after being dismantled? Since it was recorded in the heart of the world, it should be possible, right? If not, he could not dismantle it and would have to find another way to work on it. What a headache. Well, though he had to start working on defense, there were other things on hand that he had yet to finish. The level 1 energy tower, the staff of origins, the staff of creation, the energy source, the sea of energy, and the source law. He still had to find time to meditate in the source environment and figure out his own situation. Everything would take a lot of time. Wait, why did he feel that the number of things he had to do did not decrease even after hundreds of years? Or, rather, it seemed to be increasing? What the hell? Could he not fight this battle? Too busy. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't handle it alone. But thinking about it carefully, his job was to attack, charge, and beat up the opponent. The defense should be left to the defense expert. There was no need for him to do it alone. He suddenly looked at Hui. No, but Feng. While I'm happy to help with the construction of defenses, we don't have origin energy, and I'm completely confused about what you guys are doing. What I'm doing is, at most, pushing conventional defenses to the limit, but I can only deal with a portion of the defense against chaos concept bodies, origin energy, and annihilation energy. If the defenses of the void front lines were arranged according to my situation, there would definitely be a basic increase in defenses. There's no doubt about it, but once we meet a special threat like the chaos concept bodies, I don't think the effects would be that good. Overall, it feels a little strenuous and unrewarding. Hui knew what Maple was going to say when he turned to look at him. He smiled bitterly, shaking his head and waving his hand. No, it really won't work. Yun Nuoshing's pretty face scrunched up like a walnut, and she pointed at herself. You can't expect me to do both offense and defense, can you? Hui gulped. Theoretically speaking, you're the only one here who can deal with that standard of defense. I'm just not going to be of any use. I can only help from the side. But I can arrange for a personal soul defense. Unless you want to add origin energy, origin law, or something like that to this defense, I can still be of help. We saw Maple exhaling a mouthful of immortal chi and looked a little haggard. He quickly waved his hand and said, Will the normal soul defense work? He turned to Suifeng and the others and said, Will the normal soul defense work? In terms of personal defense. Actually, it's best to touch a little bit of origin energy or origin principles to assist in defense. But I don't think it can be helped. There are less than 20% of Order warriors in the front line who can touch origin energy and origin principles, and most of them are from the front line, because the front line needs people to guard it, and because of the fierce battle in the past 5 eras, everyone doesn't have much time to go to the front line to get used to the weak origin energy and origin principles. Brother Lei suddenly paused as he pinched his chin and thought for a while. No, I forgot a more important condition. Since the number of Yuanshi in the void front line is increasing, they can also use a faster way to get used to the weak origin energy and origin principles. It seems like we can do what we wanted to do back then now. What do you mean by back then? Hui scratched his head, looking puzzled. It's what we did back then when we arranged origin energy and origin principles in the front line. It's what you guys always talk about, the job of a guide. Brother Lei shrugged. It's just that there weren't many Yuanshi in the front line before, so we couldn't use a more radical method. Now that there are more Yuanshi in the front line, whether it's beginner or intermediate, they can all receive this baptism. It's the lowest standard of baptism, and also the highest degree of baptism that a Yuanshi who has just come into contact with origin energy can withstand. Leave this to us. It's time to do some proper work as a guide. Brother Lei rubbed his fists and stretched his palms, revealing a row of white teeth as he smiled at Maple, and Hui pointed at himself blankly. Then I'm useless? Or do I have to leave the defense to Maple? Since he had already come into contact with origin energy and origin law, wouldn't all the normal defenses he had set up be useless? No one would voluntarily choose a lower-level condition when faced with a higher-level condition. Rounding up, he could only slack off. Seeing their helpless expressions, Brother Lei quickly added, "No, it's still useful. This isn't to turn everyone into the level of having origin energy. This can only be done by the honorable gods themselves. It's just like the situation 5 eras ago. It's just to let everyone use origin energy and origin law to strengthen themselves. It's to turn what should be a regular version of themselves into a higher-level version of themselves. Therefore, Hui Jun, the problem of everyone's soul defense doesn't conflict with what we want to do. You can see it as everyone receiving the blessings of the honorable gods. Even the things you use are also blessed." Sui Feng saw Maple, and Hui Jun let out a sigh of relief and began to quickly assign tasks. Suddenly, he coughed lightly and added, "But there's actually a small problem." "Trouble again?" Yun Nuoxing's pretty face immediately twitched. "Oh, it's not trouble." No, it's more like trouble. Listen to me first before you decide whether it's trouble or not." Sui Feng laughed dryly and put on a serious face. "This origin baptism will only face Yuanshi cultivators. Perhaps we can find some who have good compatibility with origin energy and origin principles." Hui Jun immediately understood. After so many years, the line of inheritors is finally going to have an increase in members. If there are, they can indeed be counted as inheritors. They can officially start to come into contact with origin energy and origin principles and begin to transform their own energy. Sui Feng nodded. "But if it's up to us to guide them, I think they can only be counted as third-generation inheritors." Yun Nuoxing immediately pointed at herself. "Don't tell me you want me to, no. Little brother Feng, with your help, you can only guide him to the level of a third-generation inheritor. This is just a starting platform. Only Her Eminence and the others can pull him to the level of a second-generation inheritor in one go. Moreover, the person being guided must have an extremely good compatibility with origin energy and origin laws. These are 2 factors. If we do it, even if the compatibility is extremely good, to the point where he can be directly considered a second-generation inheritor, we can only pull him to the level of a third-generation inheritor. It's just that the starting point given to him is relatively low, so there will be some impact. However, the nature of the matter will not be covered up. His compatibility and affinity with origin energy and origin laws will not change because of this small issue. To put it simply, the problem of bestowing is the problem of the giver. This is one factor, and the person who receives it is another factor. But in general, the factor of oneself is definitely more important. What should be done is done. Even if one walks slower in the beginning, one can still catch up. Hui-jun thought for a while and pointed at Maple. Maple hasn't been formally guided. Is he also a second-generation inheritor? This is a very difficult question to answer. Sui Feng and Brother Lei's foreheads were covered in sweat, and their faces were troubled. As mentioned before, the first, second, and third-generation inheritors are not fixed. As long as everything goes well, they can all become first-generation inheritors, just like Brother AI and the others, except for two of them who were destined to be first-generation inheritors from the beginning. The rest were all second-generation inheritors. The basis of this judgment is the compatibility with origin energy and origin principles. After crossing the starting point, it depends on the degree of conversion of origin energy. Those who are more compatible have better compatibility and have better adaptability to origin energy. This is also the basic standard for dividing the 3 generations of inheritors. It's just the starting point. Brother Lei tilted his head as he spoke. But this is just a way of saying it. Hui-jun took a deep breath. Here it comes. He was already used to the discrepancy between the saying and the actual situation. He immediately asked, "So, is it because of your goddess's judgment and the reason?" "It's not like that. The main reason is..." Brother Lei covered his face and thought for a while before answering tactfully. "There are few changes in the number of first-generation inheritors." Hui-jun's face was blank as he could not help but look into the distance. Although the standard was set there was nothing he could do if he did not reach it. Although the first-generation, second-generation inheritors were not directly fixed there, and that was just a starting standard, it was not that easy to figure out a change. He could more or less think about the problem of the compatibility between the origin energy and the origin rules. Although this thing would change after a long time of contact, if there was no change in one's own essence, the change in compatibility would not be very obvious. In that case, it might have something to do with the switch between the 2 eras. It was very likely that after the end of the chaos era, the adaptability of the new life of order to the origin had decreased. As for the matter of changing one's nature, changing one's life form was one way, and changing one's origin structure was another. Both of these were the most basic methods, but when it came to the origin, nobody dared to act recklessly. Who knew what they would become with a poke of their finger? Nobody dared to act recklessly if they weren't confident. And if they didn't use these basic methods and only relied on a long period of time to get used to it, it might take a very long time, and they might soon reach the end and stop advancing. After all, this was origin energy and laws, not ordinary things. The requirements would definitely be especially high. It would be abnormal if it was low. Also, the so-called compatibility problem was probably related to the difficulty of the transformation and mastery of the origin energy. It was no wonder that the second-generation and first-generation inheritors were so far apart. Other than the issue of time, this must be one of the reasons. I suddenly feel that it's not that easy for the gods of origin to find an inheritor and promote some people. Hui-jun turned his head and sighed, and immediately went back to the original topic. So, is Maple the first-generation or second-generation inheritor? He can't be the third generation, right? This is really a difficult question to answer. Brother Lei showed a troubled expression again, and smiled bitterly as he poked his head. Based on Brother Maple's situation, he can be considered a first-generation inheritor, but a first-generation inheritor is not as ridiculous as him. If it were not for the restriction of the conditions, we would have thought of him as the gods of origin. Cough, cough. Hui-jun immediately understood. Maple's conditions were too confusing, and it was difficult for them to judge. The only one who could judge was probably the gods of origin themselves. They didn't say anything like that, so they didn't have a clear judgment. But if you want me to judge, let me talk about the situation when I talk to them face to face. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and responded, but thinking about the short period of time she spent with them, she frowned. She only felt that it was very vague, and there was no clear position in her identity. Their actions didn't seem like they treated me as a student or an inheritor. Brother Lei clapped his hands and spread them out. Well, as I said, Brother Maple can't be considered as a first-generation inheritor. He is the executor of the gods. It is a special position. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while, and then rubbed her hair in distress. I'm not sure what I am to them. It's a bit like the chaos conceptual entity. When they saw that I was full of nonsense, like interesting, delightful, and not bad, I think they should be the same. Maybe it's not too accurate, but it's more or less the same. Maybe to them, I'm also a rare and interesting thing, so they kept paying attention. Well, I don't think that's the case. Forget it. Why should I care so much? I don't know how to differentiate human relationships, and it's a headache to deal with this. Let them be as they like. I can't tell. As long as they don't ask me to do something that is obviously wrong, I won't care about it. Did they say anything special? If not, what about the tone of their conversation? Huiti asked. Tone? Yun Nuoxing thought about all the things they had said and frowned. If one were to talk about the tone, there seemed to be a few types: helplessness, distress, surprise, entrustment, and occasionally a little concern. There seemed to be more of them being entrusted and distressed. Hearing this, Hui made an O sound and reached out his hand towards Maple's. He couldn't pat it because of the down quilt, so he reached out and poked his face. You should prepare to move to the land of origin in the future. Why? Yun Nuoxing asked. No reason, that's what I mean. Okay, next topic. What's the topic? Wait, what were we talking about? Why did we stray so far? It's not that far. It's just a small extension. Sui Feng rubbed his forehead in distress. Aren't we talking about the possible inheritors? The level of bestowment is a little low for those who might become second-generation inheritors like us. The early stage will be much slower and waste a lot of time. TSK, what can we do about it? Why don't you give us a solution? Just guide them to the level they should go to or something. The four of them shook their heads at the same time. Huiti shrugged. See, we can't do anything about it. If we can't do anything about it, then we can't do anything about it. We just have to do what we can do now. As for the early stage, it's fine if we slow down a little. Let them catch up on their own. Anyway, I don't think there will be many second-generation inheritors in the front line of the void. Sui Feng scratched his head and thought for a while. That might be the case. Back in the day, back in their time, the first, second, and third-generation inheritors, the third-generation inheritors were actually a lot, so much so that a single spit from one of them could drown 100 of the first and second-generation inheritors. Those were the disciples that Her Eminence had cast a wide net. Well, a large number of disciples, it was just a lot. Privately, Her Eminence had heard the Her Eminence talk about this topic before. The third-generation inheritors were actually the lowest level of contact with the origin energy and the origin law. Based on the Her Eminence's experience in the Chaos era, they were not considered proper inheritors. The third-generation inheritors were what they called themselves in the world of order. Generally speaking, the Her Eminence was used to calling them their own disciples, although it seemed that they were prejudiced against the third-generation inheritors. That was not the case. The gods had always treated their own disciples equally. To put it simply, Those who had not reached the second-generation inheritor were not considered proper inheritors. It couldn't be helped. There were too many of them, and they had to worry about the trivial matters at the top. They couldn't possibly pay attention to the hundreds of millions of students one by one. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do anything other than stare at others. Furthermore, those who could become the students of the Venerables were all high-level life forms. They weren't young anymore, and they were all mature life forms of order. They couldn't possibly be stared at every day before they could do anything, so they might as well not be the third-generation inheritors. Well, they weren't worthy. If they didn't find a way to break through on their own, they wouldn't be able to become a proper inheritor. Not all of them were second-generation inheritors, and some of them had climbed up from the third-generation inheritors. Speaking of which, it was actually quite interesting. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them came from different parts of the void, from the upper, middle, and lower planes. Some of them were even located in remote corners of the void. Even though those places were so remote that it would make one's hair stand on end, as long as they really became second-generation heirs, the gods would definitely be able to fly over whenever they had the time to catch them. Well, catching them? All right, that might not be that outrageous, but flying over was indeed true. As the seniors of the second-generation heirs, they could always see the gods suddenly rushing out, leaving behind a sentence like, I saw a little fellow climbing up, let's hurry over and take a look. As for the reason why they spread out the net, other than really looking for heirs, it was naturally so that the beings of order would have some ability to protect themselves in the face of the power of chaos that was coming at them. Did they not want it? If they did not want it, then so be it. This was something that no one had ever forced them to do. It was just that if one day chaos came knocking on their door, they would not point their middle finger at the sky and say, "The heavens have let me down." That would be like eating too much and having too much time on their hands. The first and second generation of heirs would be seen as an honor or fortune by countless people back in their generation. But after coming to this generation and meeting little brother Maple, they finally realized that bullshit. That was a trial, a living trial. Just like little brother Maple's famous words, not all the things that the gods send down are blessings. Most of them might be disasters. That was more or less the case. Actually, that was the extent of the trial. They had already seen it clearly, but, well, there was nothing to complain about. Standing at the top of order and standing beside the venerated gods was a huge test in itself. It was a test that did not allow for any mistakes. Back in the day, they already had this kind of awareness. It was just that they did not see it clearly. Awareness and being able to see the situation clearly were two different things. Just like today, as the final heirs of the venerated gods, they actually had to hold up the banner and act as guides. That was how it should be. But with little brother Maple as the representative, all they had to do was support him from the side. Yep, little brother Maple had taken away a large portion of the pressure that should have been theirs. It had been hard on him. Why are you guys spacing out as well? Hui looked at Sui Feng and the others speechlessly and quickly waved his hand. Come back to your senses. Don't look like you're reminiscing about the past. Sui Feng and the others were startled for a moment before snapping out of their daze. Sui Feng laughed dryly. I'm really reminiscing about the past. I'm thinking about the time when I just became the heirs. I kind of miss it. It's not that I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just reminiscing about the past. I want to see how the gods dealt with the heirs. It's just that I'm getting a headache just thinking about it. There's no need to respond to this matter as they did. Even if you are the heirs, your actions and knowledge are far different from theirs. You won't be able to do the same thing. Yun Nuoshing crossed his arms and squeezed a tuft of feathers to cover half of his face. He stared at the surging sea of energy below and said flatly, "That's true, but we really don't know how to deal with this. We're just learning from the gods. It's our first time being a guide, so we're a little nervous because we don't have much experience." Sui Feng pulled his hair back and forth. "Why don't we just think of it as taking in a disciple, or like them, taking in batches of students?" Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at them. "It should be more or less the same." Sui Feng and the others looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Their own disciples or students? Why did the gods' admonition come to mind when they thought about it? Children of the same caliber should not go out and mislead others. As long as you don't mislead others, you can do whatever you want. So, what did not mislead others and do whatever you want mean? No, your brain is a mess. Sui Feng shook his head and quickly looked at Feng. "Feng, how do you teach your students?" Yun Nuoshing paused for a moment, but his brain was faster than his mouth. "I've never taught anyone. I don't have any students or disciples. I don't know." Don't you have one?" We looked at him in surprise. "Didn't you teach CU?" Although in the end, as I was teaching her, she seemed to have. "Don't say that. That girl is not my student or disciple. I'm not a teacher. Thank you." Yun Nuoshing turned and rolled his eyes at him. "What kind of disciple do you think I can teach? No, I should say, do you think I can find a disciple who has the same affinity as me?" Everyone thought about how he looked when he was fighting. Indeed, this was a very serious question. It was hard to say whether or not there was anyone in the entire void who was similar to him. Blue Phoenix and CU had been by his side for many years, so even if they were influenced by him, the most they could do was raise their combat strength, temper, and decisiveness by a few levels, but they still weren't at his level. As for the others, forget it. There was no one else in the void who could withstand the origin energy at the same time as the god of destruction. There was only one person in the lineage of the god of destruction after more than 300 eras, and one of the observers was probably at the same level. Yun Nuoshing sighed and spread out his hands. "If you really want to talk about CU, I really haven't taught her anything. I only brought her by my side and let her see the things that are related to me and the things that I have seen together with her. Other than throwing some things to her at the beginning, I haven't done anything that can be considered as teaching her. Not even a little bit. From the beginning to the end, the path that she has taken has changed according to her own wishes. Other than encountering an unexpected situation like me, which changed her path once, I haven't interfered with her at all." "Oh, that's it." Sui Feng clapped his hands and said excitedly, "Our guide. This is what a guide should do. It's not to force people to take a path, but to lead them on their own path and witness everything for themselves. Brother AI told us. I remember now. Let's do this. I have a clue." Brother Lei waved his hand. "Let's go. Let's get to work while we still remember." Hui patted the dumbfounded Maple on the shoulder. "The natural guide, the agent of origin, you're the one I'm talking about." Yun Nuoshing was speechless. Chapter 1922. What a guide should do. A guide. To say that he was a guide, or something like that. Did that count? That didn't seem to be the case. But looking back at what he had done in the past, whether it was during the Dark Age or the 139th era, what he had done was more or less lead. Guide. Yes, just like what he had said. He was only guiding others forward. The pace and rhythm of the advancement weren't all set by him. Basically, it was up to everyone to make their own judgments and think about their own methods and needs. As for him, he was just leading the way in front. If he couldn't break through, he would just lend a hand from the side. In fact, it was not wrong to say that he found it troublesome. After all, Interfering in other people's affairs was a big trouble in itself. It was like finding trouble for himself for no reason. He really did not know why so many people were so keen on interfering in other people's affairs. They even enjoyed it and did not get tired of it. After all, they would turn around and walk away as if nothing had happened. Perhaps it was because they were chattering and did not intend to take responsibility at all. He was still quite responsible. If he really chose to interfere, he would interfere to the end. The whole process was equivalent to him messing around with other people's troubles while he was messing around with his own troubles. This was not very good and did not take much effort. Moreover, these things were not necessary in the first place. The path that others chose for others could be said to be a guide from the very beginning. It could be said that he was giving partial guidance when others were still confused. However, if he kept leading them along, wouldn't it be that he had chosen the path for others? It was not up to him to decide whether this path was the most suitable for others. It was up to the person being guided to decide whether this path was the most suitable for others. In summary, his intervention was only to the extent of guidance. It was a beginner's tutorial. After the beginner's tutorial, he would continue to open up the path in front. If the person behind was willing to follow him and explore their own path, then they could follow him. If not, then they had their own plans. It was not a big deal. If he met those muddle-headed people who could not find their own path from the beginning to the end, what else could he do? In short, he would just lead them along. There was still a long way to go. One day, those muddle-headed people would wake up, unless they pretended to be asleep and could not be woken up. After all, those who pretended to be asleep could never be woken up. This was actually quite fun. He guided everyone to move forward without excessive interference, and he would not strangle the possibility of other people's own existence. Although he did not have a particularly strong sense of achievement, he was still somewhat happy and gratified. Later, when everyone came to the front and could walk side by side, the road ahead would not be so boring. It would be very boring if one always walked alone on the long road. In addition, he was an unlucky person who would get into trouble every few days. Every few days, a disaster would befall him. Finding 2 people to look after his coffin, sweep the dust, and put incense on it. This kind of small thing could not be considered a restriction and restraint, right? It was not too much, was it? Well, the original intention was just to guide people. The coffin lid was something that he had just thought of, and it just popped out and took root. So, he just mentioned it in passing. Although, according to reality, his coffin lid might have been lifted many times, lost and damaged over a long period of time, and it looked like he could not rest in peace after his death. So, he did not even have to clean up the ashes and light incense after that. Guide? Speaking of which, Qing Huang and Siyu were both mid-level yuanshi. His guidance to them had ended many years ago. Among all the difficult things he had done, only this part could make him feel a little relieved. When he was busy with other things, it was just pure busyness. When he was done, he would feel a sense of relief. His body would feel numb. It had nothing to do with any sense of accomplishment. Moreover, the relief was not to the extent that he could completely free himself from the burden. Looking down at the sea of energy below, Yun Nuoxing was still holding her arms and squeezing a bunch of feathers. Hui and Sui Feng had found their own things to do and did not have time to keep an eye on her for the time being. He just did not know why this girl was still clinging to him. She was still clinging to him in the serious atmosphere of the conversation just now. If it were not for the fact that he was too tense and did not have time to be embarrassed and that they were acquaintances, he would have jumped into the sea of energy. Although this girl had been cooped up in the spiritual world for too long, he thought that he should drag her out for a walk. However, he did not expect that he would drag her out in such a situation. "Girl, why are you still pestering me here?" Yun Nuoxing reached out and groped around for a while. He accurately found the head of the little angel in a pile of feathers. He reached out and pressed it. "Are you sleepy?" The little angel moved her wings slightly without opening her eyes. She rubbed against his neck and moved her head forward. She whispered in his ear, "Your body is comfortable. I don't want to move." Well, he had almost evolved from a doll to a bed. Although he was more or less used to being hugged, clung, raised, and supported by all kinds of strange things, he did not resist. It was just that this girl had a lot of feathers. They were tightly wrapped around his body. It was a little hot. Forget it, he did not care about her. She could cling to him as much as she wanted. It did not affect him. He had indeed neglected this girl for a while. It was good that he took some time to accompany her. Although the quilt was a little warm, it was quite comfortable to drape over his body. All right, he convinced himself. He did not know if Hui and Suifeng had forgotten another equally important condition. The chaos domain could not be defended all the time. Strengthening the defense was just to allow the Order warriors to hold on for a longer time in the domain. However, using the defense to extend the time needed to deal with another equally important matter, breaking the chaos domain. As long as the chaos domain did not collapse, they still could not escape the fate of total annihilation. Strengthening the defense to extend the time could not be delayed forever. It was impossible to pray that the chaos domain could be delayed until the chaos concept entity was exhausted. He believed that the chaos concept entity could expand the domain until the entire void collapsed if they wanted to. It's just that to break the chaos domain of the chaos concept entity, he muttered to himself with a troubled expression. It was a very difficult task. The only ones in the void of order who could break the chaos domain and not end it were the heavenly god of origin and the others. Only they could break the chaos domain. With their current situation, they didn't really need to break open the chaos domain. It was possible to close the chaos domain, but Seiji didn't know how AI Hongyun and the others had done it. AI Hongyun had sacrificed a quarter of his order power in exchange for the chaos domain to be closed. Seiji didn't even need to think about it to know how tragic the entire process had been. If it was possible, Seiji still hoped that they wouldn't take this path. However, there weren't many choices available to them right now, so they could only observe this path for now. They would continue to observe the situation and see what the outcome would be. If there was no other way, they would definitely take this path to reduce the loss of order power as much as possible. Speaking of which, Seiji didn't even know how AI Hongyun and the others had done it. In his personal opinion, it would be more straightforward to break the chaos domain and more in line with his own way of doing things. However, while the idea was good, it was not that simple to do it. Breaking the chaos domain meant that they could almost face the chaos concept entity head-on, which was not too realistic. What should he do? This was a complete knowledge blind spot, and a super dangerous one at that. Still, it was his problem in the end. For the time being, they could not find an existence that could face the chaos concept entity head-on. He could withstand 196 types of origin energy and 2 types of annihilation energy, and could hold on for a longer time against the chaos concept entity in both theory and reality. Only his attacks, which were similar to the Staff of Creation, could hurt the chaos concept entity head-on. In theory, that was the case. He had thought about how to deal with such an extreme situation, and all the trump cards he had prepared were to deal with such an extreme situation. However, it was still not enough. Right now, this level was not enough. There was no way to reach that level. He needed more power, he needed to pay a higher price, and he needed to go one step further. Looking down at his outstretched palm and the mark of origin on his arm, he let out a long sigh in his heart. There was actually some hesitation. There should not have been any hesitation in this matter from the start. He should have pressed forward from the start. That was what he had said himself. Hesitation was not for himself. The reason he was worried was not related to himself, but to the front line of the void. Just like what she had told him before, indiscriminate attacks would always push his own people into the void. That was the source of his hesitation. It was obviously inappropriate for him to constantly release attacks that would push his own people into the void. Even when he was clearing the field, everyone had to slightly increase the defensive power of the realm of order so that they would not accidentally die. That was very wrong. At this time, he had only swept everyone into the void, and if he wanted to go further, the situation would be completely out of control. But now, he had to continue moving forward. In addition to the many matters at the front lines, he also had to start dealing with the problems related to himself. But before he took this step, he had to deal with the problem of identifying energy and order. The concept creation that he and we had made together had a small part of the incomplete source law and his energy aura in it. It was said that it could avoid being affected by his attacks, but he had to make sure that there would be no problems with it. So he had to bring Hui over and beat him up to test the waters. It sounded a little cruel, but he had to do it himself. If he wanted to do it, he had to find someone who could at least withstand his attacks, and there would not be a more suitable candidate than Hui at the front lines of the void. Hui was probably looking for little Qingzi to talk about the front line defense. Let's wait for a while. Before the end of this period, he had to deal with the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origin in front of him, as well as the Level 1 Energy Tower. But before that, he had to put down the down quilt that was wrapped around him. Girl, I'm going to get down to business. If you want to sleep, go back to the soul world and sleep. Little angel, snore, yin nuashing. No, I can't wake her up now. This girl is holding down my soul, and I can't force her back into the soul world either. Then, I'll have to work here with a quilt over me. There's no problem. There didn't seem to be any problems. Her appearance was just a little weird. Anyway, he was probably the only one here for a while. He didn't care. That's right, he didn't care. He just had to be careful not to cause any trouble that would affect this little girl. It would be bad if he accidentally caused a disturbance in the origin energy and origin rules when he was playing with the Staff of Origin and Staff of Creation. He should be able to handle it, but this little girl, could this be the main reason why she deliberately hung herself here? Based on his understanding of her, yes, this was completely possible. This girl was hanging herself here as a safety lock to prevent him from messing around when no one was looking after him. Well, although he knew that she was kindly installing a brake on his brain to prevent him from going berserk, and when he went berserk, he was usually fine when everyone went out, but when he came back, he saw one or a bunch of finished products on the ground, as well as a ball of light rolling around on the ground. However, he wasn't used to not being able to do things freely. His hands were clumsy, and it was a little difficult to deal with something that was difficult to deal with. And he didn't have a clue on how to start. The storm in the observer space was still spinning. The storm caused by the repair of the Fort of Origin covered the entire observer space, and at the core of the storm was a shining cross-shaped star. The light of the source energy in the star, coupled with the scene of the Fort of Origin collapsing, made him feel like he was seeing a corner of the war in the mythological era. It was strange. He didn't witness that war with his own eyes, but he had this inexplicable feeling. Phew, breathing a sigh of relief and putting aside the unnecessary thoughts in his mind, he took out the core of the new generation of the second-level energy tower and waved his hand to shatter it in front of him. He removed all the previous secondary strengthening and shells, leaving only the core structure. His eyes that contained the light of the source energy looked at the core structure of the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origin and whispered in his heart the foundation that establishes the last level of the fundamental power. and the foundation that resists that dream. It is the most important layer if we can exceed expectations. No, we must exceed expectations. After putting in so much effort, we can only get ordinary results. No, this is not the time to retreat. A pair of soft little hands pressed on his chest, and the soft whisper of the little angel rang in his ears. We can do it. We can reach that place if we do our best. Reaching out to press the head of the girl, who was obviously pretending to be asleep, Yin Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief. We can only try our best. Defense, 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 defense. In the void front line, a node that had not fought for many years had been transformed. Qing Jun had just run back from another node when the deputy commander's words directly hit him in the face, making him dumbfounded. He kept repeating those two words in his mouth, looking like a fool who had been shocked. He came back to his senses and pointed to the empty void in front of him. Don't tell me this place needs to be strengthened. It's not that we have to start preparing the defense of the node now. What Lord Hui means is that we have to start strengthening the defense of the node. The deputy commander looked at the commander-in-chief, who looked as if the void was collapsing in front of him, and shrugged. For a commander-in-chief who recklessly traversed the void, the mention of defense could make his face contort and collapse. His illness was more serious than Lord Feng's. Lord Feng would occasionally talk about retreating and so on, but this commander-in-chief, forget it. He had been reckless for the past few eras and had never thought about retreating or defending. Because we have to deal with certain targets, we need to put the matter of defense on the agenda. From now on, the barrier of group defense needs to be strengthened, but personal defense is more important, especially the defense of soul and order. The stronger, the better. Lord Huey's original words meant that although he could provide 100 or 200 plans for us to choose from, if anyone has a better plan, you can put it forward. After comparison, the answer will be released. Anyway, Lord Huey's 100 or 200 plans have been recorded in the Temple of Origins. According to Lord Hui, if no one comes up with any plan that can be changed or improved within 10 days, or if there is a plan that Lord Hui and the others have tried and found no better results, they can choose from 100 or 200 plans. For the time being, he wants to gather the best of 100, but gathering them together is also a problem. At present, there may not be any beings of order who know more about defense than Lord Hui in the Void of Order. But from this aspect, it can be seen that Lord Hui wants to stretch personal defense to the limit, and the degree of importance of this matter is estimated to be about the same as the Energy Tower and the Temple of Origins. After all, it is rare to have such a large-scale call. The last time it was mentioned was to let everyone go to the void to collect the fragments generated by the precursors of void turbulence. The deputy commander poured a lot of words into Qing Jun's mind in one breath, causing him to grimace and his face to twitch. Can I not practice? Can I just rush over? Do we even need to defend these days? The deputy commander looked at him with a serious face. No, Lord Hui has given a hard order, especially to you, the commander-in-chief, who was still fighting wildly in other nodes just now. He wants you and your people to take this matter to heart. If he sees no change in the commander-in-chief in the next few days, he will let Lord Feng come over to remind you. This is really a very hard order. Qing Jun opened his mouth and stared foolishly for a while. His face was full of pain as he grinned. Well, if I want to practice defense, then I'll practice defense. The defense of the soul and order, right? I remember it. I really remember it. Now, I'll go find a better way. But did he mention what it is to deal with? It's actually so troublesome. Over the years, I've listened to Lord Feng's orders to maximize the attack, but I've never heard Lord Huey's orders to strengthen the defense. It made me think that relying on the order domain alone was enough to defend against the other side's attack. It's a little surprising. The deputy commander tilted his head slightly, pinched the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers, and showed a troubled expression. After being distressed for a while, he lowered his voice and said to the commander-in-chief, "In the void, there is only one kind of enemy that can make the 2 lords treat with such seriousness and concentration. Chaos. Chaos." As soon as the 2 words came out of Qing Jun's mouth, he immediately paused. His mouth was a little hideous, and his face was full of pain. Well, since Lord Feng and Lord Hui mentioned their existence, I've thought about it, but I didn't expect that one day we would still have to face this kind of thing. We really have to be prepared. Lord Hui and the others should also know something about this arrangement, so they naturally have their own intentions. Seeing that the commander-in-chief had a headache and was sweating to the point that it was close to dehydration, the deputy commander thought for a while and said, "This is the first thing. The second thing, recently we need to allocate the manpower appropriately. The manpower guarding the order domain needs to be adjusted temporarily. We need to arrange all the warriors who have reached the Yuanshe realm to go to Node 0 in the shortest time possible. This is Lord Feng's order." Both matters were announced together. "Commander-in-chief, you should understand how important this matter is. So don't be willful." I know. Lord Feng and Lord Hui gave the order together. How can I mess around? Qing Jun slapped his mouth back and coughed softly. "So, arranging people. Well, at present, we don't have any battle at all. Leave the top 3. No, leave the first and second echelons to continue to be vigilant. Everyone else, gather here first. I'll bring some people over. When we're done there, we'll change the first and second echelons to Node 0. You can handle the matter of the defense plan. I really don't have any better plan on my side, so I'll just use Lord Huey's plan to do it, because I guessed that the commander-in-chief was going to say this. I've already chosen a plan in advance. Now, we just have to wait 10 days and see if there will be a change in the defense plan by Lord Hui and the others. This matter will start from 10 days later. Qing Jun, the third thing is, Lord Feng reminded us to adapt to the rule creation that can recognize his attack aura given to everyone last time and strengthen it as much as possible. It's best to strengthen it to the same level as yourself, or even a few levels higher. The upper limit of this thing's level is very high. You won't be able to pull it up for a while, but you don't have to worry that it will be useless if the level is too high. This will definitely come in handy, so you need to spend some effort to deal with it. This matter is very important. 3 high-level orders were issued in a row at one time, and all of them are large-scale calls. Lord Feng and Lord Hui have not made a big move for a long time. Qing Jun scratched his head. At this point, he couldn't be indecent even if he wanted to, although he only liked to rush through the void, and didn't like to bring his brain with him. He could also see the intention of the 2 lords' actions. These were a series of necessary preparations for the future attack on the underworld. Not one of these preparations could be missing, not one of them could be missing, and not one of them was superfluous. Strengthening the defense was to prevent being backstabbed by the chaotic concept body. The second thing was that he hadn't gone to Node 0 yet, so he didn't know. And the third thing, when Lord Feng's energy recognition was mentioned, there was no need to say what it meant. Lord Feng was going to continue to improve his firepower level, and it was going to be raised by many levels at once. Otherwise, in the past, when Lord Feng pushed them into the void and swam for a distance, it didn't matter much. There was no need to go through so much trouble to deal with this aspect. Since he was going to deal with this aspect, that was to say, after Lord Feng judged his next self-breakthrough, clearing the field would not be as simple as pushing them into the void. That would be fatal. Having said that, it turned out that Lord Feng's attack that swept through the void could be considered restrained. It seemed that there was still a big gap between him and Lord Feng. He had to be more reckless. However, The first two of the three orders were related to defense, which was a bit interesting. Had Lord Feng woken up from the vortex of endless attacks? Maybe he had woken up, but not completely. In short, whether he had woken up or not, the meaning of Lord Feng and Lord Hui was very clear. The next step of the life-risking plan was to begin. Most of it must be Lord Feng's idea. Chapter 1923. Defense was related to soul and order-level defense. Based on his personal experience, which could be said to be at the peak of the world of order, if he wanted to defend himself, he would have to carve these things into his own foundational structure. Even if he didn't make it instinctive, he would at least have to make it like a conditioned reflex or a passive defense. It would be too late to defend himself the moment danger appeared. What he needed to do was to prepare his defenses to the point where he would be able to defend himself before he could even react. That being said, it was, as mentioned yesterday, not everyone had the courage to tamper with one's origin construct. The majority of beings in the void frontlines were still material life forms, while energy life forms were still a rare species. Although most of the warriors in the divine realm were energy life forms, there were a few who were influenced by them to convert into energy life forms by their own initiative. That said, it would take a lot of time and effort for a beginner to succeed. While the results were delightful, the process was a little frightening. According to the current records, the newest newcomer, a newcomer who had never touched one's origin construct at all, had finally succeeded after 1117 failures, with more than 500 of those failures ending up in the spiritual temple. Oh, and that newcomer was also a primeval. That was why it was not necessarily smooth sailing with higher levels. Touching one's origin construct was something all beings were equal, and anyone who dared to touch one's origin construct would not be able to live peacefully. Still, he really did not understand why he could fail so many times. It should not be. Under the personal guidance of his family's warrior, many mistakes that were easy to make could be directly avoided. Be it in theory or in reality, there should not be so many mistakes. At most, there should be 10 mistakes that could barely be considered fatal. Moreover, although they were fatal, they could still be saved. So why did he end up in the spiritual temple more than 500 times? If there was such a high failure rate and almost a 50% fatality rate, his family would not have been made into energy life forms. It couldn't be that the path that their family had discovered wasn't suitable for other living beings, right? It shouldn't be. If that was the case, there should have been such a record 5 eras ago. It couldn't have been suppressed until now. It's actually like this. That person's own path is in conflict with the conversion of life forms and the origin of his structure. This is also the reason why he never touched his own origin of structure. However, the fact that we can help convert him into an energy life form is something that everyone in the Void frontlines knows. He knew about this from the start, but he never thought about it because it conflicted with his own path. Until one day, he suddenly picked up an energy life form and compared it with his own life form and felt that the energy life form was stronger. After hesitating for tens of thousands of years, he couldn't help but come over. I Ching explained to Lord Hui. Under normal circumstances, energy life forms are indeed stronger than other forms of life. Apart from our family's energy life forms, there are other branches such as elementals and other life forms that could be called spirits. Although they are branches and slightly different in form, they could still be considered energy life forms. Hui replied, pinching his brow and shaking his head. Well, our family's energy life forms are more orthodox and stronger at their roots anyway. Don't ask why. Just ask that our family was created by the origin of order. There's no why. So, according to what you said, that neophyte was not suited to convert his origin of structure, and still did it by force. So, how is it now? I Ching blinked and turned towards the domain of order that was bursting with energy, lively and vigorous, much more capable of fighting than before. Hui was speechless. In other words, that fellow had become even more ridiculous after dying more than 500 times, and was now rampaging on the battlefield. He's a strange person, spending 1,000 years to complete the conversion of life form and even twisting his own path into 2 right angles. Although the results did surprise him, since he said that he had been fumbling forward on the path of Yuanshi, the breakthrough in essence had been stagnant for a long time. I Ching exhaled softly. It's understandable. A breakthrough in realm was a breakthrough in realm. Realms were like soil for planting vegetables. A breakthrough in essence was easy to understand. In the beginning, everyone was planting flowers. But one day, they felt that they couldn't do it. There was no point in planting flowers, so they changed to planting trees. If it was more interesting, they would plant trees in the soil and plant flowers in the trees. Just put up with it. It was about the same. To put it in serious terms, the path of self-breakthrough in Yuanshi, no, there was still some distance to go. It had nothing to do with Yuanshi, as one had already embarked on the path of self-breakthrough from the moment one became a higher life form. The advancement in realms was very important and of the utmost importance. After all, it was the foundation of the foundation. It was a big prerequisite that everyone had. There was no difference in this prerequisite, but it would be different if it was broken down further. As for the essence, it was the problem of the path one was walking. Just like that spirited young man, in order to be more reckless, he had to convert his life form into an energy life form even if the path collided with his own 500 times. His courage was commendable, although a little reckless. It was still a brave attempt for his own breakthrough in essence. There were also ways to replace a small portion of the prerequisites. Looking at Maple's appearance, one could tell he was an entire abnormal construct. And even though the prerequisites were severely limited, he was still able to forcefully push himself higher on the following path. This kind of pushing up condition was forced in, and anyone could find a suitable method to do so. However, when the prerequisites were still intact, there was no need to use this method. There was no need to worry too early. Maple had no other choice. The path ahead was already cut off, so he had to use all the conditions available to him at this moment. He could only develop horizontally. When the prerequisites were broken, there was a limit to his development. However, in the current situation, Maple would still need a lot of time and effort to reach his limit, so there was no need to worry too early. Maple had no other choice. The path ahead was already cut off, so he had to use all the conditions available to him at this moment. He could only develop horizontally. When the prerequisites were broken, there would be a limit to his development. I digress. We were talking about the origin of constructs. Anyway, it was clear from the young man's appearance that the origin of constructs was not that easy to fix. That was why most of the 100 or 200 plans he left in the Temple of Origins for everyone to use had nothing to do with the origin of constructs. Only a few plans that involved changing the origin of constructs were left for those who might really need such plans. For example, the Order warriors in his family, a group of energy life forms, after taking that step, they had gotten used to modifying their origin of constructs without any scruples. His path and Maple's path were both extended with the origin of constructs as the foundation. Treating it as an instinct among instincts, the effect was naturally raised by many levels. The effort put into this path was incomparable to ordinary paths. They spent more effort and did not take a wrong turn or take a wrong turn. If that could not be exchanged for a better result, it would not be a waste of effort. Furthermore, he was only throwing effort into it. Maple had been bleeding from his own blood since the beginning. Every time he thought about it, his heart would skip a beat. Ever since Maple confirmed that his major prerequisite had been completely sealed, it became even more serious. He no longer cared about his own life and simply walked towards the limit of what he could reach at the moment, not hesitating to pay the price with everything he had. Well, when Maple mentioned that he wanted everyone to hurry up and strengthen the concept creation that they had made together, he understood what he meant. Not just everyone, he had to hurry up as well. After a while, he might be caught and trained, meaning pressed into the void and given a good beating. I can't mention that guy. My mind will be twisted. Either way, he had a clear answer in his mind as to what everyone would choose. His own warriors and the other energy life forms on the front line would most likely choose to strengthen their defenses based on their origins, while most Order warriors would probably use the conventional method. However, this conventional method was different from the conventional one, and the solution he gave was not the standard either. There was no helping it. After all, they had to deal with the concept of chaos, and using conventional methods to prevent and deal with such abnormal situations was clearly not feasible. Just look at the extent of their preparations in the War of the Last Era, with hundreds of layers of defense inside and outside. Yet the concept of chaos had still pierced through them. With their current level of defense, if not as fragile as paper, they basically had no defense at all, and a single slap from the concept of chaos would have most likely killed them. Though he intended to ask the Void frontline to suggest any adjustments to their personal defenses, it was unlikely that they would come up with much in the end. Truth be told, minor fixes and embellishments would not be of much use, and they needed more specific and targeted solutions. The only thing he could hope for was to see if there were one or two of the Order life forms from various parts of the Void who had experienced the War of the Last Era and left behind some things related to defense. It was unlikely that there would be any since the war had gone on for 5 eras, and the situation of each node was basically clear, and those things would have popped up long ago. Suifeng and the others would not be of any use since none of the second-generation heirs were proficient in defense, which gave him a headache. It turned out that the Origins had a habit of attacking as well, as expected of the truth of the Void. How could defense be more important than offense? At the moment, I Ching was busy communicating with the Commander-in-Chief and Vice-Commander-in-Chief of the Void Frontline and did not see Lord Huey's emotional performance. When he turned around and saw Lord Huey's weird frown, he was startled. Knowing that his two masters liked to let their imaginations run wild, I Ching did not take the weird change to heart and directly said, "Lord Hui, the people sent from each node are ready. Shall I have them come over now?" Hui snapped out of his daze and took 2 seconds to realize why he had to call them over. Oh, to send them over to Suifeng. And the others, I forgot something important. How many people are coming at once? It can't be that all 1,300 nodes are sending people over, right? Because there was a problem with the number of people. Everyone discussed for a while and decided to let a portion of the nodes, about 1/3 of the Order warriors, come first. The ones who came were also Order warriors who didn't participate in the current defense. Mushrooms have been growing all year round at Brother Blue's node, so the number of people coming this time is the highest. I Ching coughed dryly. The remaining 2/3 of the nodes will help to look after the nodes where the personnel are mobilized, just in case. Although there shouldn't be any big problems at the moment, well, you're right to be concerned. Hui waved his hand. All right, let's do it this way. Get everyone over here. I have to bring them to the observer dimension and send them over to Suifeng and the others. They should be almost done with the preparations. I Ching was startled. The observer space. Wasn't Lord Feng currently busy in the observer space? He seemed to be busy with the Staff of Creation, the Staff of Origin, and other Origin relics. When he urgently issued the 3 new orders, he seemed to have heard Lord Feng's busy voice. Now that he was leading an army past Lord Feng, He was probably going to, just as he was wondering if he should remind Lord Hui or disturb Lord Maple, the teleportation area outside Node 0 suddenly fell with dense energy rays from above. Spatial rifts opened one after another, and the Order warriors of each node walked out with obvious energy surges on their bodies. It was as if they had just finished the battle state of being armed to the depths of their souls and rushed over here. Over here, over here. Everyone, get ready and go over. We can't waste too much time on either side. I Ching immediately forgot about reminding Lord Maple or Lord Hui. He raised his hand and waved it at the Order warriors who had arrived at Node 0. When everyone noticed, he turned to look at Lord Hui. Node 0 hasn't been so lively for many years. Hui was stunned. He looked at him with a strange gaze and pointed at the Order domain. You think it's not lively enough here? Do you want me to call Lord Maple out to make the atmosphere more lively? It's lively for our own people. I didn't mean that. I Ching slapped his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know what he wanted to say. Ahem, Lord Hui, I'll let you bring everyone over first. I'll be here to receive the others who are a little late. Oh, you settle everyone first. Hui waved at everyone and led them to teleport to the observer dimension. In the observer space, the vast and mighty sea of energy never stopped stirring up monstrous waves. The entire world was filled with the loud sound of the waves rolling up. This was the first time for most of the Order warriors who came here. When they saw the monstrous waves rolling up high in front of them, as if they were about to slap their faces, they subconsciously took a step back. After this monstrous wave passed, they saw another even more violent monstrous wave in the distance. Their expressions changed a few times. So this is the observer dimension. They only knew that Node 0's observer space was Surfeng's office, and they had heard from the people who came here what it was like inside. Although they tried their best to exaggerate things according to Surfeng's personality, imagination was just imagination. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they were still a little off. They really didn't expect such a huge scene with the endless sea of stars as the waves. They didn't expect there to be such a huge commotion. It's a little spectacular. Everyone nodded vigorously. A commander who had been here before whispered to Lord Hui, Lord Hui, is there going to be a duel this time as well? Hui turned to look at the young man who should be the one who helped to test the new generation of energy towers. He shook his head and said, it's more important this time. The details are a little complicated. You'll know when you get there. By the way, it's quite important, but because the conditions to reach a certain level are quite harsh, so harsh that even I have a high chance of failing, don't be too burdened and have unnecessary emotions. In front of this matter, it can be said that all life is equal. In short, it's something like that. Hui waved his hand and said a bunch of nonsense. Seeing that everyone did not understand half of it, he rolled his eyes and said, in short, let nature take its course. Don't be too burdened. In short, it was a very difficult thing to understand. It was so difficult that Lord Hui had to rely on luck. When such a difficult thing was put in the void, it was really hard to guess. The main thing was that they did not know what it was that Lord Hui had to rely on luck to try. Hui waved his hand and led them around for a while. Suddenly, he frowned and stopped. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, strange, where is this place? Strange, why are all kinds of dimensions and law marks so messy? Where did all the space beacons we left behind go? This is not right. Weren't they still fine a few hours ago? Why can't I find the way? After circling around and confirming that he was forced to get lost, Hui took a deep breath and put his hands to his mouth and shouted, Maple, open the door. I'm lost. An extremely oppressive energy suddenly descended from the sky and landed on everyone's bodies, making everyone's breathing stagnate. However, they weren't too worried. This was Sir Feng's familiar aura. It was just that. It seemed a bit manic. The sudden drop in energy enveloped them, and they were transported through space. It was as if they had crossed over 10 or 20 layers of space. When everyone felt that the energy had skyrocketed by tens of layers, the teleportation ended. As a white light descended and covered their eyes, they felt an even more violent energy aura. When they opened their eyes and saw the scene in front of them, they all grimaced and their hearts jumped. On the surface of the sea of energy, there was a huge whirlpool with a radius of at least 10,000 miles. However, it was not a concave whirlpool, but an energy whirlpool that protruded upward in the opposite direction. It was as if the sea was uprooted in front of them, and there were tens of thousands of energy stars hanging under the starry sky. No, those seemed to be groups of world light orbs. And it was a specially made world light orb. It was the first time they had seen such a huge world light orb. Lord Maple stood in front of the whirlpool that protruded out of the sea. The entire space, including countless world light orbs and real energy stars, revolved around him, and the light orb that was 10,000 feet in size in front of him as the center. The surging energy overflowed from his body, drawing out streams of energy light that were more than a meter long. 2 pairs of colorful energy azure wings fluttered along with the energy storm, spreading that portion of energy light to an even wider extent. It looked terrifying. Huff, don't stare at him. Hui hurriedly turned around and waved his hand at the group of people who had never seen Lord Maple's law, order, energy form before. He reminded them loudly, "You'll go blind if you stare at him. Your eyes won't be good for at least 10 days in the future." I feel like my vision has become blurry. Although he reminded them quickly, some of them were still slightly affected. Seeing that everyone hurriedly covered their eyes, Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He turned to look at Foam. This guy, they had only been out for a few hours, and he had already figured out this form. The sanctuary of creation is over there. 5 minutes ago, Sway Foam squeaked and said that the preparations were complete. You can bring your people over. Yun Nuoshing's back was facing them. She stretched out a finger from the feathers that wrapped around her body and pointed to the side. Go quickly. Don't stay here for too long. It's fine for you, but everyone will be affected. What are you doing now? If not for this sentence, Hui would have brought his people and run away. But now that it was mentioned, his curiosity skyrocketed. He immediately stopped and asked, "What else could it be?" Yin Nuoshing exhaled softly. Her ethereal voice, trembling with energy, slowly came out. The structural core of the first-level energy tower. Structural core? You want to modify the structural core of the energy tower series again. Are you planning to build the 3rd-generation energy tower? Hui was stunned. That's not it. It is indeed a new structural core. The structural core of the 2nd-generation energy tower will remain, but another core is needed to activate the final energy. Yun Nuoshing pursed her lips and muttered to herself for a moment before narrowing her eyes. It's a little difficult to handle, but there is a way. All right, don't stand here in the wind. Go. Oh, I almost forgot. Hearing that there was something fun, we almost forgot that he was leading a group of people to the sanctum of creation. He hurriedly led a large group of people, who were also pricking up their ears and curious, toward the sanctum of creation. Oh, right, remember to take care of the concept creation from last time. I have to remind you once while I still remember. I might forget later. Before they could leave, Yin Nuoshing threw out another sentence. All right, go. Hui grimaced and waved his hand. All right, go do your thing. We'll remember, you don't have to worry. In the sanctuary of creation, The space where the Fortress of Origin was located had been renovated by Sui Feng, and the others as a venue for the Origin baptism. Hui was prepared to see all kinds of strange origin marks and divine runes imprinted in the space as soon as he entered. But since it would only take a few hours, Hui did not think that it would be too outrageous. It should be some sort of temporary site that could be built without much effort. With that in mind, Hui boldly pushed the door open and entered. A rich light of origin energy abruptly shone upon his eyes, and he immediately felt that his titanium alloy dog eyes were about to be blinded. Behind him, the group of people who were blinded by Lord Feng's state were not too affected because their vision was still blurry. Instead, they became nervous when they heard Huey's howl. They quickly widened their eyes and were stunned once again when they saw the magnificent scene before them. It was still the same sky and earth that were forged from the Sea of Stars. The ground was also the black background of the Sea of Stars, dotted with countless stars. They could even see the twinkling of the stars. This was a real starry sky. Pillars of different colors and patterns stood erect on this starry ground. Even the aura, momentum, and aura they exuded were all different. They gave off the feeling that they were formed from many powerful figures. With a pair of slightly blurry eyes, they could clearly count that there were a total of 147 pillars erected on this starry ground. Moreover, from the way they were arranged, it felt as if there was some kind of mystery hidden within, but it was difficult to clearly explain. There was a huge cube hanging in the sky above the Sea of Stars. The dazzling light they saw when they first entered came from it. It looked like a sun. However, it was a square sun, and it emitted a strange energy aura. It was very strange. This sun, these 147 pillars, and this space all exuded this strange energy aura. It felt a little familiar, like Lord Feng's aura. It was just as sacred and dignified, unstoppable, but it was even denser than Lord Feng's aura. Oh, everyone is here. Oh, not everyone is here. Only some of you are here, right? Sui Feng walked out from the depths of the space and was stunned when he saw a group of people gathered in front of him. He turned his head and shouted to the back, "I already said that there is no need to prepare too big a place. How can we transfer everyone here at once?" "Hey, isn't it better to be prepared?" Brother Lei also walked out from the depths of the space, his hands on his hips as he looked at the people who were busy looking around. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. "Come, everyone, look over here. First of all, welcome to the domain of origin. I believe that many of you have vaguely guessed what is going to happen next. But it's not a big problem if you can't guess it. Anyway, come with me. Hey, don't worry about Hui Jun." Hui put down his hands that were covering his eyes and grimaced. "I was really blinded by the dazzling light." Hui laughed dryly and waved his hand at everyone. He pointed at Brother Lei and said, "All right, just follow him. The next thing will be arranged. You will know why we are gathered here. Remember what I said just now. Don't have any psychological burden. Think about the battles of the past 5 eras. Along the way, just treat it as a slightly special event. Don't worry too much." Yes, God." Everyone was still confused. They hurriedly bowed to him, and then followed Brother Lei into the depths of the Sea of Stars. The domain of origin, the aura of origin, is very dense. Does the brick that your goddess left you have this function? We stared at the cube. That was 11. 1 billion miles in length, width, and height, rubbing his eyes that were blinded by the dazzling light. Brick. Sui Feng almost spat out a mouthful of water. In Hui Jun's mind, anything left behind by the supreme gods could be used as a brick. To put it simply, anything that could open one's mind could be used as a brick. That's pretty much it. Perhaps he had considered that we were supposed to be guides, so he left such a function behind. But I think even if he didn't deliberately leave it behind, it should still be pretty much. He rolled his eyes at him. I don't know. Don't ask me if it's not my fault. It's a blind spot in my knowledge. How is it? You should have used that light to look around when you entered the door. Did you find any good seedlings? Suifeng's expression changed. He scratched his head and said casually, I'm afraid not. Well, the first step is to shine the light of origin around. We can only get a vague view. We have to let them walk around inside to know the specific situation. What about the baptism of origin? Oh, it has begun now. It has begun the moment they stepped into this space. When the first light of origin energy fell on them, everything had begun. And here I thought it would require all sorts of complicated methods to deal with it. Fasting, bathing, changing clothes, sincerity, the first stage of the examination, the second stage of the examination, the fifth stage of the examination, the seventh stage of the examination, the second examination, re-examination. Suifeng's eyes widened. You're selecting the first generation of heirs here. It's not that complicated. Even when the Venerables personally conducted the baptism of origin, it was just a light from their underpants. Those who felt something, they would pick them out and let them walk on the left. Those who felt something, they would all walk on the right. That's all. If there are heirs, there are heirs. If there aren't, there aren't. Anyway, the baptism of origin will be completed in less than 2 hours. The rest is to wait for the weak origin energy and weak origin law in the body and soul to slowly germinate. At first, there won't be any physical discomfort, but when they grow to the point where they need to do it themselves, there will be changes that may have a slight effect on them. They will remind you of this. So don't worry. Suifeng shrugged. You see, it's that simple. We're in the middle of a war, so there's no time for that kind of pain in the ass. Examination? By the time you come out after 180 years, I'm afraid that the war will be over, and the node you're guarding will have been destroyed by the chaotic concept body. You might not even be able to find your own team. In such a situation, you can't be sloppy, but at the very least, you can't drag things out. It seemed to make a lot of sense. Chapter 1924. He didn't know what to do with the origin baptism. After standing there for a while, he felt that nothing unexpected would happen. So he said goodbye to Suifeng and ran into the observer space. When he passed by Maple, he stopped and looked at him. He saw that Maple's eyebrows were tightly knitted and his face was slightly irritated and distressed. After thinking for a while, he didn't want to disturb him. He left the space mark and left the observer space to receive the next batch of people. In fact, he wanted to temporarily open a passage to the sanctuary of creation. That way, he would not have to run back and forth to receive people. However, opening a passage from the outside would require him to deal with the observer space. At the moment, the observer space was surging with energy, overturning the void like a raging tide. It was not convenient for him to temporarily make unnecessary adjustments. When he just entered, he found that the spatial mark and spatial beacon he left before were all destroyed by Maple. If he left anything behind now, it would probably end up the same. Both the observer space and the sanctuary of creation were highly isolated and cut off from the outside world. If he did not use a spatial mark to directly teleport, he would only hit the void head-on. After all, it was an important place, and he had to make all kinds of preparations to prevent people from accidentally getting stuck in the void through various strange methods. In fact, it was not a big deal to accidentally barge in. The Order warriors on the front line of the void were all on the same side. Seeing that they repeatedly brought people around the observer space, it was clear that it was not a completely forbidden area. If they wanted to visit, they just had to let them know in advance. But if they really barged in by mistake, well, they were not afraid of barging in by mistake, but they were afraid that Maple might be doing something very dangerous when they barged in by mistake and accidentally brought people into the spiritual temple. So, if they wanted to come, they should just go through the front door. Don't come here if you don't have anything to do. This place was more dangerous than the front-line battlefield. There was no scenery or special products. Those who wanted the latter two were better off going to the frontline world. By the time he went to the teleportation point to pick up people, I Ching had already reorganized everyone. This time, there were more people than the previous batch. If nothing unexpected happened, Qing Jun would also come. He wanted to see if he could get the title of inheritor. By the way, well, he had a little bit of expectation for the people standing at the top at the moment, such as Qing Jun, Jing Yuanji, I Ching, and the few girls of Maple's family, as well as the commander-in-chief and deputy commander-in-chief of each node. They were all standing at the mid-level of the premier stage. Of course, it was unrealistic to say that all of them could carry the title of inheritor, but he was a little bit looking forward to it. He originally wanted to let Qing Jun explore the path first, but in this batch of people, he did not see Qing Jun. Instead, he saw Qing Jun, the deputy commander of his node, and couldn't help but be surprised. He landed next to I Ching and said to the former, "Where is Qing Jun? Where is your family's commander-in-chief? Didn't you say that he personally led the team to send people here? I didn't see him in the first batch, and it was said that he changed to the second batch." "Why, the second batch didn't come, but you came instead. You weren't forced to come here like a duck on a perch, were you?" The deputy commander tilted his head and pinched his nose with a speechless face. I don't know what the commander-in-chief was thinking. This time, before he was ready to set off, he suddenly said, "No, this can't be, and this can't be 3 times. Then, with a whoosh, he ran away. But everyone has already assembled, and we can't just disband in place. So, we had to instruct the people at the node, and it was my turn to bring people here. The defense of the node was entrusted to the deputy commander of the node, next door, to help guard it. Although that place is estimated to be almost the same whether it is guarded or not. Ahem, it seems that the commander-in-chief didn't say anything to you?" Hui shook his head vigorously. No, little Qing, did Qing Jun say anything to you?" "Not at all." I Ching spread out his hands. "Big brother Qing is inexplicably awkward. Let's just ignore him for now. Anyway, it will be his turn after a while." "That's right, but won't my idea fall through in this way?" I Ching's heart thumped. "Idea means?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just concerned about the soul health of the top combat power." Hui smiled wryly and waved his hand. "Then I'll take this group of people over first. Little Qing, you can almost order the next group of people to come over. The space over there is quite big. Even if 10 times the number of people come at once, it can still hold up." Oh, watching Hui take his people away, I Ching touched his throat and took a light breath. He felt that he seemed to have noticed something just now, but there was just a little bit that he didn't feel it. And he always felt that this was probably the main reason why Big Brother Qing ran away before the battle. Although Hui didn't mention it to Big Brother Qing, he just happened to notice it himself. Or he was worried about something. Well, in fact, there was no need to guess. He might know in a few days. But I'm still a little curious. I Ching scratched his head and smiled wryly. Seeing that the teleportation light had disappeared, he didn't think about it anymore. He prepared for a while in the soul transmission to convey Huey's message to the others. Just send it in advance. Because of the sudden change in the plan, everyone needs some time to prepare before they can send people over. According to Huey's time, when the third group of people arrives, the first group of people should be almost finished. In the observer space, the sea of energy was still moving with a very violent momentum. It was still mobilizing energy bit by bit, according to his thoughts. Once again, his attention was almost completely focused on the space in front of him. He wasn't too sure how big of a commotion he had caused, but when we brought people in, he took a glance at him and hurriedly left, not daring to stay for even a second. He could guess what was going on here. The momentum of the convergence of the storm was gradually increasing. He needed more energy and more violent pressure. By then, the commotion here would definitely be multiplied by many times. Should he prepare a passage for them in advance? The next time we brought people in, a sudden wave suddenly rolled up and pushed them all to the bottom of the sea. Well, we should be able to handle it. Let's not bother about them. What we just said about adding another core to the structural core was not empty talk. He was actually trying to do it now. The inspiration came from CU's dual cores and the layers of rules and order of the staff of creation. It was a wonderful idea. Based on his calculations, the limit of what he could do now was to add another structural core to the structural core. He did not need to think too much about the layers of the staff of creation. That was something that could not be done in another field. However, just like the meaning of limit itself, it was not that easy to achieve such a situation. He estimated that he would have to smash a path out of hundreds and thousands of mistakes. As for the reason for doing this, it was to maximize the attack power. The level 2 and 3 energy towers had to satisfy the condition that all Order warriors could use them, so they could not maximize the attack power. Furthermore, the level 1 energy tower was not for everyone to use. When the time came, the ones who would use the level 1 energy tower would be the best among the Order warriors, such as Suifeng and Hui. If they were to personally use the level 1 energy tower, the restriction would be lifted. Without the restriction, all that was left was to think about how to unleash the most powerful attack. However, just like the previous situation, the situation where the first-generation energy tower encountered a bottleneck, which was the limit of the structure itself, even if it was the second-generation energy tower. If he were to push the level 1 energy tower to its limit, it would only be able to widen the distance between it and the level 2 energy tower. It would not be able to reach the level where it could be used against unexpected enemies. It would not work. However, if he were to change the structure of the energy tower, it would be equivalent to making it into a third-generation energy tower. If he were to upgrade it again, he would have to create a new level 2 or 3 energy tower. That would be too troublesome, and it would not be easy to measure the relationship between the Order warriors and the level 2 or 3 energy towers. After pushing this series of reasons back and forth, he finally decided to adjust the core structure of the level 1 energy tower and turn it into a dual core. The core structure of the second-generation energy tower would ensure that the structure remained the same and would not have problems with energy gathering. The other core structure would be 90% modified from the core structure of the second-generation energy tower. It was as if it had become something else, and it would be responsible for pushing the attack to its limit. The idea was good, but it was difficult to adjust. Just like how the Staff of Creation was a whole new domain to him, this dual-core structure, it was indeed a whole new domain. Currently, he was obviously in a situation where he was forcefully giving orders, forcefully messing around, and forcefully messing around. Both cores expressed that they did not want to bother with him, and even wanted to kick a certain someone who was messing around and make him give up. However, he could not come up with any ideas other than messing around. He should at least try it out, right? As long as he did not die trying, he would just try it out. Who knows, he might get inspiration or find some clues that could be followed, or even solve the problem by a stroke of luck. Surely, it was suddenly so bright, boom, an unstoppable explosion of energy suddenly came from the entire observer space. The violent movement was like a raging wave crashing against the shore. Even the sacred sanctuary of creation, which was 10 or 20 levels away, could hear it. The impact of the energy was weakened by the space of 10 or 20 levels before the sound arrived. Suddenly, the space trembled violently. Everyone who had just stepped into the domain of origin was shocked and quickly turned their heads. Hui and Suifeng calmly looked outside with a blank expression. How many times has it been? Oh, Brother Feng just exploded the second time. It doesn't matter. It looks like he can explode a few more times. Don't worry about him. See if the third batch has arrived. The first batch is almost done. When everyone heard their conversation, they suddenly realized that Master Feng had exploded again. So, they all expressed their calmness. They put their hands together and mourned for a second. Then they followed Suifeng into the domain of origin. Hui came out of the sacred sanctuary of creation and was about to pick up the third batch. When he raised his foot and was about to teleport, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still decided to go to Feng's place to see what the situation was. Although the little angel had forcefully hung herself on Feng as a safety lock, it was hard to guarantee that Feng would not do something stupid in a moment of passion. It was better to go and take a look. Hot energy clouds scattered all over the observer space. This scene was like a star exploding, throwing out countless dust and star fragments. Hui understood that not only did Feng's things explode, but he might have also blown up the energy star he condensed. The residual energy waves from the energy explosion still remained in the space. It was like a wave that was far away from the shore, surging between heaven and earth. The roaring vibration was the residual echo in the space. It was the energy aftermath that could shock the soul. In this environment, when everyone comes in later, I'm afraid they won't even be able to move. Hui took a deep breath and almost choked himself to death. He quickly summoned the guardian shield and smashed it into the space. The energy impact of the explosion of the sacred tremor shook the energy aftermath in the space even more. When he felt that the environment was more comfortable, he heaved a sigh of relief and put the shield away. How much energy did it explode to make it like this? It seems that there was an explosion just now, but it was obviously not as big as this. It did not take much effort to find Feng, who was at the center of the energy explosion. The residual energy here was obviously more than 10,000 times the energy at the entrance of the sacred sanctuary of creation. But it was all well restrained. Under Feng's control, it sank little by little into the sea of energy, turning back into pure energy and being collected again. At this moment, Feng had a pair of white wings, wrapped in a faint golden barrier. Looking at his calm appearance, it was obvious that he was not affected by the explosion caused by himself. Oh, that was the wings of the little angel. Not him. The girl was still hanging on him, and, at the same time, putting a shield on some hot-headed guy in danger. After all, she was the #1 support in the Void frontline. Even when the girl was confused, she could instinctively hold up the entire node. Support. Yes, support. The girl could not charge, but she was really good at helping others to charge. It was normal to put a shield on her. When the wings closed and wrapped the two together again, Hui came forward and looked at the situation in front of Feng. The core of the Staff of Creation still looked like a ball with a dozen legs on top of an octopus, but the whirlpool arched by the sea of energy had disappeared, and the starlight all around had dissipated. The Staff of Origin was nestled next to it, and both of them were safe and sound. As for right in front of Feng, there seemed to be a ball missing. When he passed by, he vaguely saw that there were 3 balls here, but he did not know what had blown up. Feng, what are you doing? He came forward and asked directly. Yun Nuwashing was stunned for a few seconds before she moved slightly and looked at Hui, who was standing beside her. It's just a small accident, nothing serious. Although I'm used to you calling all accidents small and big accidents, I still can't tell what you have just blown up. Hui rolled his eyes. If he really believed Feng's words, his IQ would not be higher than the height of a bamboo shoot. So, you blew up that thing you were messing with, the thing you just said with an extra core? It did blow up, but Yun Nuoshing was silent for a moment and slowly lowered her head. It seems that it's not completely damaged. Hui took a deep breath and maintained his calm appearance. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and glanced at him, then waved at the sea of energy below. The sea of energy that had not completely calmed down arched again, and a ball of light with a diameter of only 50 or 60 feet appeared. No, it was an irregular sphere with only a vague boundary. It was filled with chaotic chains of laws, peeling it off layer by layer. In the middle, there were two colorful balls of energy, one on the left and one on the right, facing each other, slowly circling around the center. They were entangled by countless chains of laws and order around them, as if they were forcibly tied together. No matter how one looked at it, there was a bit of a restless feeling. It made people worry that the two balls of energy that were barely stable would collapse in the next second, triggering another energy explosion. This is considered a success. Hui pressed his head to show that he did not understand. He only understood that there was indeed an extra ball inside. It's considered a success, but half of the structure of the core was blown up clean. Yun Nuoshing looked at the ball of light in front of her, the strong, colorful light in her eyes fading slightly. It can't be repaired yet. We have to wait for it to calm down. It will take some time. Oh, in short, the structure of the first level of the energy tower is considered complete, right? No, just the first step. Hui, this. What else are you planning to do? Yun Nuoshing pointed at the core of the Staff of Creation. We still need the energy of the Staff of Creation, the fragments of laws, the power of order, and concept-level power. This is up to fate. It's fine if we have it, but there's nothing we can do if we don't have it. Huey's jaw dropped. He still remembered what Sui Feng and Brother Lei said. No, it's not that concept-level power can't be moved. He was startled for a moment because he saw Feng tilting his head slightly and looking at him from the corner of his eyes. Feng Luo revealed an inexplicable smile, which was somewhat demonic, and, damn, this smile was really beautiful. However, it really made him feel a little inexplicable. It also made him tremble with fear. His thoughts suddenly flashed a few times, as if he had been struck by lightning. Damn, don't tell me you can already. I definitely can't use it. Concept-level power is not something that can be used at will, but Yun Nuoshing stopped smiling and denied his guess. She continued to point at the core of the Staff of Creation. But it can. A weak concept-level power mixed in the first level of the energy tower will not take up too much space. Therefore, the loss of the upper limit of the tower's power will not be more than 1% under the condition that the concept-level power cannot be used. But if you have to use the Staff of Creation, this concept-level power can make the power of the Staff of Creation. Well, you know what I mean. Didn't you keep saying that there's no way to use the Staff of Creation to its limit? Now, you're thinking about the power above the limit. Hui felt more confused the more he listened. Yun Nuoshing frowned and let out a sigh of relief. I didn't say anything about using the power above the limit. I'm just thinking of ways to make it close to the limit. If you still don't understand, I'll use you as a guinea pig. No. I get it. Hui immediately waved his hand and ran a distance away. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Simply put, you're using the first level of the energy tower to make the Staff of Creation more powerful, right? Isn't that easy to understand? Yun Nuoxing nodded. In other words, using part of the acceptable price to bear the price of using the staff of creation. Damage transfer. With Maple's current situation, it was basically impossible for him to use the staff of creation to its limit. Yun Nuoxing thought that even if Maple intended to break through the current limit and reach the next level, he would still not be able to use the staff of creation to its limit. If they had to deal with the chaos concept body, the staff of creation would certainly be their first choice with their current strength. They just had to find a way to solve the problem of not being able to use its full power. Still, there was no telling how many level 1 energy towers and level 2 or 3 energy towers would be needed to offset such a degree of damage transfer. Yun Nuoxing did not even know if Maple intended to use such a method to offset the price of forcefully using the Pillar of Creation. If Yun Nuoxing himself bore the greatest pressure and had all the energy towers support the Staff of Creation to unleash that blow, yes, Yun Nuoxing knew that Maple would definitely do such a thing. It's naturally best to have that concept class power, but it's not a problem if not. Converting the level 1 energy towers into special energy towers would further strengthen the various levels of the energy towers and still achieve the result I want. It's just that the effect would not be as good as concept class power. Yun Nuoxing sighed and turned to look at Hui, whose face was full of confusion and shock. Aren't you going to get him? Yun Nuoxing asked with a raised brow. Oh, yeah. I forgot about it while I was watching the show. Hui immediately remembered that he was only here to take a look, and after watching for a dozen minutes, he quickly ran out of the observer space. After Hui left, the little angel suddenly opened her golden eyes and whispered into Hui's ear. Aren't you going to tell him your intentions? Yun Nuoxing shook her head. You don't have to, but he seems to have guessed it. Look at his confused expression just now, so it's needless to say that we can guess it. Based on my understanding of him and his understanding of me, this tacit understanding that has spanned more than 10 eras, there's no need to say anything between us. He knows what I will do if I'm faced with the most dangerous moment. He didn't come up to dissuade me because he knows that there's no other way. We can't choose what to do at this time because there aren't many options for us to take. So even if he knows that this is extremely dangerous and doesn't say anything, he also knows that he can't dissuade me. The little angel tilted her head and muttered softly, "What an enviable tacit understanding." Yun Nuoxing said, "Hey, don't talk in such a jealous tone." "No, I want it," she muttered, and suddenly opened her small mouth and gently bit his neck. Her 2 small canine teeth gently pressed down. Ouch! Be gentle. Yun Nuoxing grimaced and shivered. It was really painful to the point that she shivered. This girl hasn't done this for a long time. Ouch! She even used a little more force. If it weren't for the fact that he was an energy life form, he might have bled by now. Shivering, he quickly reached out and pressed the girl's head. Okay. Ouch, it's really painful. Don't use so much force. The little angel snorted softly and let go of his mouth. Yun Nuoxing quickly moved her shoulders and couldn't help but mutter, "You treat my soul as your own. Why are you suddenly jealous? And you're jealous of Hui. It's a little ridiculous. The fate formed by the precipitation of time and the bond of life and death." The little angel was halfway through her sentence when Yun Nuoxing covered her mouth. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Why are you suddenly throwing a tantrum? I've never seen you throw a tantrum in this aspect before." "I don't know. It's just all of a sudden." Tilting his head slightly, he could barely see the little angel. He wanted to see her expression, but she buried her head behind his shoulder. Girls throw tantrums occasionally. No one knew when they would suddenly throw a tantrum, and it was impossible to predict. Anyway, it had already happened when he found out. He thought for a moment and rubbed her head. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Well, he was busy with something important at hand, but according to the current situation, he should have something to say to the girl. But what should he say? Yun Nuoshing was silent for a while. Suddenly, he pulled the girl, who had been hanging on his body for a few hours, to his front. She was stunned for a moment, with a puzzled expression. He took a deep breath and lowered his head to give her a deep kiss, with the vast starry sky as the background. Nothing. Don't look, don't look. Go. If you look again, all of you will be sent into the void. Do you understand? If you are forced to take a bath, I will not bring you back. Yun Nuoshing's heart skipped a beat when he heard Huey's hurried yelling behind him. He turned around abruptly and saw a group of people covering their eyes with their hands, ready to run away. Yun Nuoshing's pretty face turned red in an instant, seeing Huey's excited look. He was so anxious that he even took out the Netherworld Ruins sword and shouted, "Stop right there, all of you! Don't run! Let me give you a set of physical amnesia. Stop right there! Hui, F***, run!" The group of people were as clever as rabbits at this moment. They jumped and disappeared. But before they slipped away, he heard a burst of laughter, which made his face redder. He gritted his teeth and did not know where to vent his anger. Damn it, this was really a large-scale social disaster. He was sure that this matter would spread throughout the Void frontline in less than half a day. The problem was that he could not stop this kind of news from spreading in the Void frontline. It's over. After half an hour, he would not have the face to see anyone. He was done for. When he was at a loss of what to do, the little angel walked behind him and tugged at his clothes. While he was still in a daze, he subconsciously turned around. A white figure threw herself into his arms. His vision was covered by a pair of white wings and became dim. He could only see a pair of golden eyes shining brightly in front of him. It was as if she wanted to condense the feelings that she hadn't shared for many years into this kiss. It was a rare time for him to share his feelings. It was only a few minutes, but because of this, it was extremely precious. Okay, let's not be awkward. A few minutes later, the little angel stuck out her tongue and let go of him. She went around to his back and hung herself on him. Go do your work. I won't disturb you. Yun Nuoshing scratched his pretty face, which was still a little hot. He saw the smile on the girl's face when she slipped behind him. Speaking of which, he finally confirmed one thing. In fact, he already had a result a few years ago, but now he was more convinced of it. This girl, although the shape and personality of this body were similar to Ming in his memory, but they were not the same person. He felt awkward because of this before. They had similar faces and similar personalities, but because of the difference in nature, there would eventually be differences. Even if this body was not molded from his memory but from Ming's memory, the situation would not be exactly the same. Perhaps there was no need to be so awkward in the first place. So, the reason why this girl chose to mold herself based on Ming was why? When he thought about the countless years she had spent sleeping alone in the black hole of the abyss, he suddenly understood. Perhaps it was because she was the same as Ming and had experienced almost the same period of time, so they had very similar feelings. Even the reason she had stayed in his soul world was because of this. Girl. Yun Nuoshing suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and showed a helpless smile. He reached out his hand and rubbed her head. After a while, if we still have a little free time, let's go out again, okay? The little angel did not raise her head. She just responded with a chuckle. Okay. Chapter 1925. In the domain of origin, Hui led a large group of people into the gate as if they were running for their lives. Sui Feng, who was waiting at the gate, was shocked when he saw them laughing and joking as if they had just escaped from a tiger's den. For a moment, he didn't know what to ask. It was as if they had encountered 3 to 5 difficult situations that could cause them to show such a difficult expression. He just didn't know what had just happened. Phew, the third group is here. The next group, I'll go over later. Hui waved his hand and grinned at Sui Feng. When he heard the laughter behind him, he quickly turned around and said to everyone, all right, stop messing around. Let's forget about what we just saw. Don't talk nonsense, or you'll be in trouble. Cough, cough. Hurry up and go in. After that, he quickly repeated what he had said to the 2 groups of people. When Brother Lei came to lead them in, Hui heaved a sigh of relief. Sui Feng, who had been watching from the side, walked over with a blank expression and asked, "What's wrong with you guys? Were you thrown into the chaotic void by some void activity on your way here? Did you fight with the chaos concept body in advance? I don't think that's the case. Was he being chased by a ferocious beast? Beast? No. That's the most powerful weapon in the void right now." Hui shook his head. Sui Feng immediately understood what he was talking about and asked curiously, "Little Brother Feng still has time to play with you guys when he's busy? Or did you guys go and provoke Little Brother Feng when he's angry?" Neither. Hui laughed dryly and hesitated for a while. He felt that since everyone knew about it, there was nothing to say. He might as well say it slowly. "I accidentally stumbled upon the scene of the sago tree blooming every few years." Ha 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 ha. Sui Feng's brain short-circuited for a moment. He understood, but he didn't know the specific cause and effect. He didn't know how the situation developed. Speaking of which, you always run into Little Brother Feng when he's talking to them. It's very interesting. You didn't do it on purpose, did you? Of course not. I can't wait for them to find a place to play. Hui grimaced. Just a second ago, they were still violently messing around with the Staff of Creation and the new core structure of the Tier 1 energy tower. The next second, I ran out for 5 minutes to bring them back. In the end, I came in with thousands of troops and saw the 2 of them being intimate. I feel so wronged. What can I do if I accidentally bumped into them? I quickly held down those guys who were about to kick up a fuss and quickly dragged them away. To Maple, that was a huge social death scene. He didn't purge us on the spot because he was a little stupid and couldn't react in time. Sui Feng nodded. "So you don't dare to go out now because you're afraid that Brother Feng will send you into the Staff of Creation?" Hui grimaced so hard that half of his face was wrinkled into a walnut shape. He nodded slightly. Sui Feng spread his hands. "But you have to go out sooner or later. You can't just stay here forever. You're ruining things for the emotionless Brother Feng. TSK. You're nothing compared to tearing down a temple. You've basically ruined the progress of a relationship after several eras. I'm really wronged. Who would have thought that they didn't care about the atmosphere or the scene?" Hui Jun's face twitched a few times. The pain on his face was overflowing. Like I said, it was an accident. Accidents happen at any time, anywhere. I would only be shocked if Little Brother Feng took them out for a sightseeing tour one day when he was busy dealing with a bunch of troublesome matters. He would only take a few minutes to talk to them when he suddenly had some free time, such as when he was busy dealing with the relics of the Venerables. If the atmosphere was just right, then, that's what I mean. He would talk for a few minutes and then go back to work. Sui Feng patted Hui Jun's shoulder and sighed as he pushed Hui Jun out. "All right, hurry up and face your fate. You can't run or hide. You're still you. Just accept your fate. Hey, I still have something to say. Don't rush to execute me." Hui Jun struggled for a while before he stood up straight. He coughed softly and said in a low voice, "So, the situation of the first batch is Sui Feng put on a serious expression when he heard that Hui Jun was not stalling for time. He waved his hand and sighed. As we expected, everyone is third generation. Not a single second generation. Hui Jun had a rough idea after listening to their various methods of judging the inheritors, but when the results were in front of him, he still found it hard to believe. Well, he struggled a little. What about the second batch? As expected, it's the same. Sui Feng shrugged and sighed when he saw Hui Jun, looking even more conflicted than before. Just as we've said before, according to the gods' judgment, the true successor of the gods is not the same as the countless disciples that spread across the void. It's not that easy to bump into them. If we use the most extreme ratio to calculate, Sui Feng pondered for a while. If there are second-generation inheritors in the entire void frontline, there should be at most 12 of them. In reality, there may be 1 or 2 less. Actually, it's normal. Think about the scope of the war in our era and how many order beings were affected. It was understandable. As Sui Feng had said, the war between order and chaos in the previous era also involved the entire 8 elements realm. At that time, there were already plenty of third-generation inheritors everywhere. Plus the accumulation of more than 30 eras, there were less than 200 true inheritors in total. It was not hard to imagine how difficult it was for 2 inheritors to emerge. Don't you understand? If you don't understand, please elaborate. The 1,300 nodes in the void frontline were not as large as the node with the Fortress of Origin as the hub. At that time, the Fortress of Origin was spread all over the 8 elements realm. There were thousands of them. Thousands? No. At the very least, there were at least 100,000 of them. And this was the situation when we were still here. If we count it later, when the war is at its fiercest, this number may double or even multiply several times. And it's not just a matter of quantity. Every Fortress of Origin and the Shrine of Origin below it, as a mid-level node, must be guarded by a corresponding number of Order warriors. It's not just about the number of nodes. Sui Feng shook his head and waved his hand. Hui was speechless. When the void frontline was at its peak, there were only about 2,000 nodes. At that time, there were not even enough Shrines of Origin. It was only after the void frontline shrank several times that there were now 1,300 nodes, which was just enough to suppress the number of Shrines of Origin. And with the current situation, they did not have to worry about not having enough Shrines of Origin. It was just that, what if they did not have enough Order warriors? Yes, the number of defensive nodes had increased, but the number of Order warriors had not. This was different from the previous era. In the previous era, every node was fully loaded. Even if there was a sudden addition of a node, it could be stuffed to the brim with strength and defense. On the other hand, on their side, well, if there were more nodes like the Shrine of Origin, there might not be a situation where the nodes did not need to be guarded and they could charge at the front lines. There were not enough Order warriors. With a huge number of nodes and an extremely long time, if these 2 conditions were combined, there would be no more than 200 first and second generation heirs. One could imagine how difficult it would be to cross this threshold. Right, he still remembered that there were 49 heavenly gods of origin who had even weakened their own origin energy to look for heirs. All right, with these 3 conditions, it is indeed quite difficult. After all, the defensive strength of our entire void frontline can't even compare to the defensive strength of the entire Fortress of Origin's central node, even if it was doubled. I'm already very... Hui looked up and did some calculations, feeling that something was not right. So, logically speaking, wouldn't the most extreme situation be having no heirs at all? Where did these 12 come from? Well, as I've told you before, whether one can become an heir or not is related to one's own essence. Well, This thing can be changed with a little effort. That's a basic condition. And the only thing left is whether it's suitable or not. Don't be fooled by the question of whether it's suitable or not. Look at the god of destruction. There was only one true heir after 300 eras, and the two have not actually met. Just by looking at this, you can see how troublesome the question of whether it's suitable or not is. And in this case, the heir's essence is already special enough before it changes, or because he or she is exposed to too much origin energy, causing him or her to become special little by little and even have a little bit of adaptability. This is a very good basic condition. You understand this situation, don't you? Sui Feng threw a glance at Hui Jun and spread his hands. Hui Jun frowned in thought for a few seconds before suddenly widening his eyes and raising his brow as if he had a sudden epiphany. Snapping his fingers hard, he said, excitedly, "You're talking about Feng's girls?" "Ah, that's definitely included." Sui Feng looked up at the endless stars forged by the domain of origin and slowly said, "Two of them are related to the divine realm, and one is a life form of the origin. All three of them are not ordinary people and have been in contact with Feng for a long time. The origin energy and origin law that he leaked had already subtly changed them, even if they themselves did not realize it. As for the other two, it's a pity, although they have been in contact with Feng for a long time, and their essence is special enough, they are still life forms on the order side of chaos. Even if they are not true chaos life forms, as the gods believe, the existence of this order excludes them. There's no helping it." Hui Jun's mouth twitched. "They are life forms of the death shroud in the end, and there's no helping it. Even if they have chosen the side of order and had stayed by Feng's side for long enough that their own order had carried part of the presence of order, it does not change the fact that they are chaos life forms. The change to their essence and origin was not enough, but to completely change, it would be extremely dangerous for them." Hui Jun quickly changed the topic. "So, there are three that have a high probability of being the primes. What about the other 9? There are 9 more. One of them is Jing Yuanji. Brother Feng, you gave her the creation crystal left behind by her eminence, right? She should have an 80% chance of becoming an inheritor. There are 8 more." Sui Feng turned to Hui Jun. "You're one of them." Hui Jun paused and pointed at himself blankly. The ones mentioned before have a very high probability, so high that we can subconsciously think of them as heirs, candidates who are just one baptism away. Well, starting with you, Hui Jun, it's just a relatively high probability. Well, when it's my turn, it starts to fall off a cliff. That's interesting." Hui Jun grimaced. "Let me guess. Is it because I've been in contact with Feng too much, and then my essence, because I'm the guardian of the divine realm?" "Yes, those are the 2 reasons." Hui Jun crossed his arms and stared at himself, and even looked at his own origin structure inside out. He then looked up abruptly. "But I don't feel any change in me. Feng's girl has been close to him for a longer time, and even the duration of the seal has been dissolved by 1/3 to 1/2. It's a very obvious and enviable effect, but on my side, I don't feel any change. The origin energy and laws that little brother Maple leaked out are all weak energies and laws. The biggest effect of the subtle changes is that you won't be resisted when you come into direct contact with the origin energy and laws. The dissolving of the seal is just a side effect. It's the same when we're beside the venerated gods. As for the other effects, well, actually, we don't know what little brother Maple's level of contamination has changed you. We'll only know after you go through the origin baptism, and the changes will also be related to the origin. If you can't bring something hidden in the dark to the surface, it's as good as non-existent. That's what it means." Hui Jun frowned. "Then there are 7 more? The 7 will depend on the situation at the Void frontline. That's why it's an extreme situation and probability. Sway Fong spread his hands helplessly. That's why we might have to subtract 1 or 2. By the way, Qing Jun might also be counted. After all, there's a goddess among the goddess with similar characteristics to him, and she's probably quite compatible with him. Are you talking about the void brute trait? Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. The two glanced at each other, and both did not know whether to laugh or cry. Their heads were full of brute, and they would have a headache no matter where they were. Well, although it's a little difficult, and also a little. No, it can't even be forced. We can't find a suitable person in the entire void front line. Sway Fong suddenly muttered as he pinched his chin. What, do you want the 2 heavenly gods of origin to show their divinity and take in 2 heirs to help them get through this difficult time? It's not to the extent of getting through it, but it would be more comfortable if there are. Sway Fong shrugged and said, the first one is the Lord of Creation, the goddess who proposed the path of creation, of order. The second one is the god of weapons, not Bing as in Ice Mountain, but Bing as in weapons. The 12 divine, swords you know now, the 3rd generation of creation, were created by these 2 gods, and the other gods. We listened to the conditions that were pieced together and touched his cheeks. Could it be that you want to get a few more divine weapons? Oh no, I want to see if I can get the 1st and 2nd generation of creation cores, if I have the heirs of these 2 gods. Of course, it's not impossible to create the 3rd generation of creation cores. Wishful thinking, whimsical, and daydreaming. Sway Fong gave himself a long list of descriptions and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's just wishful thinking. If there are heirs, many things we have on hand can be easily solved, and Brother Maple's pressure will be reduced a lot. Hui Jun nodded to show that he understood. Right now, Maple's pressure was the greatest because he had to deal with the staff of creation, the staff of origin, and the fortress of origin. He had a headache, and it was fine if they were too big, but they might even crack. He estimated that in 2 days, he would see a certain someone's white hair and hair falling madly. Oh, his hair would not fall, no matter how hard he tried. Sway Fong said that he was just joking and was about to change the topic, but he suddenly pinched his chin and took a deep breath. Why do I feel that you might actually have a chance? Hui Jun. What kind of possibility are you talking about? The 5 elemental constitution's position in creation, and creation is unshakable in the realm of the gods. This characteristic is a little similar to that of Her Eminence. Sway Fong paused and scratched his head. Of course, seeing that Siyu hasn't done anything in this area yet, I think any high-level life form would be able to kick her out. Brother Maple didn't want to give her any guidance or anything. At least give her a beginner's tutorial. Maple can't even protect himself at all times, so he doesn't have the time to care about others. Moreover, have you forgotten what he said to you a few hours ago? Hui Jun shrugged. Hui spread out his hands. Actually, the most important thing is that Maple knew the characteristics of the 5 elements body, but he didn't have the time to guide her. When he first met the 5 elements girl, she obviously hadn't reached the point where she could start to branch out on her own path. When the time was ripe, Maple was already very busy. Look at him now. He can't wait to drag the underworld down with him. Where would he have the time to dig a path for others? He doesn't even have the time to dig his own grave. One day, he'll rush out with a bang and set the underworld on fire. And then with a clang, he'll dismantle the void of order, and we'll have to run over to help collect his corpse. Yeah. Sway Fong groaned and crossed his arms, deep in thought. I wonder if you really did become Her Eminence's successor. Is it too late to push a duck onto a perch? Well, there's no need to rush. Hui waved his hand. It's not even set in stone yet, and it's not something we can make an appointment for as long as we want. It still depends on what the origin energy and the things left behind by your eminence think. That's true. It's a little too hasty to treat it as though it's done. Suifeng nodded. It was best not to have too much hope before the next step was set. Putting too much hope and expectation into it, for no reason, would be a burden for them and the girl. There was no need at all. Damn it, stop thinking so much. A guide is a guide, not a forced route. Where did all that self-awareness go? Not noticing that Suifeng was suddenly distressed, Hui was still thinking about this matter. I originally wanted Qingjun to give it a try first, as the top of the top, but I don't know why that guy suddenly ran away. Should I go take a look first? Well, it's not impossible, but don't you want to wait until Brother Feng is here to take a look? Suifeng quickly came back to his senses and threw away his weird thoughts. Aren't you going to tell him? I haven't thought about it yet. I haven't decided if I should tell him or not. Sai, it's better to go tell him. After all, it's going to be over soon. I can't keep it a secret. Hui waved his hand and turned around. His face suddenly changed from light to incomparably solemn, as though he was walking to the execution ground. I'm going. Suifeng was speechless. He had almost forgotten that Hui Jun had disturbed Brother Feng's good thing. It seemed that Hui Jun was going to accept his fate. No, I'll bring the next group over first. Well, I'll take a detour. Suifeng was speechless. He was trying to stall for time. This time, the spatial beacon was a long way off. He took a long detour to bypass Feng's location. After sending the fourth group of people assembled by I Ching into the sanctum of creation, he teleported to Feng's location. This time, he teleported carefully. He checked the situation first. Well, nothing strange happened. Everything was normal. He was dealing with the structural core of the level 1 energy tower. The light cluster had returned to its original size of 10 feet. It seemed that he had entered the next stage. What are you looking at? Feng's indifferent voice suddenly came, and Hui shuddered. Seeing that Feng did not even turn his head and only cared about messing with the structural core, Hui could not help but grin. His face was indifferent to death, and he even said in a teasing tone, Sai, I'm just afraid that when the news comes out, you guys will be, ahem. Yes, he deliberately brought it up. He was looking for death, and he was also making things more difficult for himself. However, Feng was clearly too lazy to argue with him. He turned and rolled his eyes as if nothing had happened, and Hui breathed a sigh of relief. The alarm was lifted, and there was no need for the execution. How far is the structural core now? Hui walked up and looked at the light cluster. He still could not understand. It's just stabilized not long ago. It took a lot of effort to restore the structural core to its original state. The rest, well, I'm considering whether to expand the structural core further and solidify it into a core, or directly proceed to the next step of secondary strengthening. Yun Nuoshing looked up at the structural core that had yet to solidify. Her eyes trembled slightly, and she took a deep breath to focus. How should I put it? Give me a simple and easy-to-understand distinction. If I still want to strengthen the structural core, I want it to come into contact with the staff of creation, which is the step I just told you about. As for the secondary strengthening, although it sounds like I've given up, it's not that I've given up. I have another idea, which is to use the staff of creation's origin energy and origin law to strengthen the structural core into a secondary strengthening. I'm comparing which method is better, because the next step will be very troublesome, and I can't act rashly. I've been calculating and comparing which method is better. Hui noticed that after Feng finished speaking, he tapped his neck with a headache. His face was full of fatigue, and only then did he notice that Feng's law, order, energy form was a little dim after maintaining it for too long. The light stream that streaked across his body had shrunk a lot. He probably did not choose to use the sea of energy or other methods to prolong his life, probably because he did not want to waste it. After all, it did not seem like he needed to maintain this form for too long. Maintaining this form every second would burn a lot of energy, and it was an amount that could kill many people. In other words, Fong was showing signs of fatigue. His brain was not working well, and his thinking was beginning to slip. At this moment, he should let his girl cheer him up and let him rest for a while. Then he turned his head and saw that the little angel had fallen asleep. At this moment, Siyu and Qing Huang were still in seclusion and were not here. Shuang was still practicing at the front line. Where was Yuan Kong? Who was it? It was that platinum-haired girl. Who was she again? There was another. Who was that? Anyway, none of them were here at the moment. Hui coughed dryly. Well, if he could not cheer him up, and he might be thrown out by Fong for being a troublemaker, then let's talk about the problem. So, why don't you keep the structural core as it is now and let the creator or the sanctuary of creation create another one? You can try both situations again, and then you'll know which one is better, right? Yun Nuoxing's eyes, which had dimmed by a few notches, suddenly brightened. She was stunned for a moment. Yes, that's right. What am I thinking? Looking at Fong, rubbing his eyes and trying to force himself to be alert, Hui sighed softly. Rest for a while. If you can't handle the first stage, there's still the second stage. And this is a level 1 energy tower. I don't want anything strange to happen when I'm using it. If you force it, you'll really make a mistake. Yun Nuoxing covered her face with her hand and was silent for a long time. Rule, order, energy form gently dissipated. She let out a long sigh. All right, Hui. Hoo, are you possessed by something? You weren't so easy to persuade in the past. It's nothing. It's just that the situation is, as you said. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. Let's rest for a while. Let the creator create 3 or 4 first. Let me adjust a few states and see what happens before we proceed to the next step. Yan. Hui blinked and suddenly grinned. By the way, Fong, how long will it take for Siyu and Qing Huang to come out? I'm not very sure. I have to go check on them. It's been a few years. They should be out by now, right? Yun Nuoxing yawned again and rubbed her eyes. By the way, how are things with Sui Fong and the others? I was just about to talk about it. Let's go check on your girls first. I mentioned this matter to them. Let's talk about it while we go. Mentioned? Is it about the inheritors? Hui scratched his head. You know about it again. I had an idea a few years ago, but it was just an idea. I didn't know how to do it. After all, I'm just an executor in name. There are some things that I can't do. Yun Nuoxing dealt with the few structural cores here and looked at the rapidly recovering fortress of origin in another dimension. After confirming that everything was fine, she drooped her shoulders and floated into the depths of the observer dimension like a ghost. Let's go check on them first. Looking at Fong, who was so tired that she could collapse at any time, Hui frowned and rubbed his forehead. He sighed in his heart. He really hoped that Qing Huang and Siyu could become the inheritors of the heavenly god of origin as expected. Then they could share some of the burden. He knew that he couldn't do it. Even if he really became the inheritors, he was just a shield and couldn't help much. The problem now was that a shield couldn't do anything. Chapter 1926. The heavens were about to bestow great responsibility upon him, and the situation was so serious that he couldn't handle it with a single shield. Instead, he had to carry a shield with both hands and take a beating. All right, he was talking nonsense, but the truth was more or less the same as what he was saying. Was a shield important? It was important, especially since he and Maple had about the same level of attack. He alone could take charge of the defense of an entire battlefield, and with a shield, he could delay the time when his own people would be killed by the enemy's attacks. He could also use this extended time to attack the enemy as if his life depended on it, but to say that it wasn't too important if he didn't dawdle and directly used more powerful firepower to crush the enemy, then everything would be fine. Even the enemy's attacks would be crushed, and there wouldn't be any problems. However, he was a shield, and attacking recklessly was not his area of expertise. He did have such thoughts before, but it wasn't because he doubted himself. Just like now, when the concept of chaos and the domain of chaos were mentioned, everyone was so anxious that it was as if the void would collapse tomorrow. The entire void frontline was quickly mobilized to find any way to make up for this shortcoming. It was obvious how important a shield was, but sometimes he really felt that just carrying a shield was actually, wasn't too useful. That was why he had picked up a great sword a long time ago and learned a few attacking methods that exceeded the range of a guardian from Maple. However, it was only to the extent that he could barely be of use. He was still a shield at heart. It was fine as long as he had enough shields. It was fine as long as he could ensure that his own people would not be ambushed by the enemy to the point that they were half dead or severely injured. After enduring this phase, his ultimate goal was still to finish off the enemy. Trying to wear out the enemy while carrying a shield, he didn't think that would work. He was getting off topic. Now that he had the existence of an order creation like the energy tower, he could also help to blast out 2 energy torrents when the defense wasn't that tight. His own realm and the uniqueness of his energy were there, and his attacks with the energy tower were quite good, but it still couldn't make up for the core problem. Their attacks weren't powerful enough, and their spears weren't sharp enough. The only weapon that could be considered to be a heavy blow to the enemy was Maple. Maple was the only one who was stubbornly holding on at the front and not retreating. Ever since he launched his charge, he didn't say anything about retreating. He played himself to death and tore himself into something that was neither human nor ghost. But even so, it still wasn't enough. He couldn't change the situation on the battlefield by himself. Ever since Maple became more and more insane, he had been worried about that. Unfortunately, he saw with his own eyes that his worry had turned into reality, and yet he felt helpless about the development of the situation. He was just a shield. No matter how tough a shield was, it was enough when it reached a certain level. However, there was never a need to worry about having too much power to kill the enemy. He was always worried about not having enough power. As the situation they were facing became clearer and clearer, the danger level increased step by step, and the power they needed became even greater. And then that mission fell on Maple's shoulders without any discussion. He was already in a terrible situation. Although everyone was working hard, be it the countless Order warriors on the front lines or Sui Feng and the other second-generation inheritors, it was still far from enough. He actually hoped that one day he would hear Maple jokingly say things like, "Oh, we're already at this level. Let's figure out how to hold up a shield and kill the enemy." Instead of saying things like, "Push your power to the limit," or "My attack power isn't enough. I need to put my life on the line." Phew, that's why it's fine to be a shield once in this life. In the next life, if there's a next life, don't just focus on being a shield. Why don't you consider picking up a spear and boldly charging alongside Maple? But that was just a thought. For now, he still had to carry his shield obediently. After all, it was time for him to raise his defense to the maximum. Yes, he knew that, but he was just worried for Maple. Looking at how Maple looked, as if his soul had left his body. "Sai, what's wrong?" Yun Nuoshing turned around and saw Hui standing beside him with one hand on his waist and sighing in self-pity. He tilted his head, puzzled. "Are you worried about the inheritors?" Something like that. Hui scratched his head and replied with a frown. He was indeed worried about that kind of problem. He hoped that there would be one or two more people to share the burden with Maple. Don't worry too much. This can't be forced. Yin Nuoshing's eyelids drooped slightly. He took a deep breath and held back his yawn. He stood still and waved his hand gently. The sea of energy surged. Countless energy flowed. Energy waves appeared out of nowhere in the air. Then, they retreated in all directions like a flood. When the waves receded, a square box that looked about the same size as the creation space suddenly appeared in front of him. The matter of origin can never be forced. Whether it's the origin gods or the beings of order, it's the same. Although they chose to find problems with themselves and lowered their demands, the result is still very little. I've discussed with them. It seems that it has been like this since the new era. The knowledge of the beings of order in battle and chaos is far from what it was during the era of chaos. It's something that can't be helped, Maple said as he led them through the door of the square box. As soon as they stepped through the door, the space, which was originally covered in ordinary light, was suddenly occupied by the brilliant light of origin energy. The dazzling light rushed in from all directions. It felt as if they had plunged into the interior of the sun. Not an inch of their bodies was not covered by the light. Hui walked into this space without any precaution. The vast and mighty light that greeted him made his vision turn white. Suddenly, he let out a cry and forgot what he had been thinking about just now. He hurriedly covered his eyes. After a while, when he felt that he was not so blind anymore, he quickly blinked dozens of times and slowly opened his eyes. The space was a space that he could not tell the size and whether there were layers of twisted structure. He could only see that it was covered by the light of origin energy in all directions. The colorful light flowed in the space. The parts that were not so bright were like the light and shadow of the wall that was covered by the brilliant light. When he locked his eyes on the details, he could see that the entire wall and the space were in a flowing state. He felt that he had plunged into a colorful star that was cast with origin energy. It was a place that was cast with familiar energy. The origin energy here was all Maple's breath. You hid the two girls in this place cast with origin energy? Hui took a deep breath and almost choked on the rich origin energy. Such a high concentration of origin energy. It was not too uncomfortable. He could still get used to it. It was just that this place did not look like a place where he could break through peacefully, just like the planet that had been smelted into an explosive object. Although Hao Run had been there for some years, every time he opened his eyes and saw a huge explosive object lying in front of him, he could not help but shudder in fear. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and knew what he was thinking. Don't worry. Siyu and Qing Huang can withstand this level of origin energy. They have experienced more violent origin energy and origin law. Hui was speechless. Did he mean that they had gotten used to watching origin energy explode when Feng Luo went berserk? Like I said, those girls must have lived in an abyss of suffering every day. Cough, cough. Compared to the peaceful environment they were in right now, there was no need to worry. Furthermore, according to Sui Feng, those two girls should be more adaptable to origin energy and origin law than he was. After all, they had always been by Feng Luo's side. Well, there was no need for him to worry. Even Feng Luo's down quilt didn't show any fear, so there was no need for him to worry about them. There was indeed a distorted spatial structure in this place. It was not to hide the two girls. It seemed that Maple used the overlapping structure to allow the origin energy in this space to flow more into the center and complete the cycle faster. In the center that was flooded by origin energy, Howrin peeled off a dozen layers of spatial structure and saw the two girls curled up in a deep sleep. The surging energy was suppressed by the origin energy to within 5 feet of them. It was an immeasurable difference compared to the last time he saw it. Whoa, their aura has jumped 3 or 4 levels. Are they planning to break through in one go until they are blocked by the next seal? Hui felt the aura of the two girls that he had not seen for a long time. He crossed his arms and said, "They are very close to us, but when they are about to catch up with us, they will be blocked by the seal." Well, I don't know as much about the Yuanshu realm as you do. Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh. Anyway, they have been cooped up here for a long time. I calculated according to the time each of you broke through the realm and combined with the conditions of staying here to calculate their situation. I think it's about time for them to wake up. I said this a few decades ago, but they didn't wake up. We frowned and pointed at the colorful space. Could it be that they have drowned in this rich origin energy? No. Their vital signs are fine. There is no problem with the activity of their souls and minds. They are indeed in a state of deep sleep. As for the origin structure, well, it is not good for me to rashly check on them in this state, Yun Nuoxing said, as she slowly walked forward to the front of Qin Huang. She touched her face with the back of her hand and could not help but whisper, "Since a long time ago, you have liked to sleep. Once you sleep, you will sleep for many years. No one can wake you up." Regardless of whether it was the High Ancient Era or the 139th Era, it had always been like this. Regardless of whether it was her breakthrough or accumulating enough energy to allow her form to change and grow, she would always need a long period of time to sleep. Little White and Little Green clearly didn't need that much time. He didn't know where this girl had gone astray. Or was it just that this girl simply liked to sleep in? A wisp of crimson pink flame suddenly wrapped around his right hand that was touching her face. He was stunned for a moment. After a while, he could not help but frown and smile helplessly. This is exactly the same as before. Sleeping in a daze and restless, that wisp of crimson pink flame suddenly became a little excited. It quickly spread along his arm until it reached his chest. It was still restlessly flapping and emitting a weak temperature, as if this wisp of confused consciousness was protesting silently. He grabbed this wisp of flame with his hand and wrapped it between his hands. He could not help but yawn again. This time, it was a yawn that he could not hold back at all. The flame in his palm seemed to have noticed his movement and suddenly quieted down. It was emitting a heartwarming temperature, as if it was concerned about his situation. Gently pressing the flame in his palm, Yun Nuoxing turned to Hui and said, "It seems that they still won't wake up in a short period of time. Their origin baptism may have to be left for last. Let the others be baptized first." "That's not a problem. Anyway, that place is very big. It won't be a problem to let many people be baptized at once." Hui rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Do you want to go back to the divine world and get the other 3 4 celestial gods to come over?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. "The change in topic is a bit sudden. Hey, didn't I mention it once when you picked up this little phoenix many years ago?" Hui shrugged. "But at that time, according to the intelligence, the other 3 4 celestial gods were not active yet. Now, I think that 5 eras have passed. They should have been active in the divine world long ago. They might also have gone outside while they were active. If the divine world went through that change according to our plan, well, those 3 should also be the origin. They should also be in the Yuanshu realm. Although the conditions in the divine world at this time are not as good as the void frontline now, it should not be a problem for them to enter the Yuanshu realm. Given our special situation, if they come to the void frontline, with the help of the 4 celestial gods. They would be a help to the Order warriors on the front line. Hui turned to look at him. Well, maybe I can give you 2 blessings so that you can charge more decisively. Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment and shook her head. The 4 celestial gods' characteristics are much weaker when they are away from the divine world. Before they try to specialize in this aspect, they won't be of much use. The war between order and chaos is too pure and monotonous. Many things that are restricted to their own world and world rules are useless in such a battlefield, or they would need to spend a lot of effort to adjust them before they can come into contact with the void, and only then would they be able to exert their normal effect on the main stage of the void. It's not that they are useless. Just as I said, if they are moved here without any adjustments, their effect would be greatly reduced, including the blessings of the 4 celestial gods. No one can avoid this. This is a hurdle in this war, and crossing this hurdle means that we are ready to face this war. I know, but there is still time to change it. Also, because this place is too pure and monotonous, some things are not that complicated to change, isn't it? The ability to specialize is much simpler than walking on the single plank bridge we are facing now. Hui grinned and nudged Yun Nuoxing's waist. Are you sure you don't want to think about it? In the sense of reality, it would be useful, but in the sense of time, it's hard to say, hard to judge. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. As you said, the 4 celestial gods are now mature, and it would take a lot more effort to get in touch with them than in the early stages. If they were strolling along the street, and a stranger suddenly rushed up to them and said, "Let's go to war with me," they would be considered good-tempered if they did not treat me as a lunatic and call for their men to beat me up. Hui was speechless. That was true. Well, it would take a lot of effort to get in touch with them again, and it would be easier for them to do it as they were 2 celestial gods. Besides, the 2 of them did not have the time to leave the front line of the void, at least for now. As for getting in touch with them slowly, well, judging from your expression, you must have figured it out yourself, so there's no need to say more. Yun Nuoxing's sigh turned into a yawn, and we felt a little sleepy. The tiredness and sleepiness that lingered on her body were top-notch. Overall, it was still a matter of time. It was not a matter of whether they could do it or not, but whether it was worth it to spend this part of time on it. If it was a worthwhile operation, Hui was sure that Maple would have rushed to the realm of the gods. But from the looks of it, it was more or less a matter of whether it was worthwhile or not. Unless they had extra time, they would definitely not deliberately go around. The faces of little Qing and little White flashed across her mind. Yun Nuoxing gently closed her eyes and sighed. Suddenly, she missed the big family on the other side. Putting the little flame back on Blue Phoenix, Yun Nuoxing walked to the side to check on Siyu's condition. After checking around and finding no abnormalities, she nodded and waved her hand at Hui. As she walked out, she whispered, "Let's go. They still need some time. Let them continue sleeping." After returning to the observer space and settling down Blue Phoenix and Siyu's sleeping quarters, Yun Nuoxing saw Huey's thoughtful expression and remembered that there was a predetermined topic that they had not talked about. By the way, didn't you want to talk about the inheritors that are related to them? Why? Did Sui Feng and the others come up with some, special ideas? Oh, it's a special idea, but it's hard to say what the truth is. Hui nodded vigorously. Under Maple's attentive gaze, he pondered for a moment, and then told Sui Feng everything that he had just discussed. Creation? That heavenly god of origins. Indeed, with the characteristics of Siyu's body, she is somewhat similar to the heavenly god of origins. However, it's only in terms of their physiques. With that girl's current situation, she might not be able to meet the heavenly god of origins. That's a good idea. However, just as you think, it's not up to us to decide whether we get the inheritors or not. It depends on what they think. Although I want to verify this topic now, it seems that they still need to sleep for a while. We might have to postpone this topic. So, there's no need to be overly concerned. This matter can't be rushed. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and moved her hands slightly to make herself more energetic. Let's not talk about the two girls first. How's the origin baptism going? I heard that you were interested in discussing this topic. Could it be that there are some good results? Unfortunately, the truth is the complete opposite. We could not help but smile bitterly. Pinching his face, he sighed and mumbled, "It's because there are no surprises aside from the expected results that we are talking about this topic. Well, it's whimsical. I'm thinking too much." Not a single inheritor. Yun Nuoxing frowned. She was a little puzzled when she saw Hui nodding. Everyone has undergone the origin baptism? Not a single one. Oh, not so fast. It's only a part of it. According to Suifeng and the other speculations, there may be 12 inheritors in the void frontline. If there are any accidents, 1 or 2, or 2 or 3 inheritors will be reduced. Hui spread out his hands and told her in more detail. In the end, he imitated Yun Nuoxing and sighed. That's the situation. That's to be expected. It's not easy to become an inheritor in the first place. Moreover, once one becomes an inheritor, there will be a lot of unavoidable troubles and even more troubles that will befall them. If an ordinary person who can't handle all of this becomes an inheritor, they will only harm themselves. Yun Nuoxing suddenly raised her eyebrows as she spoke. Ah, I suddenly remembered something. Her words were meaningful and interesting. Hui was also curious. Did you forget about your sister? Yun Nuoxing. Although he did suddenly think of someone, if he suddenly said such a sentence, then should he still say the rest of the words? Rolling her eyes at Hui, who was laughing dryly, Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. I did suddenly think of someone because it's also related to the origin. So I suddenly thought of, he looked up at the starry sky with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. He let out a long sigh. It's been 5 eras. I don't know how the little girl is now. Hui grumbled in his stomach. I just mentioned it casually, and it turned out to be a girl. However, this statement was too specific. She was from 5 eras, had something to do with the origin, and was a little girl whom he had not seen for a long time. In his impression, there was only one person who fit these conditions. Are you talking about the little girl we met in the Cloud Continent, the one who had her structure modified by the origin relic? Yes, that's her. I think she's called. Yun Nuoxing covered her forehead with her hand and shook her head. She tried hard to recall for a while before she looked up. Ji Shuiyin? Is that her name? We saw him looking at him and shook his head hard. How did I cough? Stop fooling around. That's her name. Waiting for Maple to put down the nether void sword in his hand, we laughed and continued. I'm not too sure about the little girl's situation. You should remember that Ji Hanshao came to the void frontline 5 eras ago. After a long time, he brought many people from the Cloud Continent here. Now, he's guarding the various nodes in the front line. He's considered a strong force. Well, although he went astray from the beginning, he can still fight after correcting himself. That little brat seems to have arrived at the void front lines as well, but I haven't tried to find out what's going on with her. She was affected by the origin relic's energy, and there might have been a faint origin rule in her body. Then, what do you think that little brat could become an heir? It's just a probability. Yun Nuoxing nodded lightly. The determination mechanism of the inheritor only involves one's own essence and adaptability to the origin energy and origin rules. These two are not conditions that can't be changed from the beginning. So according to the theoretical situation, actually, anyone can become a true inheritor. It's just that they need to make corresponding changes according to their own situation to reach that threshold. That little girl has been branded by the origin since she was born. That part of the brand changed her structural source. Logically speaking, when she came into contact with the origin energy and origin law at that time, even if it was only a weak level of energy and law without the assistance of everyone who mastered the origin energy to stabilize that part of the uninvited guest, logically speaking, she would, that's what I mean. Although I don't know why the outcome is like this, it's enough to know that it's a good outcome. There's no need to look further. If it's her structural source would allow her to adapt to the origin energy and origin law better than others. So compared to others, her chances of becoming an inheritor are higher. As for how much, I'm not very sure. Yun Nuoshing's pretty face gradually regained some spirit, showing some interest. Well, other than this part of the situation, I also want to see what that little girl from back then has become. A life that comes with the mark of the origin. It feels quite interesting. Huey's mouth slipped, and he said without thinking, abduct her after seeing her. Yun Nuoshing's face immediately shook. Don't make me sound like a human trafficker, okay? You're not a human trafficker. Hui crossed his arms and said matter-of-factly, because you're just abducting her and keeping her by your side and not selling her. Why don't you see how many people you've picked up from all over the world? Yun Nuoshing seriously considered the question this time. At most, it's the population of an entire void region. No, I'm not talking about that part. I'm not listening. That's the part, nothing else. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and opened the portal to the observer dimension. She swaggered out. Go do your thing. I'm going out for a walk while you're resting. Hui was speechless. She's trying to change the topic. And what do you mean by going out for a walk? She's just going to look for that little girl. The little girl that Maple forgot to bring back. He didn't dare to say this in front of Maple's face. If he did, he would definitely be pressed into the void and beaten up in advance. However, he did indeed forget to bring her back. At that time, Maple himself had said that he was interested, wanted to observe her, and so on. However, when he left the Cloud Continent, a certain someone turned into a ball, so there was no follow-up to this matter. At this time, he rushed out to deal with the matter that happened 5 years ago. Speaking of which, Maple seemed to have just rushed out wrapped in a blanket. TSK. Wouldn't that be big news in the Void Frontline? Chapter 1927. The Frontline of the Void was a place where chaos and order coexisted. Standing before the realm of order was the power of chaos that was born to be the enemy, while the defense line behind guarded the entire world of order. But setting aside the countless worlds of order in the distance, the Frontline was one of the worlds of order, and a rather important one at that. It was a zone built by countless people in the front line of the void that could barely be considered peaceful and quiet, providing fresh blood to the front line of the void. However, there was only a short distance between the tranquility and the chaotic reality. It was a very short distance, so short that one would always think of the words false tranquility and peace that the Lord had said. Standing in such a place, she could clearly feel the feeling of taking one step into heaven and one step into hell. This was the middle zone that separated heaven and hell, a zone of never-ending war. She did not know how many years she had been here, more than 4 epochs in the void time, and it would be the 5th epoch soon. It was so long that she seemed to have forgotten why she had come to the front line of the void in the first place. When she first came here, it was quite unbearable. The mischievous little girl did not listen to her father's advice and stubbornly traveled thousands of miles to come here from another part of the void. Even though time had passed, and she was no longer the little girl she once was, she still carried the memories of the same experience, and thought that nothing could scare her. But on the first day she came to the front line of the void, she was still terrified by the endless number of enemies that blotted out the sky. The abyssal death mist-spawn, and the chaos soldiers were not the same thing at all. In terms of the impact on sight, spirit, and soul, the former was definitely more frightening, and one look could almost make one cry. It was as if one had fallen into a quagmire, surrounded by tens of thousands of hungry beasts. That impact was definitely 10,000 times more terrifying than what she had described. Well, that level of shock was still too early for humans. But what kind of thoughts did she have when she came here in the first place? She couldn't really remember. The reason seemed to have been buried in the bottom of her heart along with the passing of her teenage years. After that, she seemed to have heard that her father and a group of uncles had come here. After hearing about this place and the name Void Frontline, she felt that she must come here. However, she had applied hundreds of times, but was still rejected by her father. In a fit of anger, she stubbornly and sneakily came here. For this reason, she even deliberately went to the node next to her stupid father and the others. When they found out that she had come here, it was already 1 or 2 eras later. What a slow-witted monster. Just as she had said earlier, this was the border that separated heaven and hell. Only countless major events were constantly happening here. Her arrival was just a small matter that was expected. Because it was too small, no one even paid attention to the essence of her arrival. To everyone here, there seemed to be no need to guess or think about what kind of thoughts the people who chose to come here had. It was more like a kind of reason that didn't need to be said clearly. Even if there was a discrepancy, it wouldn't be far off. Then she stayed here in a daze. She had been staying here for a long time and even forgot the reason why she came here. She was not referring to the small reason that her stupid father kept rejecting her requests. She was referring to the first, more profound reason that was very vague from the beginning. She did not know how to describe the feeling of that reason. Struggling in the vortex of death, being treated as a show by innumerable people who were indifferent, mocking, and ridiculing her, ignoring her calls one after another. It was definitely a shadow that could not be removed in the course of her life. What happened after that? Did she struggle out on her own? Or did someone pull her? She did not know. It was so vague. She only remembered that there seemed to be a very beautiful light. It was gone. Her eyes seemed to be suddenly attracted by that light. It even made her forget the pain of struggling in the vortex and the indifferent and mocking gazes of countless onlookers. Before she realized it, everything was over. Until today, she was still looking for the original reason. But as time went by, even the impression of that light engraved in the bottom of her heart faded little by little. It even seemed that her original position was gradually replaced by other reasons. It was not that she had completely forgotten it. It was just that the battle in front of her had taken up most of her energy. She had been used to pouring her power in this position for more than 4 eras. This gradually became the reason for her to guard this place. It was just a habit, just like how she was used to doing things. As she got used to it, it became a part of her and continued to pass on. She did not feel that she had to defend this place for righteousness, for order, and for countless lives. Perhaps in the end, she was just used to this strange daily life. She seemed to be able to understand what everyone said to her in the beginning. Ji Shuiyin. A voice suddenly sounded in the mighty roar of energy. Ji Shuiyin hurriedly stopped her daydreaming. While maintaining the energy output to the energy tower, she turned her head and saw the young man walking towards her. She quickly asked, "Chief Commander, what's the matter?" The young commander lowered his head, sweating on his forehead. He seemed to be thinking about how to say it. Stop what you're doing and take a deep breath. Relax a little. Don't be so nervous. Someone wants to see you. He's waiting for you on the wall of the Node City. Just go straight to the wall, and you'll see him when you get there. Ji Xueyin was stunned. She blinked her eyes and asked, Someone? Is it my stupid old man again? No, it's a special person, a very special person. Special? Ji Xueyin took a small step back and put her hands in front of her as if she was blocking something. She had a strange look on her face. Could it be some weird person? Cough, 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 cough. Everyone, including the commander-in-chief, started coughing violently. Every one of them stumbled, fell on the ground, and almost fell into the void. She was scared out of her wits. Could it be that they are really strange people? Everyone was speechless. We can't say that. We really can't say that. But from the facts, it's true that he's a weird person. But we really can't say that. Something big is going to happen. Cough, cough. He's not a suspicious person. Okay, you go ahead. Don't worry about this place for now. The commander said with a strange look on his face. As he watched Ji Xueyin leave the realm of order, the commander-in-chief's expression became even weirder. The person beside him, who was busy maintaining the energy torrent, could not help but ask, Sir Commander-in-Chief, do you really agree with the term weird person? Aren't you afraid that Master Feng will push you into the void? The commander's face twitched a few times. He waved his hand and smiled bitterly. I'm not. But let's be honest. We've been pushed into the void quite a few times, right? Everyone was speechless. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we felt Master Feng's movement. I wonder when we'll be pushed into the void again. But why is Master Feng looking for Ji Xueyin all of a sudden? The vice commander asked. That's strange. Could it be that they know each other? The commander shrugged. Ji Xueyin is from the Cloud Continent. Master Feng and Master Hui moved the Cloud Continent to the Celestial Realm together. So, they might have met each other back then. Everyone heard this and let out a long sigh. So this is an old friend meeting again after 5 eras. So that's why, Ji Xueyin has been here for almost 5 eras. Master Feng only just remembered that there was someone here. Furthermore, he didn't call them over directly. Instead, he asked them to help him find someone. Understood. Master Feng is also a muddle-headed and slow freak. One of them clapped his hands excitedly and said, everyone was speechless. Based on the facts and theories, it wasn't wrong. After all, Master Feng's love marathon was still running. No, Master Hui mentioned this before. He seemed to say that Master Feng wasn't muddle-headed. It was just that he was focused on destroying the other side and didn't have the heart to deal with it. Ahem, they were discussing the situation among the higher-ups. It wasn't a taboo topic. No, it wasn't. The commander swallowed his saliva and whispered, stop talking. Be careful. There might be ears in your soul. The face of the agitated person turned pale. He quickly put his hands together and made a gesture of utmost devotion. Oh, Your Eminence. Everyone was speechless. Did this child already start praying? Suddenly, someone she didn't know came looking for her. She thought about how the commander-in-chief and the others looked like they were crazy. She knew. It should be someone from the higher-ups. Someone from the higher-ups was looking for her. For something? No wonder they had such a big reaction when she asked if the person was a strange person. But she didn't know anyone else at the front line. With a bunch of weird thoughts in her head, Ji Xueyin returned to the Node City in a daze. As the realm of order had advanced a huge distance, the node city was only left with the void seal, and another set of realm of order. There would only be people in the node city. There was basically no one on the city walls. There was no need to stand guard here. So when she saw a figure on the city wall, she basically knew that it was someone who was looking for her. But was this person afraid of the cold? Going out in the void with a down quilt, this person was indeed a strange person. She didn't expect such a person to exist among the higher-ups. Oh, since it was someone from the higher-ups, she couldn't be too perfunctory. Anyway, she had to brace herself and deal with it first. She took a deep breath and mentally prepared herself. She landed on the city wall and slowly approached. Then she cupped her hands. "Hello." The unfamiliar voice had obviously changed from the voice that was still childish back then, but he could still distinguish a faint sense of familiarity. His contemplative thoughts were interrupted by this slightly respectful call. Yun Nuoshing gently opened his tightly closed eyes, and his tightly furrowed brows also relaxed. He let out a small sigh of relief in his heart before turning around. Standing in front of her was a woman in a light, short-sleeved green dress. She was tall and slender. With a cursory glance, she could see that the dress wrapped around her body. Her long black hair fell to the side of her body as she bowed slightly. The right side of her hair was tied into a long, slanted ponytail with a colorful hairband. She could still vaguely see the appearance of the little girl in the past on her beautiful face. Well, she looked a little like Ji Hanshao. Yun Nuoshing chuckled. "Long time no see." Ji Shuiyin was taken aback. She slowly raised her head. This was the first time she officially saw the person in front of her. Only when she truly saw the person in front of her did she stiffen. Then she took a deep breath. "Who are you?" Yun Nuoshing. "Little angel." At this moment, he really wanted to shout out in surprise. 5 eras have passed, and this girl has forgotten about me. But, 5 eras is indeed too long. It's normal to forget people. I'm not an important person, right? Don't I often forget people too? There's no need to be surprised. There's no need to be surprised. Besides, this girl had been pretending to be asleep all the way. He saw that his wings were stiff. Things like memories, even if they were so vague that they could not recall them, only needed a trigger to awaken some additional information, especially for high-level life forms. As long as they were not completely destroyed, this part of the structure of the memory would not be a problem. This girl, well, the peak of origin, one step away from the origin realm. It had been a long time since he saw the origin realm. Why did he suddenly feel a little nostalgic when he saw it? Speaking of which, it took almost 5 eras to reach the peak of origin realm. That should not be the case. Before he came, he had taken a look. Ji Hanshao, and this girl came one after the other. The difference in time was not more than 3/4 of an era. Based on the conditions of the void frontline from 0 to 3 eras, it would take at most 4 eras for a Yuanshi cultivator. Unless it was an extremely unlucky person. This girl should have entered the Yuanshi realm long ago. Let's not talk about this first. Anyway, let's awaken this girl's memory first. Yun Nuoshing coughed and slowly said, "Yunyan continent, Gangyuan land, your family's ice region, the origin relic, or should I say, the ancient origin spirits relic, the chaos energy. You remember?" He felt that he had mentioned enough elements, especially the last 2 conditions. However, when he looked up and saw this girl's confused look, he felt that she might not have remembered. "They are indeed from my family." I know. You're also from Yunyan continent." Ji Shuiyin suddenly came to a realization, then frowned. "But when have we met before?" Yun Nuoshing covered his face. She really did not remember. He had to be more specific. "I'm not from Yunyan continent." "Do you remember that Union Continent went through a move. Do you still remember those big and small matters? Although I might have fainted on the day of the move. Move? What move? We didn't move. Ji Shuiyin crossed her arms and touched her chin with her palm, looking puzzled. Yin Nuoshing slowly put down his crossed arms. His slightly calm expression gradually became serious. He squinted his eyes. The voice of the little angel gently sounded in his soul. Something seems wrong. Even if it's been too long and you've forgotten about us, you shouldn't have forgotten about the Union Continent's move. Could it be something happened in the last period of time when the chaotic energy and origin energy filled the entire Union Continent? We weren't there at that time, so we're not sure if anything happened. Yin Nuoshing had a headache. If something really happened at that time, it would be terrible. It would be really terrible. Trying to trace back what happened 5 eras ago, it might be even more difficult than going through the underworld. The Union Continent's old site was completely gone. How could he trace it back? Let's ask Ji Hanshao. Yun Nuoshing sighed in response and found Ji Hanshao in the soul seed. Hanshao, let me ask you something. When you moved that year, did anything strange happen? In Node 0's order domain, Ji Hanshao stared at the countless energy fireworks in the void. This sentence suddenly rang in his soul, causing him to be slightly stunned. Then he frowned. It's been 5 eras. It's really hard to recall. Ji Hanshao slowly recalled for a period of time. He then told him what happened during the last period of someone's absence. Hearing the troubled voice in his soul, he was slightly puzzled. Why did you suddenly mention that? Did something happen? It's not that I want to mention it, but you know that Shui Yan is at the node next door, right? I know, but this girl came to the Void front line without telling us. We only found out after 2 eras. Yun Nuoshing, as a father, you're really neglectful. I didn't expect this girl to, Ji Hanshao laughed bitterly. Then his expression suddenly changed, as if he had noticed something. What happened to Shui Yan? I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet, but Yin Nuoshing sighed in distress. She waved her hand at the confused Ji Shui Yan and asked her to wait. She then told Ji Hanshao about the matter. Forgot about moving? She even forgot about you? Ji Hanshao's expression changed. In the tens of millions of years in the realm of the gods, there were no clues. Maybe she just forgot about this part of the matter. Only this part of the matter. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's sick. She clearly knows that something is wrong. She didn't intentionally mention moving, so she doesn't know that there's something missing in her memory? Ji Hanshao was troubled regarding what they had experienced together and the changes brought about by that incident. Unless she suddenly recalled that period in the distant future, she wouldn't intentionally mention something that happened in the present that everyone knew. It wasn't a casual conversation. Everyone in the Cloud Continent knew about this, but the specific details, this detail might have been mentioned in 7,000 to 8,000 different situations. If you insist on saying that there's something wrong, Ji Hanshao suddenly thought of something. He lowered his head and replied softly, at that time, when the war ended, Shui Yan was in a coma. She only woke up a few days after you guys left. As she wasn't in a coma for a long time, I didn't find anything wrong with her. I just thought that she was frightened by the war and didn't show any abnormalities after she woke up, so I didn't take it to heart. I still remember this. The main reason is that the child wasn't there when I sent you off. As for what happened after that, oh, that's strange. She really didn't mention anything about you after that, nor did she mention anything about moving. It was as if she didn't care at all. Yun Nuoshing's face immediately scrunched up. The timing was neither too early nor too late, neither too high nor too low. He couldn't tell if there was some kind of incurable illness, but based on this girl's own condition, it would affect her. and it happened to be something that happened during that period of time. It's over. It's not a good idea. I might have to bring your girl for a checkup. Ah, don't be so agitated. It might be a very life-threatening situation. Ji Hanxiao's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. Based on Lord Feng's serious tone, and the way he said it was life-threatening, it was related to the life-threatening situation back then. Was it not really a life-threatening situation? How could he not be agitated? Wait, I'll go take a look too. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Go to the observer space and wait for me. I'll bring her over. Ji Hanxiao. Bring her to the observer space. Oh no, he had a feeling that something catastrophic was going to happen today. His friend, who was a doctor, visited him at home to check his body. In the end, he suddenly changed into a full set of armor and sent him to the ward. These were two different things. The situation after that was simply life-threatening. If it was in the void, there was only one life-threatening thing for Lord Feng. It was the only life-threatening thing that the entire void frontline knew. Coincidentally, they had met 5 eras ago. These were all life-threatening things that could be traced. Hearing Ji Hanxiao's panicked voice, Yun Nuoxing shook her head and heaved a sigh of relief. This isn't a rare reunion after 5 eras. This might be a troublesome matter that has lasted for 5 eras. Judging from the situation of this girl being branded with the origin imprint, the only thing that could affect her, and the matter that happened to affect her during that period of time, is the power of the chaos concept body, that chaos wraith that had amassed chaos energy in the cloud continent, and was having fun could not really leave him with a mess that lasted for 5 eras, right? Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. She turned and waved to Ji Shuyan, who had been waiting for a minute or two. Come, follow me to a place. Ji Shuyan subconsciously took a step back. Where are you taking me? This is the void front line. If you mess around here, my Lord Observer and Lord Guardian will— Yun Nuoxing held her forehead, helplessly. I'm your Lord Observer. Ji Shuyan was speechless. Looking at the little girl's stunned expression, Yun Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. You've been fighting in the void front line for almost 5 eras. Haven't you heard anything about your Lord Observer from them? Ji Shuyan looked at the person in front of her from head to toe and muttered, They said you're a strange person, but I didn't expect you to be strange enough to do this kind of performance art. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. This is not performance art. This is— He sighed and patted the head of the little angel behind him. Ji Shuyan was startled by the sudden spread of her wings. Then she popped her head out from behind him and looked at Ji Shuyan with her golden eyes. Silly little girl, long time no see. Although you don't remember us, that is— Ji Shuyan was stunned again when she heard this. She hesitated and looked at the two people in front of her strangely and asked carefully, Have we really met before? Yun Nuoxing sighed softly and waved his hand. He turned around and opened the portal to the observer's dimension. He looked at her sideways and said, Come here. You'll know when you come. Ji Shuyan hesitated for a few seconds. She thought for a while and recalled the other people's impression of the observer. She felt that he would not deliberately come to the front line to look for someone. Could it be that they really knew each other? But why did she have no impression of him at all? Sensing the observer's urging gaze, Ji Shuyan hurriedly gave up on thinking and quickly stepped into the portal. In the sanctum of creation, Yun Nuoxing quickly led the way. Behind him was Ji Hanxiao, who looked anxious, and Ji Shuyan, who looked a little annoyed when she saw her stupid father being overly anxious. She calmly patted her stupid father's shoulder and said, Don't worry, it's definitely not a big deal. Maybe I just hit my head and forgot something when I was young. Yun Nuoxing and the little angel trembled when they heard this. If hitting one's head could make one forget such a big thing, then he also wanted to find a brick to hit his head and forget everything here. Well, just kidding. This matter might involve some old things. He did not know if the core of the sanctum of creation could handle that kind of trouble. He thought for a while and decided to bring them to the origin territory built by Sui Feng and the others. The concentration of origin energy there was higher. If something happened, they could deal with it urgently. Hui and Sui Feng, who had just completed the handover of a new batch of people, were discussing when they could find an inheritor. Suddenly, they were startled by the sound of the door opening. They turned around and saw Feng walking in with a solemn expression. Their hearts skipped a beat. When they saw that there were two people behind him, the thumping sound echoed in their heads again. Thousands of thoughts instantly churned in their minds. "Lend me a place to use," Yun Nuoshing said to the two of them and took 2 steps to the side. Then he paused and turned back to Hui and said, "Prepare for defense." Hui and Sui Feng. Was something big going to happen? What's going on? Hui was stunned for 2 seconds before he remembered and hurriedly caught up. He glanced at Feng, then turned to look at Jihan Xiao, and, he didn't know who she was, but he felt that she looked familiar. This girl looked a little like Jihan Xiao. Then he understood and went over to greet her. "Hey, little girl, long time no see." Ji Shuiyan was stunned again. She tilted her head and looked confused. After thinking for a while, she suddenly reacted. She smiled and raised her hand to greet him. Big brother Hui, long time no see. You're here too." Yun Nuoshing and little angel. What's going on? The two of them did not appear at the end. She could not have forgotten about them, right? But this little girl did not appear herself either, right? Jihan Xiao was also confused. He did not understand what was going on. When he turned his head and saw Feng Jun's confused look, he was even more confused. This selective amnesia? Yun Nuoshing. He had better tell Hui what he had said. Now he was also confused. Hui thought for a while after hearing the whole story. He said to the little girl with a strange expression, "Do you still remember Jing Yuanji? She was a big sister with light blue hair." "Big sister Jing. I remember. Also, wasn't there another big sister at that time? She was, the one who didn't like to smile, and her face was frozen. She didn't like to talk either." She still remembered Min. She remembered 3 of the 4 people at that time, but she forgot about Feng. Yun Nuoshing, who was preparing all kinds of arrays and all kinds of origin energy, became more suspicious when he heard the conversation. He had a guess in his heart. Anyway, he had to observe the situation first. As for guesses, they could only guess that it had something to do with those 2 trivial matters.